match and series point for Waybo Gaming. We'll be heading to the grand final. No! Easily the best in this region throughout this year. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
We continue on with week 4 of APL Kickoff. It's time for Asia and time to qualify a team to the major as well, Guz. We've got ourselves 3 big matches today, of course, for this particular sub-region within APL. They get the 2 slots, which means our upper bracket final day will confirm 1 team from APL to the major.
Yeah, and look, the storyline that we have set throughout Asia has been that it's Waybo +1, and potentially we get an answer to that today if Waybo are successful against Team Orchid, and of course plenty of action throughout that lower bracket as well to most likely determine who's going to join them, or at least get 1 step closer to potentially joining them.
Of course, last night we had all of the EML action, which they themselves qualified their remaining teams to the major. EML's done now. They've got their 4 teams, G2, Virtus Pro, and joining them, Falcons, Twisted Minds, who got the job done against Shifters. Said it on the show when we closed APAC North last night, guys. It would be good to see them return to the major international scene. Happy that they're going to be in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I think the way that EML is wrapped is pretty, I guess, expected in many regards as to who actually made it in the end. Of course, a little unfortunate for the likes of Shifters and, of course, Secret have not quite been able to make that project click just yet. But yeah, I think they have very, very strong representation at Salt Lake, and yeah, excited to see how EML ends up performing.
Of course, the tickets that you can get for Salt Lake City, QR code down below. Make sure you get your tickets as that is on the horizon soon. Let's go to the APAC North bracket, though. We had that matchup yesterday, or that play date yesterday, which had some, again, big results. CAG booked their place into the grand final after their 2-0 win over Kinotrip. It was the day of 2-0s. But it was kind of a long 2-0 day, Guz, in some ways because of the server issues that were beholden to us. But D+ Kia continued their run in the lower bracket. It almost feels destined that we'll get D+ Kia and CAG in that grand final. That's not to put anything against Kinotrope. They've had a really good stage, but just the way that D+ responded after losing to CAG is what we expected from them.
Yeah, I think I'm very much leaning towards that being a strong possibility. Again, when you consider D+ Kia's form throughout the lower bracket so far, they've made a phenomenal run, and it feels like they might be peaking at the right time. Yesterday, they performed exceptionally well, and I think they themselves are actually admitting that the last match up against CAG in that upper semi, they had a bit of an off day. And so, provided they could take down Kinotrope, carry that form into the grand final, we should be in for a bit of a banger.
Now, we have our feature replay from yesterday, which ended up featuring Musi, the newest addition to the D+ Kia roster, who had a significant performance against Helpers LFO. Now, as we know, in his later match against Scars, maybe not his greatest, but he was really on form when it came to this game against Helpers LFO and some of his highlight moments here.
Yeah, he set the tempo really early in that series. This was a good example of some of the anchor work that he was able to do, and just showed really good composure under a lot of pressure. And yeah, as I said, a bit of a tempo set for them in that matchup. And yeah, the vibes are very good in the D+ camp early, which I think set them up for success. A
little preview for tomorrow, as OS will do battle on the Sunday. Enterprise still awaiting their opponent. Man LFO and Shy Academy will battle it out to see who gets that honor. And then for the lower end of things, it is Chiefs and Shy Academy. Actually, if I'm correct, I'm pretty sure Man LFO already beat Shy Academy, did they not? Isn't that the upper final that's already been booked in? This might be a an older graphic, if you will, because there's no way we're playing correct. 4 matches tomorrow.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, Man LFO already have seated themselves in that upper final, but again, not much has changed. EP favorites and the rest of those playing catch up.
Alrighty, let's go to our bracket for today for Asia. And again, to qualify a team to the major, it's the one and only region within APL that gets the 2 slots. And so for Waybo and Team Orchid in that upper final, win and you are in. Lose and you'll have to then win that lower final. Elevate Daystar, which we will kick things off with, proves to be an all-important series. Daystar over the last 12 months or so, they've not finished outside the top 4. If they lose to Elevate, it'll be their worst result for a number of years, or it pretty much goes as far back as to when the organization came in. So they'll be looking to get that win, and then of course Soul's Heart, that'll be the last match of the day. They'll play the winner of Elevate and Daystar as we look at the schedule ahead. But it's the Waybo and Orchid game for me, guys. That's where I've really got that circled in, is going to be hopefully a really good one. It's always interesting when we get to watch Waybo. They're just so dominant. They're so consistent. Yes, they too can have an off day here or there, but that's very rare. Yeah,
it is rare. Sometimes we do see them trip up on their first moment to qualify. If I cast my mind back, I feel like that has happened certainly in the past. But it's important to note that Waybo having a quote-unquote off day probably still good enough, even if it's a little off, to take down anyone else in this region, because they are such a juggernaut. So I think for Orchid, we're going to have to see the very best from them. And yeah, fingers crossed it's a competitive match.
Now, we got an interesting little tweet here as well from Daystar. Now, earlier in the campaign, we a couple of days ago put out a tweet for the battle for second. That's the way we've kind of labeled things within Asia, which I think is rightfully so, considering how good Waybo have been. They're the best team really in all of APAC, so within this region itself, no surprise. And considering this region has the 2 slots, I think the battle for second is the right way to go about it. But Daystar, the organization, replied back with an @Elevate GG and a cat gift that I got no idea what it really means. I'm not sure how to interpret it, but good to see that Daystar had something to say.
Yeah, I think probably conveying a bit of the fear factor for that second slot, because it is so competitive. And at the end of today, only one of those teams may be eligible to scrape that second spot. And that's not even factoring in Soul's Heart, who they themselves have actually looked fairly competitive as well. So let's have a look at that Daystar roster, though, who for me go into this matchup as the favorites. So much experience, such a well-liked roster. Things haven't quite gone probably as they expected here in Kickoff with a rough start. That 1-2 loss against Soul's Heart means that they have to go all the way through this lower bracket, but they showed good signs against Fury. A very swift 2-0 to get that result across line. It was a 7-1, 7-2 as we look back at that replay package. So they go into this match with a bit of confidence, a bit of form, and yeah, for me, I think they're just a little more well-rounded in comparison to their opposition and should have a little bit more depth, provided they have the firepower, because as we probably jump across to the Elevate discussion in a little bit, that may be a factor that actually Elevate can lean into a little more so than Daystar on their day.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, and I don't really mean this to contradict what you said, but to maybe throw a spanner in that conversation regarding depth. Right now, as things stand coming into today, Azuki's the 7th rated player in the region, EPS wise, with a 120. Then after him, it's 3 Elevate players in Barcode, Shibe, and NICal. So you talk about the depth of that, and it's like, well, you got the number 1, I guess in today's series, the number 1 player, then the next 3 are on one team. Then after that, it goes Seal, Souffle, and Pika, and then it's Momo and Jogor. So it's an interesting kind of dynamic where will it be a case of reliance on someone like an Azuki to play and over exceed expectations as we go to the Elevate roster. And the fun part of this as well for today, of course, Jogor versus his old team.
Yeah, that's a very exciting storyline heading into this one. And Jogor, when he freshly came onto the Tier 1 scene, was raising eyebrows and turning heads for all the right and wrong reasons, I suppose. And while he's been on a little bit of a cooler more recently, he's still been posting some decent numbers. As you kind of are alluding to individually, I think they've been rather strong. But one thing that does stand out as being maybe a bit of a mar on their record so far here in Kickoff is their attacking win rate. So the 18 attacks that they've had so far in Kickoff, they've only been able to claim 7, which puts them 3rd last in the region. And of course, some of that has been skewed by that Orchard result, but I think it's important to highlight it. And unfortunately, it was a day that really didn't go their way. BG Man and Crit J were able to kind of run around and farm. And over the course of those 2 maps, as we look at this replay package, they were really finding it tricky to mount rounds. Only 4 rounds were found total across those 2 maps. So I think Elevate a good team, and they're to be respected. I don't want them to, be going into this matchup as massive underdogs, because that's certainly not the case. But I just think they probably lack a bit of the polish and the experience that Daystar have in their corner. But again, on their day, Elevate, they probably have maybe a bit of X factor about them. If Jogor activates or whoever may be able to step up and have a good day, maybe then we see Daystar struggle to shut that down. There is that possibility for sure.
Yeah, I think that for me, this is a game where it's going to just come down to who performs better on the day. I mean, I know that sounds simple, but a good example would be Waybo probably don't have to be the team that performs better on the day. Like if they were in this matchup, they'd just be the favorites. Like even if they're slightly off, they're still going to probably win. In the series and makeup such as this, though, I don't think there's a really big gulf between Daystar and this new look Elevate roster. Elevate obviously would be concerned that they got demolished by Team Orchid 7-3, 7-1, and so we're actually going to get the first chance to see the response from them after that loss, which was a week ago. That what have they learned from that, and how can they respond coming into this series? And on the flip side for Daystar, they lost pretty early in the campaign, back in the first round of the upper bracket. Since then, they got rid of Fury pretty comfortably, and then we haven't seen them since. And that's been 14 days. So it's been 2 weeks since we've seen Daystar as well. So they've had some time to kind of stew on probably what's not been the greatest of stages compared to the heights that we saw from them at the back end of last year, or I guess technically the start of this year with SI. As we go to the vetoes for this series, a lot on the line for these two teams. At the end of the day, realistically, every single team that remains in Asia, most importantly including these two, has a chance to make the majors. Nighthaven Labs, Lair, and Cafe will be our maps. We just can't seem to escape Lair, because it is becoming a very prominent map. But funnily enough, in Asia, it actually hasn't been all that prominent. Neither has Cafe. Both of these two have only been picked once before. The other map is Fortress, picked once. Everything else has been picked a couple of times as Nighthaven Labs returns as one of the more featured maps in the region.
Yeah, and the map veto has shown how Elevate, at least as an organization, has really evolved. Both Lair and Cafe, for them historically as an org, have been very, very unfavorable in terms of banned frequently by them, but clearly this new roster more comfortable heading to those maps. Backtracking all the way to Labs for Daystar, since October as an org, a 0-3 record, but never banned by them. So they're seemingly comfortable playing it. They've had quite a few close results on it that didn't quite go their way. And so probably a case of they've been chipping away at it, looking to refine it. They haven't touched it in a couple of months. And so we'll see how that then translates into the game today.
Well, it seems like the game is going to be a little bit delayed from taking off, as one of the players is having some issues with their internet. So I think it's going to be a case of a little bit of tension to be built before we can get this one going, which is a shame, because I literally just pointed it out. But for Daystar, it's been 2 weeks. For Elevate, of course, naturally been a week. I'm sure both of these teams are itching and ready to go and get in and see what they've been able to learn over their little break period from their recent games, especially for Daystar. Like 2 weeks is a long time. It's like a little mini boot camp, if you will. And the other factor is whoever wins this plays later again today. And it's a conversation that we've been having over really, I guess, last week and this week, guys, in terms of playing the back-to-back, well, not so much back-to-back, but 2 best-of-3s within a given day. The warm-up, the fatigue. So far, I would say largely the warm-up has been the deciding factor that has been the better option, where the teams don't really seem to fatigue. If anything, the first series seems to help them in the next series.
Yeah, I think a lot of that probably has been aided by the fact that, generally speaking, the first series for those teams has been pretty swift and a big confidence builder. You think about the majority of them being pretty one-sided 2-0s. That's kickstarted their momentum. It means that they go into the second series maybe a little warmer, especially if they're starting out on attack on the opening map as well. I think that's served them pretty well. They can then catch the other team off guard, maybe a little cold, and then it's very difficult to find their way back into the series. So it's going to be interesting to see if that dynamic does continue.
Alrighty, well, we are going to go to a short break while we get this game started up in the background. But before the break, let's go and hear from James about Tier 2.
Hey APAC Siege fans. With Siege's 10-year anniversary behind us and looking at the 10 years ahead, we're making some very exciting changes to the APAC Tier 2 ecosystem that will better unify what is already the most exciting league region in the world. Introducing the APL Challenger Circuit. Let's start with our format. All teams will compete in an online best-of-1 single elimination bracket with ping. Just kidding. The APL Challenger Circuit is composed of the OCE Rivals, the SEA Bootcamp Community Series, and North Rebellion. Each tournament will have 2 stages, with Stage 1 starting in May and Stage 2 starting in August. Each stage is broken down into 3 distinct phases. Let's start with Phase 1, Play-ins. Play-ins are comprised of 4 single-elimination best-of-1 playdays with best-of-3 qualification games. Each day will qualify 2 teams. Get knocked out? It's no stress. You can compete in every play-in day until you qualify. Next up, you ask? The regular stage will take our 8 qualified teams from play-ins and put them up against each other in a best-of-1 single round robin to decide who are our top 4 teams per region. Finally, our stages culminate in a 4-team double elimination best-of-3 bracket to decide who will be the stage's champion and take home the lion's share of the prize pool and perhaps, more importantly, Challenger Circuit points. What are Challenger Circuit points, you ask? These points are the lifeblood of the APL Challenger Circuit and will be used to qualify teams into the Challenger Series in 2027, where teams will have the opportunity to qualify into the APL, as well as the culmination of APL Challenger Circuit, the Gauntlet in OCE, the Elite Community Series in SEA, and the Rebellion Finals in North. So what are you waiting for? Start your path to pro now and sign up for the Stage 1 play-ins and start your ascendancy to becoming pro.
He gets it just in time! They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, I got good news and I got bad news, guys. Which one do you want?
Let's go good news.
Well, the good news is the game is starting and we're getting underway with Nighthaven Labs.
And the bad news?
Now, the bad news is one of these two teams will be going home and their timing kickoff will come to an end at the conclusion of this series for Daystar and Elevate. This is it. You've got to run the lower bracket and it starts right now.
I thought you were going to say that the bad news is we almost had Harambe inside of the server, but I don't think that will actually be the case. There was the possibility of it.
That would have been the great news.
Exactly. The bad news is he will not be in the server, as it seems like everything has been resolved. And we can kick this little series off. Into labs we go. Elevate. We'll begin on defense. The map selection of Daystar, a map that, again, is naturally limited data for this particular map. But again, for Daystar, it's a map that they don't typically ban. They're actually pretty happy to let it through. Unfortunately, a 0-3 record, though, for this organization on this map. That being said, we haven't seen it for a little while. Last played 67 days ago by Daystar, where they lost narrowly against D+ Kia 5-7.
Yeah, I mean, excited for this one because I think, again, both of these two teams, Daystar will come into this probably feeling like they're the more experienced roster. They've been together for a longer period of time, whereas this new look Elevate roster was put together last second. I still think when you kind of look at the core of this Elevate roster, though, there's some stacked talent and probably came into the stage not really having a whole lot of expectations. We're going straight into a technical pause. We love that. Which means we're probably going to get a rehost here, I'm assuming.
Don't know. I didn't even see the message, so.
No, all
Okay,
good.
We're good.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they typed P and PP, which is obviously for pause. I don't know how that's, pause. But anyway, I think they're supposed to actually say tech. Either way, we get underway. Elevate on the defense. It is Nighthaven Labs for Daystar's map pick. Later to follow after this.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I still think Daystar probably get the edge in terms of the favoritism coming into the series, but it probably isn't as large as it maybe would have been in a, if this were the case, maybe this time, maybe the end of last year, for example, where Daystar really got on a roll. They had a very solid 2025. That was, of course, with Joe Gore in the roster. I do wonder what the future for Joe Gore will look like, whether he stays within the APL region. Does he look to go to China League? It certainly might be on the cards for him in the near future. It wouldn't surprise me. And speaking of Joe Gore, as he is already in a good position to maybe net an opening kill, and he hits the headshot onto Pika. I thought momentarily he was just going to back out at the wrong time and allow Pika to take that space, but he just held the angle long enough and Pika walked right in.
Yeah, so advantage Elevate, pretty solid start to the round. But Seal's patience is well rewarded, and Shibe falls. And Haikal under a bit of pressure currently over towards storage, but he's now looking to rotate out. Playing pretty dynamic, I was going to say, on the solos, but he too also caught. So it's a good structure here from Daystar in the opening round, and they're being very patient on flank watch. And it may well be rewarded again here if we see Joe Gore push forward, but he hesitates, and that ends up being the correct decision. In the meantime, Barcode finds a kill. So it's a 3-3 score, and so many isolated picks early in this round. I tell you what,
Joe Gore.
Straight 1v1s, and Elevate now with the advantage.
Joe Gore running rampant against his old team. He's picked up 3 early kills, leaves what is, I guess, the new star for this Daystar roster, Azuki, in a 1v2. Azuki really is the new blood that, you would imagine they'll look to be the fragger for this roster. So spots out Joe Gore. This could be interesting. A little 1v1 action, but he doubles up with Barcode so they can play together. 40 seconds remaining in the round. Azuki does still need to get the kit just to offer a different point. Being able to win this round. And even has time to open up the hatch with the secondary hard breach. Will drop. And just run straight into Jogor, who picks up a 4K against his old team in the opening round, and he's pumped.
Yeah, it seems like the vibes are pretty good in the Elevate camp early on. As I was saying before, though, so many isolated picks around the map. It's quite interesting in how it actually did end up playing out. Of course, spearheaded by Elevate on defense, who were playing rather aggressive around the map. And Daystar, again, their structure is pretty good in catching a lot of these duels, but ultimately the raw gunplay and firepower from Elevate was actually enough to propel them over the finish line in that round. So, yeah, some good work and maybe a bit of an insight as to how they are going to try and approach labs instead of playing more structured on the objective itself. They'll look to probably exploit one of their strengths, which is gunplay, gunfights, their ability to play maybe a little bit more dynamically around the map.
Well, I mean, the fact that, yeah, you go basement first up, you play the roam game. Daystar were happy to play into that, Elevate backed themselves in, and Jokor just went absolutely nuts. I mean, that was the difference in the round. And we saw it kind of throughout that round where it was that back and forth, a lot of trades, got to a 3v3, then a 2v2, but it's just throughout that whole trade game. It's just Jokor winning fight after fight.
10 seconds remaining. Attackers have discovered the location of the bomb.
Well, even more interesting, just kind of the way that Elevate are choosing to rotate the sites here, not electing to go top floor for the second round either. I mean, if you were to go through the records of this map and say how many times has a team not gone to command server inside the first 2 rounds, it's got to be less than 1%.
Reaching here.
Yeah, it's pretty low. Yeah, the nature of these sites, though, I do think naturally probably favors the structure of Elevate a little bit more, though. They're more open, a bit more dynamic. You're not forced into anchoring on the site. You can play the vert. Above all, below on this objective, there's even the ability to horizontally extend as well. Whereas top floor, you can be a bit more constricted in what you're actually able to achieve.
Loading new mag.
And so you can see that in terms of the positioning from the defense at the moment. 4-1 split, tuck position from Jogor. Azuki doesn't know of it, and Jogor doesn't reveal himself there. A position that's unlikely to be checked. Jogor just needs to be patient here, and Barcode needs to relay the information correctly, and there we go. Nets the kill. Nice little play there from Elevate.
Yeah, so far playing this map really well. Jogor does lose his life, and Souffle hits the headshot onto Shibe. Here's Daystar. Now, the advantage of the fact that Jogor's in the grave doesn't help either, as Pika gets his second kill into the round. Headshot into Enhakal. And poor old Barcode, just one of those kind of rounds where the Clash just couldn't get involved, got stuck over towards rafters, and a lot of the pressure coming in through on the meeting side, electrical side, just sweeping through server, and he just couldn't really get involved. The Clash not having any influence. And as soon as Jogor went down, Elevate just fell apart.
Yeah, I really love this little set play at the beginning there where clearly drawing Azuki in. Unfortunately, though, they were in pretty advanced positions later on in the round, and Daystar didn't mess around, didn't stall out, took that space really, really quickly, and never afforded Elevate the opportunity to take any fair fights from that point onwards, or certainly not any that were advantageous. Clean work there from Daystar, nice little recovery effort from them, doing a good job in contesting that roam, and probably now having a greater sense as to how Elevate are going to try and play this map as a whole. We do finally now see the top floor played out here in the 3rd round before the bans get adjusted, before the additional bans get added. And so an opportunity here for Elevate to exploit the mirror if that is to be taken off the board. There's army as well also available. Like, they do have a very strong operators still available for this top floor. Sure, they lose out on the Kite Bandits, so Hard Breach will be pretty simple to deploy here outside of the mirror contest, but generally speaking, it's a lot of the on-site util here that makes this site difficult to break down.
Calibrating air compression.
So first look at the top floor for Elevate, even though the previous round kind of played out in a similar nature. It is always quite fascinating, really. When you look at command server versus storage and control, they're actually kind of defended in a similar nature around that command server area. But because of the fact there's that first floor, that's where the site is, you've got to control a little bit more. That defense isn't able to stack as close together and be as compact on that top floor, and it just creates the gaps, and that's what we saw in the previous round. But that's not going to be afforded to Daystar in this round. I mean, NICAL will have the license to roam a little bit on the Solus with the position towards cargo. 2 nitro cells available for Shibe and Joe Gore. Early logic bomb from Piki here. I do like the Denari tripwire connectors that have been placed.
Yeah, Daystar just looking to chip away this utility and not take too great a risk. Shibe almost going to be caught there on the crossover towards electrical. He has nitro that can be lobbed over towards this windowsill position, so Seal will no doubt be conscious of that, and the Grim actually can force Shibe back in towards server. And so with that, you can see on the player cards the positions of this defense. They are pretty stacked in sight. NICAL has added a lurk factor. He'll play below on the Solus, so I like that. Impacts as well can be pretty influential into 9 plant late as well if it ends up, finding ourselves in that particular position. Shibe Nitro finally deployed, and that doesn't quite find its mark. In the meantime, IT push from Daystar, but Joe Gore with a sharp shot onto Souffle will find the opener.
Yeah, I mean, he's the difference right now. They're on when he's getting these early kills. Bin finds a nice pick on the barcode. It just provides a little bit of his head over towards Rafters, so that now becomes a susceptible position for the defense. Bin can now take this more aggressive angle, block off the ability to kind of swing that Rafters position, holding IT not as comfortable down for the defense. 30 seconds. There is that swing though from Momo. Bin just temporarily tried to look through that doorway through IT. Up close, headshot from Shibe. Pika gets a double, but he needs 2 more. He's got 20 seconds, slows himself down, still has the flash, throws it in, and goes for the move. It's Con and Electrical for Jogor and Shibe. As Pika is going to get pinched. Good swing. Jogor gets the final kill, and Elevate defend top floor successfully.
Yeah, smiles all around again for Elevate. As we enter the additional ban phase, they'll find themselves in the lead in a pretty comfortable position. I'm quite intrigued to see actually what does get banned out here. More so from the perspective of Daystar. If they go the Azami, if they go the Mirror, maybe there's something else in the mix that they're wanting to deal with that's causing them issues at the moment. All right, so it will be the Azami. That's pretty expected. Again, as we return back to top floor, that's where typically she's most influential, and that should maybe free them up on that re-attempt to have a little more influence, and maybe just take away from some of the util clearance that will be required on that side in particular. Of course, she's useful also as well. Doc will be taken out for the side of attack, which has been used a little bit by Daystar so far. 4-4, 30 seconds on the clock, and there's just some good timings found from Elevate on these swings. And while Pika showed a bit of fight back late, positionally Elevate were able to vacate the site. Did a really good job in identifying that as a good win condition, played off one another through Con and Electrical. And so given the early site choices from Elevate for round 4, we return back to storage.
There's 2 operators that haven't been selected in this Asia League so far for Kickoff, guys. You want to have a guess? Just the 2 operators.
2 operators that have not been selected?
That's correct.
In Asia?
Yep.
Thunderbird Rook.
Thunderbird and Cav.
No Cav. Okay, that's a little surprising.
Yeah, Rook. I don't know whenever Rook was played, but it was a loss.
Typically, you can actually click the. If you click the. How many rounds was it played? 1 round?
Just the 1 round.
If you click that, it will actually tell you what match that was from.
Oh yeah,
If you,
it was Soul's Heart versus Waybo.
There you go.
A 2-1 here, so I think a pretty normal scoreline so far for Defense Nighthaven Labs through the opening 3 rounds. The only site win for Daystar was the tertiary site in control storage. So 3 rounds gone by. The van Stockovia his army. So far, running par for the course in this matchup, but Jogor's running absolutely right. 7-1. It's Jogor versus Pika at the moment, who's also 6-2.
Aggressive lock position for Pika, who's been allowed all of that space over towards rafters. Bimbit in the meantime also finds one in this.
Oh, he's on
has
default as well.
Completely fallen apart. Daystar kind of just walked in the front door.
Yeah, I mean, they put more focus, I think, on just having the 5 stack of players aggressively going in to deal with the top floor roam and try and outnumber Elevate, who are more spread around the map in anticipation, I think, of denying the roam and the lurks. But if Daystar just kind of go a bit more brute force, well, yeah, that's just going to be more than enough bodies to overwhelm the defense. And kicked off from Pika, and then the rest followed suit. And poor old Momo now by himself in a 1v5. And a second attacking round acquired for Daystar. Huge flawless round. That was the first opening kill, by the way, that wasn't Jogor. Jogor got the first 3 round opening kills until just then from Pika, and really doubles down what I said before. It feels like Pika versus Jogor. Timeout for Daystar. Wow.
Yeah, peculiar decision, I suppose. Maybe they're really looking to hone in on the next specific rotation of sites. I don't imagine or envision that there's too much to say constructively, at least about the last round, because they did a good job in identifying Warehouse was pretty clear, took that space, and then were able to launch attacks elsewhere and pretty quickly overwhelmed the defense. So definitely framing this as a bit of a preemptive timeout from Harambe. Probably just using this opportunity of calm and confidence to relay his vision for the next couple of sites. Equally, I guess it does afford an opportunity to elevate, to respond, and maybe just identify why and how they're allowing these attacks to be spearheaded in areas of the map that they don't seemingly have the information required, or they're not relaying it efficiently enough to then be able to react. I think basement's going to be quite interesting as to the approach. The anticipation will probably be another elevate roam, rather aggressive around the map. They bring the Valkyrie to facilitate that. They bring the Solace again to facilitate that. With the mirror unbanned, they can have an anchor play on site. And then obviously on the side of the attack for Daystar, it's a question then of how they want to try and break that down, or do they navigate a way that's a little more direct towards the objective?
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder if the timeout is just in response to kind of what Jogor's doing, and maybe in relation to the way they're entering the building, and that almost a positive reinforcement angle of, hey, that was so much better. We did this right. These were the things we weren't doing right. Let's shape this up. We've got a good opportunity now, 2 attacking rounds. We know that we'll probably play default defense Nighthaven Labs. We probably don't have to tinker too much there. So let's try and see if we can steal a couple more attacking rounds. And I don't mind it. I think more often than not, timeouts in Siege, for the most part, I think it's fair to say, are usually reactive. So when things are going wrong and you've lost a couple of rounds, that's when statistically the majority of timeouts are taken. You don't typically see it at a 2-2 scoreline after you just won a round, but I kind of like that in terms of the mindset of positive reinforcement and positive thinking moving ahead before things get out of hand. And we'll see if it works out for Daystar and what they can kind of muster up in this 5th round off the back of that timeout heading into basement, knowing that Elevate are going to want to play aggressive. Jogor's towards Con. He gets tracked by the Lions game. And so they now already have an idea of the roam employed by Elevate. But this is a pretty big round. If Daystar get a 3rd attacking round, it's going to set them up nicely for the second half.
Well, second floor vacated. The defense is repositioned, repostured in through first floor. They've got fall off positions, vending side, in through lounge, etc. Double vert potential though from Daystar, so they may look to flush out this defense more so using those tools from above. It'll be a little more low risk as opposed to going for the horizontal clear. And yeah, you can see that vert on display now. Nitro sold from Momo unsuccessful, and Barcode will pre-rip his. In the meantime, Bin Bin finds a kill as Jogor finds a trade also onto Azuki.
Oh,
So it's
timing.
a pretty even trade. You know, yellow pin. Jogor in an advanced position vending. He doesn't want to give this up freely with the deployable shield invested. Elevate do have the advantage now.
Yeah, concerns with Daystar. They're very, very split on the attack. 3 solo positions, not grouped up, not really playing together. They look like they're a little disjointed. Just needs. Oh yeah, I mean that's just a little bit poor there from Peak Up. He already knows that NIK's right there at the window. I guess his frame of thinking is he maybe doesn't know that he's out there, but NIK was pretty clued on. Leaves Seal in a 1v3. I mean, these are the concerns though. You take the time out after you won a round. Now you lose this in this fashion. Probably some of the same issues that we saw in the first couple of rounds of this half, rearing its ugly head once again here in the 5th. Just the inability to group up for Daystar, take space together, push together, fight together. Just a lot of solo plays, and Elevate will punish that. So it feels very counterintuitive when you call that timeout and you have to then wonder, well, what did you guys speak about? Because the round that you won, that was a very clean, concise attack, looked very coordinated. You take the timeout and then you just go back to solo plays.
Mm. Yeah, they're playing into the hands of Elevate. I think Daystar, as I was kind of framing this matchup, they're the team that they should have on paper the better synergy and the experience of playing with one another, and so formulating plans that actually can leverage that is their way to win this matchup. I don't think taking a huge volume of solo kills, especially early in the round, if you want to split attacks late, sure, that's more than fine, but I think these entries need to be a little bit more succinct, and then they can reap the benefits of that later if they have a man advantage, and then they can go a little more aggro. But yeah, playing into a lot of these solo battles on the fringe of the map or entry of the map is going to play right into the hands of Elevate. They have strong individual players. They've got Jogor firing, which is a great tool to be able to exploit. We'll see if they're able to change their fortune here on the top floor. Of course, don't want to frame this in too much of a negative light for Daystar. They already have their benchmark 2-round attacking half. So they'd certainly be looking to equalize this scoreline and give themselves a better foundation to play off for the second half.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I guess in some ways they're already in pretty good position getting the 2 attacking rounds under their belt. I mean, there's probably not a lot of stress if you're Daystar, that's for sure. They do probably have some concerns with the way that Jogor is just doing whatever he wants. 8-2 now. And Ikel, though, with the 3 kills in that round, with his first 3 kills of the match. Command server, it will be difficult. Looking like a blue side hit at the moment. That may change. Air jab placed, though, from Pika. If not, mine's being quite a nuisance. It's Azuki that finds the opening kill. He is down, so a trade will be confirmed by NHIKEL. We know that it's a very difficult position to push through, and legs are showing. NHIKEL is punishing. Headshot doesn't quite land onto Pika. I thought it would have. I think NHIKEL thought for a second it might have. A flashback as Pika retreats back outside. 3v3.
Oh, Jogor's still alive. He's been so dangerous. Barcode with his pulse scan can feed quite a lot of information across. So Daystar do look a little vulnerable in this position, and Ikel spotted out on drone warehouse. He's actually been able to fall back, fill that space with the reinforcement in the pocket of the defense. That's another layer of complexity for Daystar to try and break down. They themselves, line scan, flash, grenade, and that Solma can actually expose towards the A objective. They do have the utility required to get a meaningful clear going, but it has to be pretty precise here from the attack. Time's not the big concern. It's really just about execution. And Ikel spotted out. Daystar have a pretty good read to play off here. They have the problem solving though. Yeah.
Elevate's got the information from Barcode.
Yeah.
Putting that heartbeat sensor to good use over towards electrical. Thinks about the nitrocell. He's going to rip it here. Yeah. Doesn't quite get the kill onto Souffle. Seal then push in at the exact same time and got the kill onto Barcode. So advantage for Daystar heading into the last 30 seconds. This would be a huge way to close the half, to take top floor and get their third attacking round as the blank going down inside a server. Joe Gore's still alive, and so therefore Elevate have got a chance as he hits the headshot onto Pika. Insta trade though from Seal. Successful plant, 1v2 now for Enhai Kull. He took a year off from the game. In his prime, at his peak, he was one of the top fraggers in this region. But he knows this is a very difficult task. Takes the 1v1, but a good swing from Souffle to help out as Daystar will get 3 attacking rounds on Nighthaven Labs in the first half. Well, big second half coming up, 3-3 at the break as Daystar now go onto the defense. Elevate, a solid half, largely courtesy of Joe Gore, especially in the first couple of rounds. As we got into the last 3 rounds of that first half, though, the opening kills started to go the way of Daystar. They started to get into the game. They took an early tactical timeout as well, guys, at the 2-2 scoreline. In the end, I guess it's benefited them. Getting 3 attacking rounds on Labs is a good result. And they're well set up now in the second half on their map pick.
Yeah, I would largely agree. I think they've done an okay job across the board to sort of strike a balance between meeting the aggression of Elevate, but also not playing into it too sporadically. They'd probably be a little disappointed off the back of the tac timeout. They weren't able to convert a 4th round into a win, but again, you take 3 any day of the week, and they did a really good job in closing out that half. Love the way that they were able to get the plant down over towards Pillar and cover that accordingly in the post. See how they fare on defense. I'm expecting a pretty erratic Elevate here in terms of map lurks and trying to exploit entries as much as possible, and maybe playing a little bit of a kind of unique flair of Labs. We'll see if that ends up being the case. In terms of the bans for the second half, it's Grim, Ying, and then as kind of anticipated, it's the Kite and the Bandit combination. And so that should actually free up the likes of Joe Gore if he is to stick the Thermite here. He can deploy that utility early and then kind of just go do his own thing. And in combination with the Deimos on the vert threat below, Daystar will certainly need to be conscious of those additional dimensions that the attack may be able to introduce here, especially pressuring below, and then if Joe Gore also elects to lurk late, Daystar need to ensure that they're disciplined here on defense.
3-0 on the entries for Joe Gore. No one else for Elevate has an entry kill. He's been the fire starter for his team, and now as they go into the attack, the expectation will probably be for him to be that guy again as he gets IT opened up, or at least wants to. We'll do so comfortably. No Kaid, no Bandit.
Yeah, just posturing at the moment. Seems like Con is a starting point for this attack. Interestingly, in Haikal is playing this horizontal as opposed to the vert. Again, expecting him to be below contesting server from the safety of games. But seemingly spearheading horizontally at the moment. That could just be for the initial clearance and aiding these guys and getting some map control. We'll have to wait and see how that does actually conclude. They've done a good job in fighting for this con control and pretty safely, and already being able to posture and sort of tempt Daystar here defensively to overpeak. 5 deathmark targets are available to the Deimos. And Haikal, though, yeah, he'll go below. He spots the clash. They know that their best bet in dealing with that efficiently is a combination of the Deimos and probably some frag grenades. They have plenty still remaining here on the side of the attack.
Don't have a lot of time left, though. Just the 1 minute. Don't need a lot of time on this top floor. The clash. Annoying for Shibe. And then getting flamed out as well. He gets pushed all the way back. This will be a lot of delay. Haikal did his job, though, from below and found a kill onto Bimbin. This has allowed Barco to just slip on through the server. As Daystar turned their attention towards Rafters, Elevate then just hit the go button and went in. As soon as Azuki and Souffle tried to put pressure onto that Monty, Elevate then just stormed the building. Huge attacking round for Elevate to kickstart the second half. And they retake the lead, and that is not a good sign for Daystar. Losing top floor like that, in that fashion as well.
Yeah, well, they overinvested the clash into dealing with the Blackbeard, and they ended up getting burnt. Elevate then saw that it was clear. And sure, you have to add into the equation that the Deimos was more than likely going to start pressuring that clash at some point in time. So it wasn't going to be as simple as just posting up the clash in that same position and, you know, playing static. It would have still been a challenge for Daystar, but Elevate, they made it difficult. And they exploited that overinvestment. Daystar trying to deal with the Blackbeard wasn't particularly effective, and all the Blackbeard really did was just take 10 steps back. And in the meantime, Elevate were like, okay, site's clear, let's just run in plant. And there's no meaningful denial available to Daystar. So yeah, there was actually really good teamwork there from Elevate. Again, I was expecting probably a little more solid play, more of a reliance on the lurk, etc. But no, they actually formulated a really good push in through Con. They identified when the clash had vacated, and then they didn't hesitate to take that opportunity.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I like the way that they won the round as well, where Haikal gets the opening kill, they flood together, everyone is pretty clearly in good coordination, and the fact that they used almost Shibe as a red herring, where it's like, well, usually you want the Monty pushing in, and that's the sign of let's go. As he gets forced back deep rafters, that's when they're like, well, they're focused on the Monty, let's go in. He's essentially doing his job, but it's the Monty that's not aggressing, but getting aggressed upon, and seeing that clash extend deep out towards rafters. They're like, well, the clash is engaged with the Monty, so let's take the space. They found the pick, courtesy of Haikal from below, so they knew they had the numbers.
Well, Seal
So a
under
good
a lot
read
of
from
pressure.
Elevate. Seal's going to
Yeah,
get
it was.
back to bending stairs. It seems like it'll be a fallback. Pika, though, is still top blue. Can rotate back down pretty comfortably. But judging by the lineup, I don't think Daystar will want to contest the room for too long.
No, it should be a peel back. Try and chip away drone economy. Anchor sight. Toy, that was an overpeak from Seal. Got away with it though. Bimbin doesn't. As Azuki trades him. So 4-4, Goyo down. Losing the Doctor B hurts, and Seal's overpeaking that massively. That was never a favorable fight.
Joker probably knowing he's ex-teammate well and just thinking, if I just hold this, he'll just keep peeking me. Jogor's the benefit. Now 11-3. Well, there must be some concern creeping in for Daystar. 4 versus 3 is Elevate have looked so far very good on the attack here on Nighthaven Labs. The map pick of Daystar and a do-or-die elimination game. There's enough talent on this Elevate roster that this quote-unquote second spot in the Asia region is achievable for all of the teams that remain. Souffle hits a much-needed headshot onto Shibe. So heading into the final minute now, it is all evened up, 3v3. Jogor still alive, Pika still alive, the 2 big fraggers for their respective teams. And so is Azuki though. 7th highest rated player in the region through Kickoff so far.
There should still be a really good window here for the plant. Only 1 gas babe, no nitro, Daystar lack Plantanol here. Well, once this expires, Elevate should be able to make their move.
And they get the headshot courtesy of Jogor. Barco doing a decent job of putting the pressure onto Azuki, then just pulls the gun out as Pika comes in a little late in the flank. At least deals with Jogor. While Barcode is planting, who gets off maybe to now fight. 2v1, reposition is the play. Inside a tank, Momo to cover. At the doorway, Pika needs to hit a quick headshot, but Momo's got the better angle. Elevate back-to-back attacking round wins. And it also means it's 4 of the last 5 rounds on Nighthaven Labs where the attack has been successful. It doesn't bode well for Daystar, considering they have already used their timeout as well. They have no real way of halting this momentum. Now find themselves 2 rounds down.
You're just seeing some mistakes creeping in from Daystar. The most obvious one in that round being the seal over peak vending. It's a position where probably if he had his time over, he'd instead invest his time and resources into dealing with drones and then fall back towards the side.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Elevator
bombs.
capturing these opportunities, taking them with both hands though, and actually executing really well across the board. I've been quite impressed with these couple of attacks that we've seen so far. They're mounting pressure against Daystar, who have taken this opportunity now to rotate to the tertiary side as opposed to maybe re-attempting above immediately or below the backup. So we'll see if this pays dividends. Trap heavy lineup from them in this particular round, probably in response to the shield play, and will be double shield play. At least it was initially, and okay, even with the swaps it will be. So Blitz, Blackbeard, Lion. Do we see Elevate maybe step up the tempo here?
Kind of foot on the throat mentality maybe from Elevate, thinking that they've got Daystar on the ropes. And especially going into the tertiary site of Control Storage, Daystar not opting to go back top floor. They're not repeating basement. They're going to just continue their cycle through. And it's another round as well where Elevate will bring double shield. First time they bring out the Blitz though with Barcode. Back in the 7th round, it was the Blackbeard and Monty combination that worked for them. They brought the Blackbeard again. Barcode swaps it out for the Blitz, but Shibe will now take on the Blackbeard role. And because of the bans, the Grim Ying, you can't really hard focus the shield ban here, because if you ban either the Monty or the Blackbeard, then you're still going to have a combination of the other 2 available for Elevate, and they're abusing it. Barcode's going to play inside of Control. They're going to go for a different strategy. Other than going for a storage side hit, Barcode though shut down by Bin. Tried for the sneaky hit, it didn't work. And so Elevate now down a player. They lose one of their shield players, and that's Kit over towards Control. And Daystar can move bodies around defensively to cover this.
Oh, I like this from Jogor. He knows that it's pretty clear in through games. He can sneak his way into sight.
Wow, big clear from Jogor. Funnily enough, this might actually open up storage, but they're going to go get the kit.
Oh.
Jogor gets another big kill. He's now 14-4. Shibe has acquired the kit, by the way, over towards Control. Will he opt for a rotate storage, which is where Jogor's holding? He can't get there. Denied from Bin. Bin, 2 crucial kills in this round from above, denying the plant inside of Control. He's been the difference here for Daystar. Jogor has quietly been able to pick up the kit. There's no way, surely, on this health, that this man can win this round.
If he can get the plant down and then exploit radar here, it could get very, very tricky for Daystar. Takes it once. He's got a lot of time. Bin will hear this though. It's awkward. I don't think he'll be able to plant now. He probably had to stick it on that first opportunity.
I wonder if he goes back towards control at the very last second. Bait a little bit of presence. Yeah, there you go. Slips back in. 20 seconds here on the clock. This time you got to stick it. You have to just commit. And Joe Gore will. Now he'll play the post plant. Where is he going to position for this? Needs to find an angle where he can take ones.
Oh,
right now just holding, expecting the re-peek, and he has read Bin to perfection. The game sense, now expecting for Seal to push through directly. Joe Gore is just that guy, haunting his old team. And you can see what it means to him.
Wow. Difficult to blame him being so hyped after that round. It's 3 attacks from Elevate that have looked so devastating, and it's the clutch as the cherry on top, which not only is going to hype up Elevate, but really going to damage the mental for Daystar, who's now very much got their backs against the wall. That was a wonderfully played clutch from Jogo, and it wasn't even just the post plant that he played well. It was the ability for him to even fight his way into the objective and make a plant possible in the first place, which was impressive. Plaudits to Bin in that round with 2 impactful kills that should have been enough for Daystar, but Jogo's looked so comfortable so far today here on Labs. Up to 16 kills. Doesn't seem like really much can stand in his way at the moment. And, you know, when Jogo's pumped up, you're in for a rough ride. Yeah, Jogo, it doesn't feel like he's had any massive pop-off games to this significance for a little bit of time.
This seems personal.
But this, yeah, there may be an element of that in this match.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
16-4, clearly the best player in the server. Now, Jogo has had an interesting career. You touched on it earlier in the pre-match discussion. You know, kind of came into the scene and just made waves. And then I would say he cooled off. He got to a point where he was actually quite average. And the whole time we're sitting there like, what happened to Jogo? And then I'd say over the last maybe 6 to 8 months, he's kind of back to his best. And we saw that with the fact that Daystar were able to make the 6 Invitational. I think Jogo ended up being a big part of that. And they had a very solid core. Jogo, Azuki, Pika, and there's no surprise they ended up the second best team in the Asia region. But Jogo was still a big part of that. You lose him. And you can clearly see that Daystar have dropped off a little bit because of that. And now 3 rounds in the back pocket to try and secure Daystar's map pick. And it's the old friend that's now turned enemy, doing the vast majority of the damage. Pika, well, they needed something from their superstar, and they get it. Henhai Kull is down. Big opening kill for Daystar.
Yeah, don't count Pika out. He's really not trailing by too much against Jogor, and well, it might be a battle for supremacy here. Who can top frag in this match? Up to 14 kills. Chasing a 15th here onto Shiba and the Monty, who is now isolated. Gonna be a tricky 1v1. Does Shiba win it out? No! Oh, he actually does! Surprise from that position, he was able to make it work, but some good composure from Shiba now gives Elevate a gasp in this map point round and an opportunity to maybe get the job done, especially with the top fragger of Daystar now in the grave.
Still got the player advantage. I mean, these are still the rounds you've got to close out if you're Daystar.
Jogor counts for 2 players at least right now.
Well, right now maybe, yeah, but it's top floor Labs defense, just over a minute left. You just don't have the Monty and Jogor, so you're right in the sense that, yeah, Elevate's not out of this, but these are the rounds that for Daystar you've got to be closing out. You got good positions, everyone is in the right spot. Seal still with a keeper barrier in the pocket. How does Azuki get picked? Over towards blue. Down below. Good pressure from Barcode.
Barcode's relayed that they're going for the res. They might try and actually action off this.
Oh, Jogor's got the
not
angle.
Successful.
Saw Souffle tucked into the corner over towards Command with the shield, so he's now gone defensive mode on the Clash, not getting aggressive, and Shibe finds an angle with the pistol. It's the Monty that gets the next kill.
They're trapped.
They look scared. They are trapped as Jogor hunts them down. Holding the angle is Barcode, now in the 1v1. He lost his superstar teammate. It's Barcode versus Bin Bin. 30 seconds. Throws out the drone. Now we'll use it to scout for information. Finds out. There's Bin Bin. He's now spotted. Barcode lower on health. Can he hit the headshot? No, on the first attempt. Doesn't have the kit. But he knows exactly where Bin Bin is located. Wants to try and find a different angle. Pre-fire doesn't work. And now with 10 seconds left, we'll opt for the plant to force Bin Bin out. Double impacts available for Bin Bin. And he's been able to get him off the plant. 3 seconds. He will hide. Barcode will run. And Bin Bin will clutch for Daystar. Not done yet here on Nighthaven Labs.
He just did enough. I know I said impact aloud eventually, but I was screaming it in my head. Get that impact out. And ultimately, it did work out. It looked so sketchy, though, for Daystar. The way that Elevate were able to position the Blackbeard, the Monty, and exploit that. And then I had really good information over towards Airlock. They were able to trap that defense, back them into a corner. The Clash died prior to that as well. It really crumbled towards the end there. It was a very sketchy round for Daystar. Credit to Elevate. They're doing a phenomenal job. Much better than I honestly expected heading into this series in terms of mounting pressure and then being able to convert it pretty clinically.
Attackers need to locate
These
and
attacks have
defuse
been
bombs.
quite enjoyable to observe so far. And that one falls just short of the mark. Some brilliance early in the round for Pika. He got 2 kills uncontested. Did he overplay his hand though onto Shibe? That launched the attack going forward, and the Monty was a key tool in the late round for getting Barcode in a position where he could go for this clutch attempt. Barcode did, honestly, a really good job there, considering he had no flash and no air jab. That was really tough. If he had even a single piece of utility there, it could have played out very differently in flushing out that pillar position, but not to be. Daystar to basement for round 11.
Now, the bad news, though, now for Daystar is you're not going to get the comfort of top floor from here on out. It's going to have to be basement and then control storage. Done a better job in the last 2 rounds, at least getting some early frags and putting themselves in a good early position. But even still, you lost one of those because of the Jogor 4K 1v2 clutch. You almost lost the other one in the 1v1. So even with these early advantages, they're not having strong leads. They're not looking confident here on the defense. Who's to say what will happen on Lair? I don't think Elevate's the kind of team you'll look to and be like, yeah, they're not going to lose Lair. They're just not. It's a newly put together roster. But if Jogor continues this form going into Lair, it's going to be hard to envision Daystar potentially getting back into this series unless Jogor cools off. Getting close to the 20 bomb.
Might just go direct glass here. This could work.
Thanks for this. So logic bomb and the utility thrown out. Barcode will go deep into assembly. This plant, he is now in a gas bay, forced to get off it. Jogor goes down, so does Barcode. And a really strong hold from Souffle. Shibe pushed in though with the SMG, finds 2 kills. Yeah, I mean, that's Souffle's round right there. Did his job on the smoke. You got one job. Deny a potential rush attempt, laid his gas babes nicely, wasn't conservative, just used them. Pika holds tucked in on the corner. Shibe's dead here. And it's going to be 5-6. Daystar are fighting back. Big round from Souffle. If you want to single out an individual, he wins them that round.
Yep. Yeah, it does a good job to stay alive, not overexposed to the glass, gets the utility deployed, and then it was a position where Elevate had already committed the smoke, so they can't realistically push too far out of the positions that they wanted to play. And, well, clearly they couldn't sit in them, and that was to their demise. Elevate call their timeout as we prepare for the final round of regulation.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like how often do you see those rushes through breach on basement work? It's not often. Every now and then, don't get me wrong, you'll catch a team by surprise that maybe over-invests in the roam. The solo smoke player doesn't quite layer the gas babes properly, or over peaks. and loses their life, that can happen. There's Harambe giving final instructions as well. Of course, used the timeout very early on, did Daystar. And that was a long time ago when things weren't looking too bad. And by the way, it feels weird, but that was the first time Daystar's actually won 2 rounds in a row. Really struggled to kind of string together some form, despite the fact that they did get 2 relatively early attacking rounds in the first half, and with that usually is a pretty good notion, and the fact that they got 3 attacking rounds in the first half.
Attackers need to locate.
It's been a lot of attacking round wins here on
this.
this Nighthaven Labs.
Loading full magazine.
Actually, interestingly enough, in the Asia region, this site is attacker side. Well, so this map is
Bomb
attacker
located
side.
by attackers.
51%.
All secured.
But to add an asterisk, there's quite a lot of maps that are actually attacker sided in this region that aren't really supposed to be.
Loading new magazine.
So down to storage then for number 12.
Swapping mags.
Elevate will double dip with info, Solid Snake, and the Deimos to be deployed. Both have shown quite a bit of value. The Solid Snake specifically with that radar and kit, and Jogor has looked very comfortable on the F2 as well, winning so many jewels. Horizontal to be the play. 2 bits of info found. It's an aggressive peek from Daystar. Jogor ready for it, wins it. Advantage, Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's not a bad idea from Daystar, thinking about a potential double thing at the window where even if you lose one, surely you get the kill. But there wasn't enough room at the window. And Pika kind of overswung it and overcommitted. And so he dies, Jogor gets away, and that's the worst possible result for Daystar. When you lose your top player and their top player gets away, and then Sheepe catches Bin Bin trying to get out of electrical. 2 players down for Daystar. And let's be honest, so far on this map of Labs, they haven't shown the capability of getting back into these kind of rounds, certainly without Pika. But you got 3 players left up now that are going negative. Souffle was big in the previous round, gets the kill onto Jogor, who was low health from that first engagement. And Sheepe is also low on health as well. So still a chance here for Daystar. If they can lock in, overtime could still beckon.
And it feels like she repositioned immediately back over towards second floor as Souffle finds a pick in the meantime. So 3-3, and the big hitters for both rosters are down. So who's going to be the one to now step up, have impact on that scoreboard? Seal's position revealed. Elevate, though, not with the best tools in hand, really, to actually play in against this little mirror window setup. So Seal, whether he knows it or not, is actually in a very, very good spot here to continue this contest top floor. There's really no pressing means to move.
He's also got Souffle below, who has a nitro cell. So if anyone steps in to try and challenge this mirror, Seal doesn't even need to peek it or fight it. He just has to call out, even yellow ping, and Souffle can throw the nitro from below inside of control. They're really well set up right now here, Daystar, if Elevate go and try and clear out Seal. Now, if they go storage side, it is a little bit more vulnerable to Daystar. 35 seconds left. Suki watching below as well. They feel like they got a decent amount covered. Of course, Souffle keeping an eye towards storage too. NIKL is over towards warehouse, and they, I think, may opt still for a storage side hit with 20 seconds remaining. Smoke thrown out from Barcode. He's the one that's got the diffuser in hand. Seal did get the kill onto NIKL. Now they're just going to go straight in towards storage, right into the trap set though by Daystar, and overtime is required. 3 rounds straight for Daystar, seemingly out of nowhere. And the biggest thing for me is it's off the back of that huge clutch from Jogor, who was out of his chair, literally beating his chest to put them up 6-3. And Daystar, from that moment onwards, locked in.
Well, we've only had a small sample of overtimes so far over the course of this kickoff bracket. At a very quick glance, just the 2 of all of the maps that we've seen played out over the last couple of weeks combined. Tech pause called as we enter OT. And some good resilience shown there from Daystar, a match that at times really did feel like it was against them. Elevate had some cracking attacks over the course of that half, and look, even in that most recent round, the start was not great, but the recovery was good. I love that little mirror setup that they had top floor. I think that did throw off Elevate a little bit. The pivot was the right call from them in the end, but unfortunately losing a player didn't help in their ability to then trade out on the site. As we now enter, as I mentioned, this tech pause phase.
And a little breather, I guess, for all of the players, to be honest, because it's actually turned into a pretty dramatic Nighthaven Labs. Again, these two teams fighting to get to the major. You know, while this game isn't a qualifier, you're in a position where you know you can run this bracket. There's Waybo, Gap, and then there's everyone else, and it just comes down to, you know, who's better on the day, and that could be the difference between you and a spot in Salt Lake City. And I think that for this Elevate roster, I wonder if they got a little too hyped, a little too overconfident after that Jogor clutch. You saw the rush attempt in basement, for instance. Like, those kind of plays scream to me, we just want to finish it. We just want to get it over and done. And look, it could have worked, didn't. But then it's like, well, that's a bit of a round wasted. You could have just played a little bit more of your fundamentals, let Jogor just kind of move through the map, take these gunfights, hold these angles that we saw them quite literally do earlier on in that second half. And on the flip side for Daystar, you know, probably going 3-6 down and Jogor popping off might have just kicked you into gear. There's two ways you can go in that moment: is you drop your heads, you feel a little bit sorry for yourselves, your ex-teammate is absolutely putting you to bed. But maybe they actually went the opposite direction and thought, yeah, no, we're not going to let this happen. We're going to stand up to this. And if that was the case, all power to them. I mean, they got the results, so maybe it was. And if it was that case, I mean, it speaks volumes to this Daystar roster that they're not going to give in. They're not going to just, you know, quit. They're not going to give up and just think, all right, we'll get them on Blair. They fought back here and we go OT, and they got double defense. So they're in a really strong position now. And that's where the mental games for Elevate, and certainly Jogor, is, are they a little deflated going into this, you know, rehost, going into this technical timeout? You know, can they find a way to lock back in, reinvigorate? Because it can't just be all Jogor. Absolutely has to get a little bit of help from the rest of his team. Rehost taking a little longer than anticipated, so we will go to a short break. When we come back, though, it is going to be this overtime on Nighthaven Labs that plays out. Apologies for the delays, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pretty long map as we head into overtime. 6-6 in favor of Daystar. Kind of a recap. It was a 6-3 lead for Elevate after a 4K and a 1v2 clutch from Jogor. Since then,
Attackers need to locate and
Daystar
defuse
were
as many
able
bombs
to
as
get
they can.
themselves back into the right frame of mind, string together 3 rounds straight and force overtime for what's shaping up to be a pretty hotly contested series. No surprise considering what's on the line and what's at stake for these two teams.
Yeah, that was very much a momentum breaker, and it feels like we've basically reset as we head into overtime. Daystar naturally with, as you would expect, the advantage being on defense, but attack seems to have actually been pretty successful in this, not just this map, but quite a few maps in the pool so far in Asia, so it's far from a given. And Elevate so far have actually shown some pretty good attacks. They started out the second half with a 3-round streak. Daystar, though, were able to answer 3 of their own to push OT and maybe put a bit of pressure back on to Elevate. Stats have reset, but there's a bit of a recap, and it's an important one. Jogor currently 18 and 7. He's been so deadly, especially on the snake. Pika, though, on the side of Daystar also has been pretty deadly. 15 and 9 for him, but the entry battle very much in favor of Jogor. 4-1 on the entry and a 92% cost. So he hasn't just been farming free kills. He's been very impactful across almost every round.
Yeah, and clutches as well, and having a say in a lot of the round wins for Elevate. They typically win when he has a big round. You're gonna need that from him. The basement to begin for the first round in overtime. Yeah, I mean, you said it best. I think momentum breaker for both teams. It's a complete blank slate. I don't know who that benefits. Probably neither, to be honest. Daystar started slow, got obviously back into it, but they're on defense, so they probably wanted to continue that momentum. Elevate probably happy to have the break, but also starting so well, they probably just wanted to rectify things. Feels like a whole new game. And Heikel, the swing from Azuki. And he goes for it again, and Heikel not over-investing. He'll hold the tight angle. Azuki might just get this one more go. But he doesn't really need to be honest. There's just over a minute left. Jogor's, though, the one that snipes out Bin Bin. And he calls him bad.
4-4 minute on the clock. 2 targets available here for Haikal, who's been locked out of the building pretty comprehensively by the defense. As in the meantime, looks like Exo is to be the next point of pressure for the attack. Souffle, Gas Babes that will stall out the push, still has 2 remaining. And if Elevate commit to this push, that will leave little time for the final portion of the execute. There's also a Nitro cell in the pocket late here for Daystar, so the defense actually in quite a good spot.
Well, an Nitro from Seal, unsuccessful, close by to Jogor. Then Heikel finds his way into the building and collects the kill onto Azuki. Finally wins that battle. Felt like a little stalemate for the last 40-50 seconds. And Elevate's starting to come out on top. Are they aware of Souffle's position here, tucked inside of Exo? Barcode in towards the corner. Souffle has not made a move. Does still have a gas babe as well. And Heikel with the kill onto Seal. The only way they win this round now is if Souffle can go absolutely massive, hold his position, hold his nerve. Got a big crucial kill onto Jogor. They overwhelm Pika as Shipe is getting the plant down. Souffle desperately trying to see if he can find an angle. He will not. The plant will be successful. Shipe team kill onto Heikel though. Does now still give Souffle a small chance here to begin overtime. Dashing on through Nano. Trying to find an angle onto Shiba and go around Barcode to leave him till last. And he hasn't found it. He cannot find this position. And as Shiba hits the headshot, Elevate will get themselves map point once again.
Yeah, really well formulated attack again from Elevate. Very much echoing the beginning of that second half for them, where able to well manipulate the map. They leveraged the Monty quite nicely. We saw that on a couple of occasions, whether it be that or the Blackbeard back in those round wins. So clean work. Job not done, though, critically. That's the most important part. It's about refocusing and being able to recompose for the role swap. Now onto defense. They, too, also electing to go to that basement site. For context, Elevate did defend it successfully on both occasions in that first half. Round 1 and round 5. And so, of course, looking to replicate that success
Attackers
here.
locate and defuse
Both of
bombs.
those rounds were decently close. 2 players surviving in round 1, where Joker got the opener. And then in round 5, 3 left up, and Haikal got a 3k. Both of those rounds, actually, there were multi-kills on offer. Joker went on to find 4, actually, in that very first round. He was able to run around on the Azami pretty freely. So we'll see what they have to offer here for this crucial round to kickstart this series. Win this, and they're in a really good stead for Lair.
Yeah, Hunt's really kind of get a grasp on how Lair's going to play out. So far, it's only been played the one time here in Asia League for Kickoff. Pika goes onto the Nook. See Azuki onto the 0, which we haven't seen as much of, I think, in Kickoff. Decent trap utility for elevating the round as well. Double soft breach with the bark and the sledge for Daystar means they're very much going to play top down, get the vert, try and put pressure on these Elevate players. Momo's going to be one to watch. He said a quiet game hasn't really been all that effective, unfortunately, for Elevate. Just 3-11. But you're playing the Echo. You don't have to kill anyone. Just make sure you deny that plane from going down. That's your one and only job. Tuck in somewhere, avoid being seen, and get the Yokais to get information. Keep one for denial. And that might be the difference between a map win. Oh, big swing though from NI. Go gets aggressive. And Azuki will find the opening kill for Daystar. And that's a really good way for them now to have the numbers pushing towards the site. And Shipe wanting to double down. Well, he gets tagged up. He's on drone as well. He goes again? Oh, hang on. What is he doing? They're just throwing their lives away here at the window.
Yeah, they tried to go for a trade, but that kind of approach when you're already a player down is very high risk. Clearly doesn't pay off. And so now Elevate will be looking to try and scrap their way back into the round. Strong advantage to Daystar. Double vert in play. 0 can gain info. Quite literally everything is in their corner at the moment to make this work. Elevate's denial utility as well is being chipped away at. Honestly, my eyes are already going towards Jogor. First floor, he needs to find a big multi in this round.
Yeah, he's the one. I mean, Momo can try and deny a plant later in the round. They've lost Barcode. At least he got the kill into Azuki. Jogor caught though. Yeah, we're going all 15 rounds required. Momo does get the headshot onto Pika. Unless he does something absolutely spectacular, he's not going to be able to deny this plant. Impact to open up and try and create the 1v1. He can't even beat out Bin Bin. So Daystar also win on the attack. It's been an attacking onslaught here on Nighthaven Labs. Neither team really able to defend all that well, which might mean bad news for Daystar, but you would imagine they're going to go top floor.
Yeah, the big overcommit there from Elevate in the mid-round. But a good catch from Daystar into Jogor. 7-7 the scoreline. Top floor will be the final site of choice here on Nighthaven Labs. Daystar very eager to close out their map. It's been a bit of a grueling one for them, and Elevate eager to snatch one off their opponent. I really don't feel too feared for Elevate. Again, their attacks, generally speaking, have been pretty good. I love the fact that, at least initially, they may well commit here to the double shield. They've been leveraging that utility quite well over the course of these attacks. And Daystar at times have struggled in responding to that. So we'll see if Elevate commit to it, and then if that is to be the case, How did they then try and stall that out?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because usually I'd be sitting here saying this is now very likely for Daystar. Command server, top floor defense, you can usually put a pin in it, but with the way that this match is played, anything can happen. Cannot be understated. Again, the reliance on Jogor for Elevate is, you know, he's the difference maker. Don't get me wrong, others are certainly capable of finding kills and having impact, but he's going to be the one usually to lead from the front.
Swapping mags.
You know, 1-2 in overtime, whereas Peak is 3-2 in overtime. And 5-1 on the entry as well for Elevate. Sorry, for Jogor. A little bit more tricky here on command server, but if he does find another opening kill here in this round, in the final round of this map, it might just be enough for Elevate.
Detected a bomb.
So Enhaikal again will attack from the horizontal. Last time out, when he went for this approach, he then spotted the Clash pivoted below. The Clash, though, not selected this time around from Daystar, and so we may actually see him commit more so to the horizontal, try and flush out Con.
We can push forward.
Deal with some of these anchors and pressure with death marks. Could also be a good tool against the Pulse as well, trying to keep that at bay late. Early Nitro through Electrical, not particularly successful. So good dodge there from Elevate.
Oh, a chance now for Enhaikal, but just doesn't quite make the most of it, putting the pressure onto Bin. Bin might get up close with a shotgun, and he does. Higher elevation proves to be successful against Enhaikal. Opening kill for Daystar. And now on the verge of maybe escaping from Labs with the map win, despite at one point being 6-3 down. Oh, the timing! Bin looks away for a split second and allows Barcode to slip on into Electrical, and he avoids the Nitrocell. Could that be a pivotal moment for this map in this round with 60 seconds left?
Yeah, it feels like the defense is running low on util. Azuki can only stall out so much space, but Seal pushes forward, and it works out well.
2 big kills. Momo got one at least onto Souffle, but it's now advantage again for Daystar. Just have to hold their positions in sight. Momo's not exactly being a top fragger here on this map. Barcode, low on health. Thinking about the plant for Momo to then cover. Slips on over to the right side, so Momo's got better coverage here. He's a little bit worried. Too many angles. The flames as well from the Shamika launcher, and they're up in flames as Daystar complete the comeback on their map pick from 6-3 down. An hour and 40 minutes to decide this map of Nighthaven Labs, and Daystar come out the other side by the skin of their teeth as they take the lead heading into Lair.
れて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング、唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need, Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね、約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど、僕ららしくていい、離さないと誓うよ、先読みなんてもう終わりにして、僕の手を握って、少し切ない、それもまた無勢な胸味、Your eyes tell me everything I need, Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね。
He gets him just in time! It is APAC Norman! They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, an all-timer on Haven Labs went the distance. All 15 rounds required. Back and forth. Elevate had a 6-3 lead that they ultimately squandered. They had a pretty good handle, I think, on the map, for the most part, led by Joe Gore. But once we got to round 10, 5 out of the next 6 rounds went the way of Daystar as they completed the comeback and took back their map pick.
Yeah, this matchup really did kind of swing around in roundabouts, and it ended up being a bit of an endurance test in itself. Just the one map so far. It went for about, what, an hour and a half, an hour 40 in the end. Of course, max 15 rounds. To add into that a couple of the tech pauses that were required over the course of this one, and even just getting into it in the first place. So certainly testing the concentration for both teams, and ultimately Elevate just fell short of the mark. A good big solo play from Seal really was the sealer of that 15th and final round. As we have a look across at that summary and looking across at the MVPs for both rosters, it was such a close battle between both Pika and Joe Gore. It did feel like overall Joe Gore had the edge, but that did taper off right at the very end where Joe Gore's cost was through the roof. Pika was able to just find that edge, that additional gear towards the very, very end of that map, and it ended up being a pretty big difference maker.
You can kind of see the numbers here between the two of them, for Joe Gore just edging out for the vast majority of the statistics, except for the actual kills where they were equal, and had a very solid game, the both of them. For Joe Gore, I mean, I will say he didn't have the same level of influence towards the end, and certainly in overtime itself, and probably a big reason why Elevate couldn't go on and actually win that game. But that's too much reliance on one individual, on one player. And Pika got some pretty decent help in the end from Bin Bin, who went positive 12 and 10. Seal went positive too, had some big moments, and certainly Souffle, which I think is the reason why they ended up winning the map. That rush attempt that we saw basement, which was back in the 11th round, Souffle was the big reason why they won that, because of his gas babe usage. We may see it here in the replay highlight package shortly, but I think what is most important is this moment there. Joe Gore puts them up 6-3 off that clutch, and I thought the game was done. He just looked so animated. But Daystar then said, no, we're not done, and we're going to get ourselves back into this series. And it's a good testament to the mental fortitude of the roster, and that they weren't going to give up. Lair's going to be very fascinating. I'm not too sure what to make of it in terms of the map and in terms of who's favorites, who's more likely to win it. But what I will say, though, is if that was so hotly contested on Labs, I'm kind of expecting the same going into Lair.
Yeah, in terms of structure, the kind of operators that you are able to bring and exploit, they do mirror in a lot of regards a Labs v Lair kind of comparison like for like. So yeah, I don't think I've seen much to really change the storyline that this isn't going to be a close second map. I hope we see a little bit more fight from Elevate. I was really impressed from the attacks that we saw, the ones that did pay off. I guess it's just about maybe finding a little bit more consistency, and I think that could actually be the defining factor in this matchup. Can Elevate just squeeze out another attacking round or two, really when it counts, and ensure that they put Joe Gore in positions to make plays and to be effective and leverage that tool when required? But if he doesn't quite hit his mark, if he does die or whatever may happen in the rounds, you can't be fully reliant on him. Where's the backup? Where's the second line of attack? Where's that plan B coming from? If they can find that, tap into it, then they can mount that pressure against Daystar and sustain it, because they had Daystar well and truly on the ropes in that matchup, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? When you go 6-3 up and you got 3 opportunities to close out, and for what ended up being actually a rather attacker-sided Nighthaven Labs in the end, I think Elevate would have thought now heading into Lair, they should have probably been 1-0 up. So it'll be curious to see what their mentality is going to be like heading into the next map, because they can't just sort of feel as if they can't feel sad for themselves or feel sorry for themselves. We also did have the rather big delay, especially once we went into overtime. I think that reset things a little bit, which I thought actually in the end might have favored Elevate, because Daystar had all the momentum going into that overtime. And in the end, Elevate then go and put themselves 7-6 up. And I'm probably thinking, yeah, that might be the case. But once again, Daystar showed that they've got that mental strength to not be worried about being at that disadvantage, being at the opposite of map point. And so they offsetted it in regulation, and then they did so again in overtime, which now means going into Lair, they're going to have so much confidence. They used their timeout, if you recall, back in the 4th round. So like they used that very early on. You go into Lair, you got all this momentum. You'll have your timeout once again that you can use early if need be, or hold it till a little bit later. Whereas for Elevate, it's like, is it just Jogor or bust? Yeah, NIK was the only other member on the side of Elevate that actually got an opening kill. He got 2. He went 2-3. No one else got an opening kill. Jogor got the vast majority. So again, it's like, if he's not getting the opening pick, or he's not getting a multi-kill round, it's pretty clear then Daystar's the better team.
Yeah, absolutely. That depth, or maybe lack thereof, did eventually end up exposing them as that match did eventuate. But the wait is no longer. Lair is ready to go. Let's jump in to map number 2 of this closely contested best of 3. Is the world in which Daystar can get the job done in a 2-0 fashion, or to Elevate have something up their sleeve? Can they contest this series? Can they push us to a 3rd?
And don't forget, we've got still 2 more best of 3s to get through later today. We're still going to get through this one as well. It's going to be a long one here for Asia, as we've still got a lot of teams fighting for that spot at the major. The big game later to come after this. Waybo Orchid winner goes to the major, loser drops down, and then another huge elimination game. The fact that Soul's Heart waiting in the wings that will play one of these 2 teams later today. So it's like the first challenger, Daystar, Elevate. You think this is the big one, maybe you get through this, you're fine. No, Soul's Heart waiting for one of these 2 as we head into Lair. Daystar 1 up in the series. It is the map pick of Elevate Cafe, the 3rd and final map if required, as we head into the bands.
Daystar on defense. I'm pretty intrigued actually to see what kind of approach the band phase will go here in the first half. What kind of tools Elevate especially want to take off the board from the defense. So it's the Clash and it's the Azami. And with all the shields remaining up for them to exploit, the anticipation will be Elevate dip heavily into having at least 1 shield, maybe even 2, into the lack of Clash. I mean, initially, that's not actually going to be their selection for this second floor, so we'll see how that does develop over the course of the half. They don't have the Ying and the Glaz available to exploit. Interestingly, that does mean that the likes of the Solid Snake will be available, the Deimos as well, and Elevate did not shy away from that back on Labs. They're both effective here on Lair, and Snake specifically was exploited frequently by Jokor. Looked very comfortable with the F2, leveraged it for entry, was then able to lurk mid-round. And so we'll see if that is a tool that gets exploited here on map 2.
The other thing as well that's going to be interesting is sort of the defensive side of this series, because these 2 teams were pretty good on the attack of Nighthaven Labs, and we know Lair can be difficult to crack at the best of times, certainly on the top floor, akin to like Command Server or Nighthaven Labs.
10 seconds left.
I wonder how vulnerable will these 2 teams be on the defense.
5 seconds left.
Typically, I'd be sitting here saying, oh, Daystar will start defense, 4-2 half kind of territory, but it's so difficult to predict. And kind of look at the way that Elevate have been on their attacks as well. Very, very deadly. They're able to just kind of really abuse any holes in the defense, take space, get those opening picks, flood site. Like they've got all of those tools, but then on defense, they kind of have the same flaws as Daystar anyway. And Daystar themselves, through Pika, Hazuki, have got strength too. 2 really strong attacking teams, so defense might be the determining factor. Who can just kind of hold on to these sites, play a little bit better late in these defensive rounds. On the top floor, you would imagine he will play rather slow pace. I say that, and Joker's already crept up and taken Mez control, and we'll find the opening kill. No, Seal! No. Oh my goodness! Talk about
see his little grin.
quick reaction headshot from Seal. Probably should have been dead. Stays alive. Now, while he is low on health, I don't think that matters. You've gotten rid of the Sens, but you've also gotten rid of Jogor.
Yeah, I think you take that trade every day of the week. So a little bit of luck going the way of Daystar early here on Lair. Certainly, though, no guarantee that this is a round win. Still a lot of work to be done here by the defense to shut down this Elevate push. They have the tools, the hard breach available to navigate into a default plant position. And Daystar elected not to bring the Tachanka, and that could compromise them somewhat in their ability to deny default. Important though to highlight that the smoke is available. We're at the minute 20 mark, and so without a ton of pressure in towards the objective at the moment from Elevator, I actually do fear for their ability to attack default at this point in time. Barcode to flame elsewhere though. Elevate fighting for Mez control.
Yeah, I mean, with that kill from Bin Bin onto Enhaikel, Barcode low on health. There should be a top floor and is successfully defended by Daystar. And in the context of the series, it's a really big result for them too, because Jokor was threatening. He probably could have and should have gotten that kill onto Seal. Then you get Mez control, and then it's a whole different round. But that one kill, that one moment, you know, proving again to be a big storyline developing in this series, that it isn't really just Jokor or boss for Elevate. Well, the first round here on Lair seems to be the case. And as soon as he went down, there wasn't really much to happen for Elevate. Daystar strong to start on Lair.
Yeah, that one's going to be a bit of pill to swallow for Elevate. They really should have won that opening engagement. Daystar a little bit fortunate to win that duel, and then they did consolidate from there. Elevate didn't try and force that push. That we did see them attempt the pivot, and ultimately they did fall short as well. Here's a replay of that first kill, by the way. Seal very, very fortunate to get away with that one. Bin Bin got in on the action as well. Some good decisive action over towards bathroom was quite useful in disrupting the Capital util set and the planned push there from the attack. So it wasn't all luck for Daystar in that round, but it is a round win nonetheless.
Just Jogor's second opening death of the series. The opening engagements have been a big strength of his. He'll switch off the IQ and bring the Solid Snake here for basement. Not really a surprise. Heavy utility brought to the round for Daystar though. Yeah, and I like the change up here for Elevate in terms of the selections. I don't need the Deimos as much. If they're going to be roaming, bring more pressure. The Dokkaebi and the Snake combined, double shield with Finka. So they've got the ability to play into the roam game, and then also have the ability to have a pretty strong execute lineup. Now, what they do lack, though, is certainly the ability to get that first floor control, play the floorboards. There's no ram, there's no buck, there's no sledge. So I think the hope for Elevate will be that they can win the roam game or win the direct battle in site later in the round, hoping that they've done a decent job in clearing the roamers and Daystar are all on site. And to be fair, there's not really a heavy investment though from Daystar. They've kept it rather direct. It's only at the moment Azuki on that first floor. But I wonder if Daystar have kind of just baited in Elevate a little bit, showed presence around the map, get droned out, force the switches, and then go back, play site. Play the trap utility, which is going to hinder the double shield setup of Shibe and Barcode. And it kind of then just invalidates. You don't need the Snake as much then. And the Dokkaebi is a little bit less useful. Oh, good pinch there onto Seal. Yeah, I mean, they've just overwhelmed Seal completely. And then Momo, he's the benefit. He gets the 2 kills. Pika trying to get involved for the trade. And Daystar, I don't think we're ready for that kind of 5-man stack directness, and they just get punished. They're too split around the site. And Elevate have just completely circumnavigated what Daystar wanted to do in this round. They're super direct, play both shields together. I mean, what are you meant to do against this? Shoot the feed out, that works, but a little too late in the round. Momo's picked up 3. He's already matched his kill total from the opening map. As Nighthaven Labs, he only got the 5 kills. He's already on 4, and Elevate will steal the second round. Well, that went exactly to the plan for Elevate. Go direct, play the shields. If there is a heavy roam game, that's fine. We can go clear it later with the Snake and the Dokkaebi, but otherwise, plan A worked. And for Daystar, they just got completely caught off guard. I don't think they looked like they were ready for a big stack. It was like a 4-man stack pushed into one play. It was a 4v1, overwhelmed Seal, and the round was done.
Yeah, it's probably a sign of things to come, though. I expected with the Clash ban that even in the opening round we'd see heavy shield play. Took until round number 2 though, with the Blitz and the Blackbeard combination. It immediately applied pressure onto that front line of the defense. Seal got caught in 2 mines. He was an easy kill. The trade attempt as well was well dealt with by the attack of Elevate. Momo was put in a position to find a couple of pretty straightforward picks, and ultimately was well exploited in the end, and probably again a sign of things to come. Shield play into Clash ban typically equates to an easier time in dealing with some of these map clears. Despite the unsuccessful attempt there though, Daystar will not go to the tertiary selection of bunks and instead double down here on basement.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
We're doing it the Rainbow way.
Whatever you say, Red Hammer.
It just shows the quality though of Elevate, that it's not just a TDM roster. It's not just a frag heavy roster put together, 5 guys right in, and you know there's actually some decent strategy behind this team. You know, it's a testament to the work that they've put in since Elevate picked up these guys after the Brazilian import team came to an end. Yeah, big round from Momo. 5 kills on Nighthaven Labs and 4 kills already in 2 rounds. As I said, they'll look to abuse the shield plate. Riora being brought into the round as well. A repeat attempt for Daystar, and kind of pretty similar in terms of their approach. The only real change is they dropped the Echo and the Ward, and they brought the Smoke and the Rooney. But it's a massive change up in strategy for Elevate. And now it's like, well, we probably can't do what we just did to them in the previous round. We'll have to play it a little bit more slow pace. They're going to play really stacked. They'll play a bit more together. So we'll take the first floor control and we'll use the Ram and the Fuse. And then you've got the Capitao and the Monty for the late round hit into sight.
Yeah, I wonder if they have a system to clear blue stairs, or if they go to completely avoid it and dump the util site and then worry about the retake attempt. It's possible. It's a big stack from Daystar to commit 2 players here, Azuki and Seal. And they've drawn out a bit of utility. Joe Gore did get caught, so a sharp shot from Souffle.
Souffle thinking for more, trouncing in the DMR of the Aruni. Big kill onto Joe Gore. And I was going to say as well, with the Bookie auto breach, you can cut off that player blue stairs. Almost akin to Bank when you open up the square hatch, and then it's hard for them to run back down. So if you're watching the floorboards, when they come back down blue stairs, they can be vulnerable. But I think this is going to go for the drop. And straight into the drop. Souffle was ready for it, hit the headshot onto Barcode. He was not quite set there on the Monty. A little bit vulnerable, and down blue Shive comes late, knowing that they've given up this position. Good trade again, though, from Souffle. He's found 3 critical kills in the round. And it seems like for Daystar, all is forgiven from the second round. They've learned their lessons, as the repeat on basement seems like it will pay dividends. In the modern age of Siege, we don't see a lot of repeat sites, but it pays off for Daystar.
Yeah, it's now another really nice round for Souffle over the course of this series. A player that typically doesn't have massive impact on the scoreboard, but can find impact kills, and does a good job there to find the first kill onto Joe Gore. Disrupted a lot of that vert plant from Elevate. It stalled out the drop. Also found a kill during the drop itself. He did a lot of really, really good work, and critically valued his life as well. Didn't overpeak those instances. Didn't allow Elevate to drop for free. And so I don't think the game plan there from Elevate was really particularly poor. Unfortunately, though, the execution did fall short a little bit. The util layering left a bit to be desired as well. I don't think it probably disrupted the defense in terms of line of sight, or certainly positions maybe as much as they intended. And Daystar were able to flex their muscles on the anchor work there. They now have the lead as we enter the second phase of the half. Grim and Kaid off the board, and we will return to the top floor.
Doorway secured.
It looks like they're just going to run it back in terms of a similar lineup for Elevate. Now, they don't have the Grim this time around after that gets banned away. Same for Daystar, don't have access to the Kaid, so they just bring the Bandit.
Objective is to locate a bomb
Very
and
similar
defuse
looking
it.
lineup for them to the opening round. They did drop the Thorn as well. So the obviously the Kaid's banned away. They drop the Thorn and they go Mute Bandit. So they're going to, again, want to try and play the same kind of style, keep the walls reinforced, stay pretty much bunkered in towards the site. And for Elevate, not having the Grim available, they're kind of just gone and decided to bring the Striker, but with the Blackbeard. So they've got at least maybe a little bit of cover for Jogor when they go for this Ops mezzanine push, try and open up Mask. Yeah, I like the Blackbeard switch up for Elevate. Playing into the shield play has been a big strength of theirs so far in the series, and we saw that in the second round. Oh, but immediately Anhaikel is just dead. And that's your Capital gone as well. That's a crucial pick.
Yeah, Souffle's on a bit of a heater today. Which is ironic considering that the tech delay before the series started was whether or not he'd be able to connect to the game. So, big positive for Daystar that he has been able to play today. And yeah, he's had some hugely impactful moments so far. In the meantime, Barcode and Jogor have both taken a chunk of damage. Momo will lurk main stairs, does catch Bin Bin. There's a point of difference now in this attack if Momo is able to push forward and get some Mez control.
That's a big kill. I mean, you don't have the gas babes now. That can really help out and Elevate later in the round if they can get Mask, but that doesn't help. Nitrocell immediately to finish him off. There goes Barcode. No Blackbeard. Another Nitrocell. That one gets shot. So no more Nitros left. They had 3 available in the round, did Daystar. One of them, by the way, did tag up Barcode earlier, along with Jogor. Shipe loses out to Azuki over towards Mask. And it seems like Elevate, this round's falling apart. You do still have Jogor alive, but on a site such as this, 2v4, even for Jogor and his high level of play, this will prove to be quite difficult heading into the final 50 seconds. Daystar well set up to take a 3-1 lead.
Unless Jogor can show some magic, but walking into this cross will be very difficult. The sense may assist. Momo pushing forward, gets caught, or not quite. He's the one to do the catching. Can he cover the plant though?
Yeah, I mean, a good rush in, knowing that the ROU would likely force out the Zoto canister from Azuki. So utility for utility. So Jogor throws it out, sends Momo in. Now they've got the ability to plant. Like, this plant can go down. The Maestro Cam is the only thing left denying this. 12 seconds left. He's played that well, Souffle. Yeah, Seal then gets going. Souffle will cover with the Maestro Cam. 3-1 lead for Daystar. Solid teamwork as they've taken a pretty decent lead to begin on Lair. At no point did they really ever have a lead back on Nighthaven Labs. Elevate were the ones kind of in control for the vast majority of that opening map. Bunks and Briefing will get tested for the first time in the half.
Yeah, there were decent glimpses there from Elevate. The fight back there after losing the Capital earlier was not particularly poor. Momo tried his best to make a play in through Mez and then aiding Jogor as they try and enter in towards the site, but some sharp shooting there from Daystar at the end of the round, able to capitalize on that top floor. So now begs the question, can they defend the tertiary of Dorms, a very volatile site, and then equally elevate up to the task in terms of attacking it, because it's certainly not a site that you can just walk through the front door typically. It seems like they are going to lean into the sense once again, which is pretty typical for this site. Go for the green side control, use the sense to counter the water in terms of that initial entry. The Solace though adds a component where it can be very difficult to get the plant down, and so Seal will need to value his life. So there should be some intriguing counterplay on offer from both teams for this 5th round.
Looking out. Shall go now.
I mean, the one thing that has kind of followed though from Nine Labs is the ramp that Joker doesn't have, you know, big impact. He's had 2 opening deaths. Elevate just don't have as much of that firepower. It's Momo that's actually the one who stood up. He's already passed his kill total from the first map, which went all 15 rounds. But they probably need a little bit more from Barcode and Enhai, especially those two in particular. Just the 1 kill between them through 4 rounds played on Lair.
Activated tracks.
Whereas Souffle has stood up massively. It was the Pika show. 19 kills back on Labs. He's only got the 1 so far, yet they lead 3-1. So there's still more room to improve for Daystar. And Bin's having a decent start as well. They just don't look as aggressive and fluid on Lair on the attack compared to Labs as well. Just feel like Daystar are playing a lot of this map better in terms of their positioning, not really giving away picks for free to Elevator, spending a little bit more time searching and poking and prodding. There's 90 seconds left. Labs felt very hot and heavy and fast pace.
Yeah, midpoint of the round, and it's a bit of a standoff at the moment. Do Elevate opt to go direct here, or are they going to wait until they apply a bit more pressure up above? It's a tricky decision to make, but it's a full investment above from Daystar. Typically, you at least have 1 on site. Elevate actually dropped the kit. Is this a fake?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a fake out, and I think it may have just drawn the attention of Daystar to below, even if just temporary. Zuki falling as well. A lot happening, and it's a spray and pray moment from Souffle, and the frag grenade was perfectly placed. 4 kills from Shiba in the round. Jogor goes down to Seal. And he can play this really... He doesn't have to go and take the direct gunfight. Oh my goodness, maybe he can! But he's on the Solar Scars. 40 seconds. Force Barcode to play the plant game and go below. You're on the Solus. You still have impacts. For all intents and purposes, he should be winning this round now. Seal is in the best position to win this round.
Barcode has to go above. He cannot plant on site. He's too vulnerable. He will be running, though, into that double impact. Seal in prime position.
Got the yellow ping information, so they know the whereabouts of Seal. Repositions away, though. And now Barcode has to think about either going hunting or going for the plant. He will go for the drop into the plant. Seal, slow to react. The plant will be successful, but he should know roughly where he is. So Seal will... Well, I thought he thought about the drop, hesitated, and Seal's given Barcode a huge opportunity now, especially on the Blackbeard. Wants to create more of an angle, more of a line of sight. Trying to find out roughly where he is, but he gets a bit of misinformation. He's playing this really slow. He knows he's susceptible to the drop. An impact could still do a world of damage. Shotgun from above as Seal completes the ace and the counter defuse. Daystar will go 4-1 up.
Wow, what a read there from Seal to get the job done. It looked a little slow, but I think it was actually more so calculated. He was really trying to hone in on where Barcode could have gone. He had a little bit of auditory info to play off prior to that, and he deduced that position absolutely perfectly. I love the attack setup, though, from Elevate. The little half fake plant. They drop the diffuser, try and draw the attention of the Solus and those up above into a plant denial position. Then they completely honed in on above. Seal got left at a 1v2, hit a sharp shot initially, and then was able to find that Blackbeard and land those critical shots from up above. It's a 4-1 lead to Daystar.
Attackers need to locate and
Elevate losing their grip on this series.
Well, I mean, he's played that really well because, as you said, he didn't rush. And it did seem like it was taking a little bit of time, about 20 or so seconds after the plant had gone down, which that in itself I was also somewhat a little bit surprised that he kind of gave so much time and space for Barcode to get that down, considering he's playing the Solus. But then he goes through the process of elimination. Well, he's not here and he's not there. So he must be just standing and watching the hatch, expecting me to drop down, because it's the best way to really go from top floor to bottom floor so quickly. He's expecting the hatch drop. And so then he shoots out the angle that he's checked everything else. He must be there. Starts shooting with a shotgun. Bam, finds him. Ace secured. And something that will get lost in that round, unfortunately, for Elevate, Shibe got a 4K. He was really good pushing into that top floor for that execute once they dropped case throughout the ROUs. He was the first one to push forward and picked up quite a few of those kills for Elevate. Goes unrewarded. As we get to the close to this half, it's been Daystar on the defense. And again, typically we'd be kind of saying, well, this is kind of normal. Elevate just need to get the one more round. And it's the pass mark. But in this series, with these two kind of attacking orientated teams, I'm not too sure. But it's Barcode that finds the opening pick onto Seal. After all of those heroics in the previous round with an ace clutch, and Azuki with a wonderful reaction to hit that headshot onto Barcode. Well, brings it back to a 4v4. And to be fair, it's Goyo for Dockerby, Vulcan canisters placed versus no logic bombs now for the round.
Yeah, Seal's, of course, been very, very sharp over the course of the series, but purely on a utility basis. It ends up being a net win there for the defense of Daystar, who are playing a far less extensive position as a defensive unit this time out compared to last time. Despite that, though, High Caliber to just march forward, traded late, but Joe Gore finds Bin Bin. So Elevate retain advantage, and they still have the blitz. Minute 30 on the clock. 3 gas babes for Daystar. DMR for Souffle, who's been clutch over the series as well. Not impossible, but it is a tricky position that Daystar now find themselves in.
Attackers dropped.
Still 3 gas babes available for Azuki. Souffle's been very sharp so far here on Lair. And I love this setup for Elevate heading into the last 60 seconds. You still got 2 adrenal surges, you've got the ROU sense that you can play off, and then Shibe on the blitz. And Shibe was very good in that previous round. Frag grenade, smoke, a lot of utility here for Elevate. Adding the fact that they got Jogor up and an extra player. Very good chance in this round. Oh, the timing though, Jogor, how does he survive the shotgun to the face? Well, that's just a spray and pray moment. Souffle, turnaround shot, a bit of help from the Vulcan canister, but it's Momo who comes up big for Elevate. They desperately needed that one. A huge half from Momo. It's still, though, a 4-2 lead to Daystar. So we head back in for the second half. The Raw Talk timeout coming to an end, into the bans, and then into a tactical timeout as well. A difficult one to kind of envision how this is going to go and play out now. Big round from Momo, clutching up at the end of the half. Otherwise, it was almost stolen back for Daystar. 5-1, I would have probably penciled them in to close the series out, but Elevate have the reprieve. And now the bans confirmed. Kaid and Bandit, Capital, and sends the bans.
So bunks and briefing will seemingly be the site of choice. Elevate wanting to tick that box early. They'll probably still be riding the momentum of winning that final round. Came down to a very close 1v1, but Momo was able to stand up and win that duel. He's now up to 8-4 over the course of this series. And whilst his cost is only at 67%, the impact that he has had has been quite notable so far. Clearly, Elevate have invested very heavily in being able to win out this site with the Capital and the Sense ban. Both of those operators are particularly useful on this site, not exclusively to this site, but probably a little more so comparatively to top and bottom floor. So this is, again, it's not must win, but when you're putting such a large emphasis on a specific site like this, with your bans and targeting them in this fashion, you need to be winning this one and setting yourself up.
I know we've played quite a bit of Siege in this series, but there's been 10 multi-kill rounds. It's been absolutely entertaining to watch. Everyone's kind of taking turns having big pop-off rounds. For Momo, it's his pop-off map so far. Well, Jogor's taking a bit of a breather here on Lair. He's stood up, but Barcode has stood down. And 1-6 now for Barcode. Lost of the Solace early. Bin Bin does his job on the Snake and gets an opening kill. He may be low, but this is what you want if you're Daystar. But Jogor activates and shuts down the Habana. Azuki, 5, 6, and 5 has had a bit of a neutral sort of Lair so far. Bin Bin again. Despite being low on health, hits the headshot into high Cal. Maybe a little over-aggressive, pushing into server. Momo says thank you very much. Ashipe will get rid of Pika. And this is shaping up to be a very fast Bunks briefing.
Yeah, Daystar trying to switch up the tempo, maybe not feeling particularly comfortable attacking into this site without the Santa and the Capital. It's unsettled them a little bit. Souffle has found space. Bunks could catch a timing, but gets slammed by Jogor. That looked like a slow peek, but honestly, I think it was anything but. Seal now in a 1 versus 3, and the big investment from Elevate in taking off the Capital and the Sense as their bans for the first 3 rounds of defense seemingly is going to pay off here.
I think the only site where those bans may backfire for Elevate is Basement. It's probably the site now that Daystar need to be winning. And it's kind of flipped a little bit from Bunk's briefing, typically being that kind of site, to probably Basement. Seal will give himself a chance. He's been playing so far. Well, he had the 1v1 opportunity against Jogor, who hits a quick headshot. And so Elevate will kickstart their defense in a winning fashion and make it 2 rounds straight. After a 4-1 start for Daystar, it's now 4-3. Both of these two teams have shown real good comeback potential. You know, it was 6-3 lead on Nighthaven Labs for Elevate. Daystar brought it back. 4-1 lead for Daystar here on Lair. Elevate now bringing it back as we go top floor. And again, they don't have the Capital or the Sens.
Oh my word, yeah, Jogor. Send him to another dimension.
Many bombs as they can.
There's a looking sharp here to kick off defense for Elevate. Yeah, I certainly share the sentiment that basement's probably going to be more impacted by the bans as opposed to top floor, where sense sure can be okay, but the Capital especially, some of the positions that you may want to clear, like Master Desk, or if you want to go for the back hit R6 side, flushing out that those particular positions like the server hold or the display hold. Capital can be quite useful on that side of the map as well, and so with that, those tools available, we'll see what Daystar are able to produce. Looks like they are going to expectedly go double shield in response with both the Monty and the Blackbeard.
Come at me! I dare you! Changing mags!
Barcode entrusted on the clash, and he's had a rather rough lair so far.
Grenade out.
Cannot afford to go down early in this round, especially with the double shield set up for Daystar on the attack. My concern with Daystar is kind of a little on the lack of firepower. They'll be able to get the space, they'll be able to get ops and mez control courtesy of these shields, but when it comes time to actually push into the site, it's going to be intriguing to see how that does eventuate. The goal, oh, big nitrocell. I mean, Pika's done a very good job to avoid that, not go down at all. Yeah, it takes a little bit of damage, but I think he'd be very happy with the overall result as Momo continues to feel the confidence flowing. 9 and 4, close to double digits here on Lair. Nitrocell in hand now for Shiba. He throws one out. That one's just gone completely off the mark.
That little Hail Mary. Minute 30. I mean, that's all good for Daystar and being able to draw out this utility with a little risk. Plantanel's now compromised massively. Good push.
Oh my goodness,
for
Pika.
Momo and Jogor both overwhelmed, and it's advantage Daystar.
Yeah, I can kind of understand the Momo kill after they aggressed onto Binbin, but I'm surprised he got Jogor. Jogor's usually quite snappy, and the pistol just continued to connect. This could be a very big round, but Shiba, he too having a much better lair in comparison to the opening map. NIKL and Barcode have been slow to get going, but they've still got Shiba up. He puts in the chamber, swing from Souffle, but it's Barcode with the SMG, finds his second kill of the map, and big advantage now for Elevate. From 4v3, Daystar have kind of let this one slip. They've gone a little bit too much on the hunt for the kills, less focused on the objective. It's backfired. And Pika just got trapped in. What are they doing?
Yeah. I mean, that's the risk that you run when if you want to play double shield and you haven't banned out the clash, you need to be expecting that to be the main counter tool from the defense. And it proved to be a little overwhelming that, again, it's difficult because you want to double down and take Kaid Bandit off the board. That's understandable. You want to enable a bit more hard breach play. But that trade-off going the way of Elevate, are now beginning to establish a little bit of a streak here and building some meaningful momentum. There was a nice little double there from Pika, but it unraveled pretty quickly. Daystar unable to then transition into the win con of getting a plant down.
Defenders
But a little messy across the board. 4-4 the scoreline. It's 3 straight for Elevate.
Talus coming out.
It's probably been some of the sloppier siege that we've probably seen. I'm not going to lie, in terms of kickoff so far.
Doorway secured.
Which probably isn't too surprising because we've been, for the most part, been seeing some pretty decent attacks. But Lair has now turned into the defensive juggernaut. It's flipped completely to what we kind of saw on Nighthaven Labs. Neither of these two teams really having a lot of success on the attack.
They won't try the floor?
10 seconds left.
And it puts Elevate now in a very comfortable position because you're 2 rounds into the half. You got a 3-round win streak. You're getting a pretty clear picture of like, yeah, these guys don't really know what they're doing on the attack. We've clearly done a good job in terms of the bans. Just the lack of utility, not having the Capital, not having the Send, which are 2 very strong operators on this map and helping with the top floor and tertiary. But this is the test. I said it before after the first round, guys. Basement, you probably don't need the Capitao and the Sens as much. And so you kind of get, at least should get the operators that you want. Don't get me wrong, Capitao is very, very good when it comes to basement, as he typically is on any side, on any map, but you definitely don't need the Sens.
Drone up and running.
Momo's going to play the extensive roam on the Scopos as he's gotten to double digits. Why not? Put him on the confident operator.
Oh,
That's just not needed. That's just not needed.
That is a very aggressive search. A freebie for Daystar to open up round 9. Losing the Solace as well will starve this defensive info. And Daystar immediately pounced into action in terms of trying to apply some pressure in towards the objective, not messing around. Jogor dead as well. Daystar looking to respond.
Well, they're just set up now because, I mean, like that death of barcode, what is he meant to do? Daystar have already got so much basement control. They're already just completely filtered around the site. And the Momo top floor lurk, completely ineffective because his teammates have just died so easily. And then he goes back to basement. It's too late in the round. It's been completely given up. It's flawless from Daystar. A lot of that, though, hinges on NICal swinging that window at the start. As soon as he goes down, the gaps now open up because what we're seeing from Elevate, you got one on the top floor and how NICal dies. Guess what now? If you're Daystar, it's like, we can go 5v3 in sight. You got the numbers. They get the opening kill in that, you know, push into the site. Now it's a 5v2. One guy's still top floor. It just completely unravels. Unfortunately for Elevate, big round for Daystar. And now they've gotten through the tough part. Yeah, no more clash available for the defensive Elevate when you consider top floor and also bunks and briefing. Yes, they lose the Monty, but you do still have access to the Blitz and the Blackbeard if you want to double down on shield play.
Yeah, we'll see if Elevate are able to just mentally reset a little bit after that round. Can't be the most comfortable feeling now, trailing and losing that round quite comprehensively.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Back to first floor. Elevate, understandably, are looking to double down on this objective. Successful back in round number 7. Daystar finding it quite tricky to navigate around this Capital Sense ban on that particular occasion. Jogor with a 3k back on that attempt. Bin did find the opener for Daystar, but a failure to convert. Saw Daystar go for a pretty early tempo in that round. That opening kill, as I mentioned, coming in about the first 45 seconds of the round. We'll see if they're a bit more composed and try to slow it down this time. Instead, go for maybe map clear and flush out up above. Direct really shouldn't be the most optimal strategy here for the attack.
Popping mags!
Reloading.
Our first flawless round since the 4th round on Nighthaven Labs, which was also from Daystar. There's a lot of shots going off in the background. Jeez, so the fireworks.
Time to ring some ears.
I will say one thing for Daystar, though, is at least here on Lair, it's a pretty even team performance. And funnily enough, the player who's got the least amount of kills is Pika, who was the clear standout on Nighthaven Labs, and a big reason why they ended up winning that map with the 19 kills. But you kind of look across, Bin, Nizuki, Souffle, Seal, all 7 and 8 kills, that they're getting a real solid team performance, whereas for Elevate and Barcode and NICal kind of struggling a little bit. Did show a bit of sign of life in the last couple of rounds.
Special charge. Stay clear.
As they sweep clear across, now over to the bunks on Bin with the Blitz. Putting the pressure at the moment, pretty much direct to site. They haven't really put a lot of emphasis in clearing this top floor, which is surprising because they don't have the Sens. The only time you'll ever see teams go fully direct is when they can play with the ROUs to block off the line of sight. Maybe banking on the smokes, but there is a warden on the board for Elevate, so even that is confusing to me.
Yeah, it's a tricky site for a reason with those two bans. You need to get a little experimental. Daystar seemingly are going to commit to a more direct approach still. No cap, no sense. How do they go about covering this plant? The Thatcher could be a useful tool maybe in disrupting the Solace and the Warden, but that doesn't feel like a guaranteed bet. This is going to be very, very tough. This is so hard.
Jogor's gone first floor now, so usually you might, if it's a 5-stack second floor, you'll run in, lay the smokes, and just go for an immediate plant. It's a lot harder to do that if Jogor's also playing briefing, and they're going to leave themselves pretty much no time on the clock. So if they rush in, let's say Bin Bin dies pretty quickly, then it becomes that scramble, trying to fake out one of the smokes. Oh, I mean, Seal has caught Jogor, so that relieves some of that horizontal pressure. That means you do have the option now of actually just running in and getting Bin Bin straight onto the plant. Into bunks, and they're going to try and go for that default plant, but I mean, that's a spot that's usually covered. Oh, reload, the timing hasn't been really good at all for Barcode. He couldn't stop the plant at all. He was the one that needed to stop that plant. Bin Bin's now still alive with the blitz, and it's a 5v2 retake. This seems now very winnable for Daystar. Huge battle one as well through the hatch, and it's the pistol from Bin Bin that connects onto Shipe. Barcode is in a 1v5. It's about to be 6-4 as Daystar have cracked bunks and briefing even without the sends. It will not be flawless, but it will be a round win, you would imagine. Indeed, it's Bin Bin with the hero play in this round as Daystar have got 2 match and series points.
Wow, that play from Daystar took a lot of confidence and conviction. There's been a fundamental breakdown for Elevate in that round. The last 2 operators standing, the Warden and the Solace, and despite that, still unable to deny the plant, which was in a default position as well. That is a difficult position now for Elevate to recover from. Certainly not impossible. I mean, the question I'd be immediately posing is, are they actually going to reattempt that site? It seems like they're confident on it, but the fact they've just been slammed may really throw that into question. Wait and see. Tactical timeout to chat things over.
Well, now the pressure's on. You know, it's been a fun series to watch. You know, when you go 15 rounds on the opening map, and it's been, you know, a pretty good contest here on Lair, where it's been back and forth with momentum swings. A 4-1 lead for Daystar, then 3 straight for Elevate going into their defensive half at 4-4. I can't help but feel that it was Elevate's game to probably now go on and win. And then since that moment, Daystar have gotten the 2 rounds to force 2 match and series points as the timeout will expire.
Locate and defuse as many bombs
Elevate are now facing elimination from APL Kickoff.
Moving these. Connectors deployed. Link is
Elevate electing not to reattempt Bunk's briefing. They'll go back to top floor. That's now the only site remaining that they have a perfect record on, winning it back on round number 8. And with basement being unavailable, it's the most logical site of choice.
So they dropped the Blackbeard because the Clash is no longer available, so they probably don't feel like they need it. Oh, never mind. I think they actually were expecting
they
it to
should
be
be playing
playing.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be playing. The Clash.
So they
ban
bring
makes perfect sense.
the Blackbeard because the Clash is banned. So this is a smart choice. I was gonna say that I wouldn't have mind to have seen maybe the Deimos or the Snake, but the Buck does the same role. Yeah, you go first floor with the Skeleton Key, put the pressure on. They don't have the Clash. And despite that, it's still looking like a 5-stack for Elevate anyway. So Pika can kind of get to work from below. Bin Bin on the Blackbeard can get Mez control. And Souffle with the Selmas to open up the walls. But the way that this match has gone, I'm not counting out Elevate. Now, we saw Daystar 6-3 down on Labs, and I thought that they looked pretty cooked. And that was after Joe Gore with the massive 4K clutch. You think it feels like a lifetime ago when he got off his chair. Big clutch, 4 kills in the round, 1v2. Beating his chest, having an all-time Joe Gore kind of map. But as Joe Gore has probably been, probably for the last 2 years, I'd say, he can have the inconsistency. And now 6-8 here on Lair in a do-or-die elimination game, he hasn't been able to have that same level of impact. and a bit of fairness, neither is Pika. So the two standouts from the first map have been far quieter here on the second. Azuki just caught. Seal gets at least the timing trade on to Barcode. Not a lot lost in terms of the striker or the Fenrir. And Pika now getting to work down below. Pressure on a Shiba, completely overwhelmed. But there's the trade from Kel. But this leaves the site incredibly vulnerable. There's only one in sight. It's only Momo. He's just gone sprinting across to try and stay alive, but it gives up even more of the site control to Daystar. Provided they walk in and take it.
Yeah, they have to take it, but it's been a small window. They haven't. They'll instead consolidate drone. To be fair, probably unaware just how open the objective actually was. Minute on the clock, and they just want to safely leverage the Blackbeard here. Get this space. Momo's low. They'll know that after lighting him up before. It's the key moment for Daystar to seal this series. 3-3, 45 seconds. They have time and utility on their side.
Oh, at the window. That was Joe Gore, but a bit of help from Bin Bin. Seal is down. Do they try and maybe fall back? Go for the res. Bin Bin says yes to that, but he is getting cut off by Cal. Souffle not even close. They might have to just go 2v2 from here. Momo's very low. So is now Souffle. Bin Bin, 23 seconds. Got to make the decision. Pushes in. Does get the kill onto Cal. Momo has to clutch or elevate out of kickoff. And he's so low on health, but there is so little time remaining. Bin Bin at some point needs to go for the plant to cover his low health Souffle. Momo making a run. He gets off the plant. Bin Bin's got to re-stick it. Momo inside of display. One swing, one chance, and Souffle cuts him off as Daystar will elevate from APL Asia Kickoff in a 2-0 fashion. Elevate's new look roster. Their time comes to an end.
Daystar's dream run continues here with another 2-0 in the level bracket. They had to fight really, really hard to get this result across the line. Elevate throwing everything they had at them, but I think experience and level-headedness has been able to prevail in the end. And one of the most liked and lovable teams in Asia will continue their run for now.
Well, a fascinating series. From a 6-3 lead on the opening map for Elevate, they then fall on Lair 7-4 as well. A lot of back and forth, a lot of really good plays, a lot of good clutches. None better than that one from Seal. Maybe only the Jogor one back on Nighthaven Labs. And it sets up Daystar for their run. They will play again later today. Don't forget about that. Soulsheart and Daystar. That matchup will be confirmed. And what a matchup that promises to be. It's still a decent trek for Daystar to qualify for the major. Guys, by no means are they even close to it, but they're one step closer. They've gotten through the first hurdle, which is Elevate. Then you got to get through Soulsheart. Then you've got to get through the loser of Orchid and Waybo. So there's still a couple more series to play out, but I think they'll be very happy they escaped on Nighthaven Labs. They got the job done on Lair, and they did so where it wasn't just the Pika show. As great as he was on Nighthaven Labs, you saw others step up on Lair in Seal, and certainly from Bin Bin, who had a very high impact game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, then on the side of Elevate, I don't really walk away feeling massively disappointed on their behalf. I think overall they played pretty well. And provided that heading into stage 1, Asia retains 2 slots at the major, given a more traditional qualification format, I think that those guys will still be very much in the discussion to finish in that second place. Yeah, I was pretty impressed. Of course, maybe some shortfalls there in terms of maybe Joe Gore doesn't have a massive match, and maybe the lack of depth on the team then got exposed a little bit, but it certainly wasn't a shocking result by any stretch. Daystar were very, very good today and showed some good resilience.
I think you could definitely say that, maybe on a different day, a couple of different rounds here or there, certainly it could have been Elevate series still to be won, but on this day, it was Daystar that were better. We've got a wonderful fan favorite and a lovely friend of ours in Harambe in for a chat. Harambe, whoop, whoop.
What's up, guys?
Wonderful,
What's up, guys?
wonderful
How you doing?
result. A bit of a heart-stopping kind of series, especially in Nighthaven Labs, going all 15 rounds. You guys were 6-3 down. I do want to kind of bring it back even earlier than that. At the very beginning of Nighthaven Labs, a tactical timeout was called. I think it was a 2-2 scoreline. Can you just talk us through sort of why that tactical was called and what was spoken about?
Because I feel like we needed that point in the first half so much, so I decided to call the tactical timeout to deploy some counters to And it didn't work the first round, but it worked the second. So we good. And it turns out to be really useful. Yeah.
Yes. On the topic of maybe not working out the first time, but trying to make it work the second, you do have this rematch now against Soul's Heart. The last time you faced them, it was very, very close. It came down, I think it was 7-5 on the final map, like very, very close series. What were some of the key takeaways for you and the team in that matchup that you're going to try and use later today? Obviously, don't reveal too much, but did it feel very close on the day?
I mean, simply just do not play like pussies. Because in this today's first round, first map, and the match against Soul's Heart, the first map, we all play like pussies on defense. So that cost us a lot. I mean, we won today, but last time it didn't go well.
You guys have been running the lower bracket after losing, of course, that match to Soul's Heart ever since. I think, what have you kind of taken away from the run so far, considering, you know, you've beaten Fury, you've now beaten Elevate, you've got Soul's Heart up next? Is it really a good testament to the mental fortitude of the team, where everyone just feels locked in now? Like, do you feel like you're playing the best Siege you've played for a little while?
I mean, we still need some experience, especially for Bin, and we did a lot of like role swap after we came back from SI. So I did not tell them like, guys, we need to make it to the major. I just simply told them, hey, just focus on every round, do every place good, and we should be good.
All right, Harambe, we'll let you go. Best of luck, of course, in your series later today against Soul's Heart, and hopefully we can speak to you again.
Yeah.
Harambe, always a character to have on for an interview. We love having him on for a chat. As Daystar got the job done 2-0. Funnily enough, it actually keeps us on schedule now, Guz, as if it were a 3-mapper with the delays that we had earlier on. It does mean that for Waybo and Team Orchid coming up soon, we draw our attention from an elimination game now to a qualification game. The winner of Waybo and Team Orchid will go to the major. So that in itself is exciting, that we get to qualify our first team from APAC.
Yeah, massive match up next. Waybo, they should get the job done, but we've seen them stumble before. It wouldn't be unprecedented, so I'm excited to see if they can get a clean result across the line now, and as you mentioned, be the first team from APL to book their ticket to Salt Lake City.
Well, a small break for Daystar as they'll prepare for their Soul's Heart game later today. But after the break, it's the big one. Upper bracket final, a spot in the major. Waybo, Team Orchid.
Nearby.
everyone. I'm Rips96 and I play for Waybo Gaming in APL.
Hello, I speak easy and I compete in the APL for Waybo Gaming. Hi, I'm Turd. I play in the APL and the Asia subdivision for Waybo Gaming. I think what makes us good is that internally, our trust and I think just friendship in the team is what helps, I guess. Like through conflicts and stuff, we just talk it out and there's really no beef in between us. It's just trust.
For me, I want to Asher win an event, STL event. I think everyone is the same. We as a team want to win STL event and prove that we are not bad in this game.
I think going into stage 1 and like kind of like EWCI kind of pair it together, we wanted to test ourselves and see what we were capable of. So getting top 8 at our first event together was just a good sign for the year to come, really. Just like really proves to us kind of what we already knew from scrims and stuff like that, that we have potential to be the best.
When we play EWC, we didn't expect we will get top 8 at first, yeah, because it's the first big event and the team just formed 3 months, so we just think, oh, we should do our best to prove ourselves, and it ended up top 8, which is, I think it's a good result for us.
Faced EU and NA, both in BO3s and 1 BO3s. I think it was like BO3 experience internationally and against 2 different regions, and obviously winning them was nice. But yeah, since our league is like all BO1s and then BO3s in the playoffs, and we just verse other APAC teams, it's not the best experience. So getting a lot of good reps. You know, we played 4 maps against international teams in BO3s. It was really nice, and prepared us for, you know, major play, SI play, and stuff like that.
Individually and for me, I think we have the potential to make it further, and hopefully with the new changes we made and the new prac with the new coach and stuff, like we hope that if we do met with the same challenges, we have new answers for it now.
We lost to Secret, which is the EWC champion, so I think it's really good event for us. Yeah,
definitely working a lot harder this year than in the previous 2 years. Having a good org like Waybo to support us as well really helps. Just let us focus on the game fully, which is really nice. And apart from that, I think our floor is also higher than most of the other APAC teams' floors. So even if we're playing a bad tournament, I think we're still going to perform better than most of the other APAC teams unless they have a live event. We're set up for success.
For me personally, I say there's no challenge. I say if we just play our best, I don't think any team in APAC will stop us.
Let's bring me CG again. Let's have a rematch.
Obviously, CAG's going to be a hard match. We're probably expecting to verse them in the grand final, so that'll be something to look forward to. But yeah, everyone else, we're probably just going to cruise past.
I would say we just need to lock in, and we've just tried to play our best in the SA.
So we use up everything we've learned throughout the year. And yeah, I think we are aiming for top 1 for this event.
I want to get to the main stage of SI, so top 6. I've never played at the main stage of SI before. I think it'd be amazing to play there. And even if we don't get there, I just want our games to be competitive. You know, I don't want anyone to look back at our games and think, oh, you know, Waybo didn't have a chance at winning that game.
We have to go all out, have to put 200% in order to make it in SI. So yeah.
this region has got to offer.
So we say goodbye to Elevate. We turn our attention now to an upper bracket final with a lot on the line. That's right, a spot in the major up for grabs as Asia has 2 slots. That being the winner of the grand final and the winner of, well, technically, actually, the winner of the upper final and the winner of the lower final to make the grand final. And it's kind of, sorry, yeah, you just play for SI points and a bit of money, but it's still important. Nevertheless, for this game, though, Waybo go in as favorites. We know that. We all know that. If you follow Siege, you know that. The final ascent is now Team Awkward. It's David versus Goliath, or in this case, a little man with a sword and a shield versus the big dragons of the region.
Yeah, and on the other side, awaiting them, the Salt Lake City Major. There is, as we are alluding to, every world in which both of these two teams eventually do qualify for the Major, but this is a huge matchup to decide who gets there first. As we have a look at the rosters for this matchup. Up first, it's the underdogs, Team Orchard. I say underdogs. Against most teams, they probably wouldn't be given that label, given just how many big names are actually on this team.
Yeah, I mean, Crit J is the highest rated player in the region, which is not really a surprise, all things considered. I think that he's the kind of player that has usually either held that mantle or been in contest in holding that mantle, usually maybe against someone like a Reaps, for instance. So when you've ever got someone of his quality, you're a chance, right? The other aspect, I think, of this Team Orchid roster is a player called Peeps. And we kind of came into the scene, it was like, okay, this guy's clearly going to join the best Thailand team, and that ended up happening, and he's continuing to show improvement. It's not a case of a superstar born who's immediately taken over the scene, immediately now becomes the best player. You look at the stage he's had so far, he's the 5th rated player in the region. You know, he's actually performing very well. He's also 6-0 on entry. He hasn't lost a single entry battle. There's a lot of statistics that he's improved on. He's gotten better, and that's all you really want from young players coming through. And it's helped elevate, or technically re-elevate this Orchid roster from years gone by where they were competing, then kind of had a bit of a lull, and back competing once again. Their opponents, though, they're the best in the business. I mean, this Waybo team is the best team in the entire wider APAC region. You could make the argument that they are easily a top 10 team globally, and certainly have been placing in top 8 finishes in global events. There's not really a weak link in this roster. It just comes down, I think, sometimes to mentality that can cost them.
Yeah, as you mentioned, top 8 at the Paris 6 Invitational. These guys are not to be taken lightly. They, every now and again, on the rarity, on their worst days, can stumble in high-pressure situations like this. I think they did at one point garner a bit of a reputation for being a team that maybe does troll in these situations. But I think that's one thing they've really actually honed in on more recently over the last 12 months is absolutely not lifting the foot in these situations, being absolutely brutal and unforgiving in these matches. And so going into today, Waybo will be looking to do that once again. And I think the following and the continuation on from that is going into this matchup, treating Asia like a region that has one slot. Like, this is the game to just get the job done. Let's not mess around. Let's not worry about there being a second opportunity. Let's, again, assert ourselves as the best in the region.
Absolutely. As Turd is always locked in, doesn't really show a lot of emotion. We go to the vetoes and what maps will be played between these two teams. A spot in the major on the line. Chalet first up. Following that will be Consulate, selected by Waybo, and then Clubhouse if required. Dare I say, it may not be required. Waybo is that good. They usually win in 2. They don't mess around. You could look at the run through so far. 7-1, 7-1 over Fury, 7-4, 8-7 over Soul's Heart. That was their real test as they head into this series. For Team Orchid, their run through Unreal Nightmare 7-3, 7-4, and then against Elevate 7-3, 7-1. So pretty similar form lines coming into this.
Yeah, Consulate could be intriguing. Waybo ban it out frequently, but if they are to, of course, get this done in the 2-0 will be required. But let's hone in on map 1, Chalet. Can Waybo get off to that dream start?
Well, I would also frame it as, can Team Orchid get off to the dream start here on Chalet? They played it back in the opening play at A7-3 result over Unreal Nightmare. They had a 3-3 first half before winning 4 straight. Now, Consulate's an interesting one, though, because Waybo have also actually played it in both of their series, too, and they won it 7-1 over Fury, but the Consulate against Soul's Heart was an 8-7. That one was incredibly close back and forth and could have easily gone the way of Seoul's Heart, and maybe they would have been the first team to take a map off Waybo. But as it stands for both of these two teams, undefeated coming into this matchup for a spot in the major, 4-0 in their map score results. So if you're Team Orchid, this is no better time than to get a shot at Waybo. You'd actually quite literally, I think over the last couple of years, wouldn't have a better chance to not only qualify, for all intents and purposes, in years gone by, this would be a grand final to get a qualification into the major, and you wouldn't get a second chance. The beauty of this is you get a free swing at Waybo, and if you win, you go to the major. If you lose, you get another chance to go to the major in that series. So Orchid will have this series, and if they lose, they'll have the lower final, where winner of that, of course, goes to the major too. They're in the best position possible, so we'll see how they stack up against the best.
Yep. We'll see that. I don't think they'll want to take any second chances, though, the lower bracket. I don't know. I get the impression that Daystar could make a bit of a splash, and Soul's Heart are not to be underestimated either. So we'll see how it develops. The bans, though, for the first half here of map 1, it's Azami, very typical on Chalet. Mirror, of course, a staple on the map as well. On the side of the attack, a little more intriguing. Very much an emphasis on info with both the Grim and the Solid Snake off the board. You think about the nature of Chalet and how lurking has really developed on this map. It's good at the best of times, and if you have Solid Snake in that position, it can be quite annoying to deal with.
Whoa, fortified!
It might be one of the rare times that it's kind of a pressure-free qualification game, because even for Waybo, even if they were to have the shock loss and lose this, they'd be incredibly confident against whatever opponent in the lower bracket. Not that you would want to be in that position. Same for Orchid. Having the kind of double chance is a nice feeling as they call us through Barstock on the blitz, taking the battle against Reaps. Good pinch with Peeps, and a great start for Team Orchid to go for that little set play and clearing out Reaps' position on the roam over towards Barstock. Drop down from Arpe, unsuccessful. Like Colas with the pistol. Speakeasy gets the headshot onto PG Man. But a fast start here on Chalet inside the first minute.
Well, it's never over until it's over against Waybo. I feel like we've said that countless times. Even in a 5v3, for instance, actually converting the round can still be a challenge, and there are hard hitters still up for Waybo. Hovering over towards Library Stairs. He'll hold his ground. Smoke misses, but Speakeasy doesn't. And that's exactly why I said what I said, because Waybo have been able to equalize. 3-3. Lots of time for the attack, but not much in the way of HP, and that will compromise like Colas' ability specifically on that blitz to playmake.
Logic Bomb available for Peeps. Full belt of utility as well for Crit J. And the round slows down naturally after a flurry of kills to begin. 3v3, just over a minute. Right now, I think this probably suits Waybo. Happy to just fall back, play sight. Speakeasy can play the shotgun on site with the nitrocell needed, if possible. The Warden class is strong as well against the utility that remains for Team Orchid, who are low on health, as you mentioned. Waybo probably feel as if, yeah, they got through that flurry. Great start, Orchid, but we fired the shot back and now sit in a pretty solid position. And Turd is just kind of sitting trophy, protecting the backside. So Holvin and Speakeasy fully focused on where Orchid are pushing from.
A little low on utility, though, this defense. Speakeasy will need to make this nitro count. 30 seconds. And spots good info, 2 outside, and we'll call the rotation to Peeps, who's likely to go rappel over towards that double window position. Nitro Cell doesn't quite land, gets caught. But a good reposition.
And Turd has also pushed in towards Piano, doubled up with Holvin. It's Turd that ended up finding the 2 kills, and then Holvin, lovely reaction to the creeping attacker in his face as Waybo get the opening round. A fast start from Team Orchid, but it doesn't net them the opening round. They would have been very happy with that pinch clear over towards Barstock onto Reaps. But credit to Waybo. They were just able to get bodies over, get the trades needed, bring it back to a 3v3, fall back, play site. And Orchid didn't really then stand much of a chance, as Bar Games is up next in the second round.
Yeah, pretty classic Waybo round there, where sure, the early portion may have not been great from them, but the recovery effort was really clean. Reaps fell early, courtesy of Peeps. RP tried to trade. It was a pretty low percent drop through the hatch. We then saw a transition to a 3v3, like rotation over towards main the main window rather was disrupted nicely by Turd, and then it allowed the anchor work on the site to be pretty forward focused. And it was a pretty straightforward cleanup job there in the end for Waybo. And a nice way for them to start their campaign here in this best of 3 over to Bar for round 2.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, and while Orchid don't win the round, I think they'll take the takeaways from that, saying, "Oh, look, we can play fast aggression against these guys, but we just got to keep it up for probably the whole round, and can't really ease off the gas pedal and have to kind of keep it maybe at 100." But the composure from Turd, and I think it's become a good quality of his over the last couple of years. He doesn't throw his life away. He's pretty cautious, plays safe positions. He's pretty calculated with when he pushes in and what positions he takes, and we saw it in the previous round. He didn't opt to really get involved in the fray, kept that sort of trophy solo side under lock and key for Waybo. Then he uses that to his advantage, pushes into Piano, knowing full well they're coming in on the library side, and he gets 2 kills. He's got an important role this round over towards basement on the solos to try and get some information. So Coles makes the entry in towards Piano rather swiftly. It's Reaps there that gets the opening kill, and it's on to Crit J. The lack of the twitch now, not ideal. Flash attempted towards the Piano position, and Ape does a tremendous job of battling the blitz, getting heavily pressured. Reaps another headshot as well, as he has bedroom on the lock and key. That's his closet and no one's allowed in. And Waybo will make quick work of this second round. Oh my goodness.
Sit back and enjoy that one, my word. Should be flawless here from Waybo. Read on the peeps.
Here comes Hobbin.
And they're all hungry for the kill.
Peeps is just navigating like a minefield of Waybo defenders. It does actually get the kill onto Hobbin, traded though by Turd. Yeah, they just completely read his movement, knew exactly where he was rotating around. And so 2-0 for Waybo. And that's kind of what they can do. I feel like Waybo, if you start well against them and you know you're in the game, it's mentally pleasing. Waybo might then feel as if, oh, this is going to be one of those kind of games. But if Waybo start well and get like a 4-0 lead, they're not the kind of team that really gives that up. They can really beat their opponent into submission, and that's why they're the kind of team that can get quite a lot of 7-1s and 7-2s. And like Colas there is probably just shaking his head thinking, how have I not killed Ape? You know, so there's little moments, there's little battles. Then Solotic's thinking, my God, what a swing. Peeps under so much pressure. And so immediately, even after just 2 rounds for Orchid, you're getting that sense of feeling of like, yeah, these guys are great. They're not good, they're great. And it's going to be a tough day in the office.
Yeah. It's tough. Yeah, I don't even know how you begin to face that as the underdog team against Waybo. It's got to be so challenging to maintain your composure and try to build confidence. It's really tough. All it takes though is a couple of moments here or there. Problem being though, that Waybo doesn't present many of them. It makes it difficult to convert chances, so Team Orchard will need to get as active as possible to try and create those openings. They'll bring them onto here for round number 3. I like the inclusion of the Twitch this round. There's a lot of util on the side of the defense that can be interrupted here from the shock drone of Crit J. So critical that he leverages that accordingly. He did with the traps, the catch, etc. And that will aid in the rest of the clear. Not super contested library side from Waybo for this dining defense, but expecting pretty stiff resistance on this top 4, not wanting to forfeit the vert.
and slowly now into the third round, but the pace that probably Orchid wanted to bring on Chalet, especially in the attacking half, has just been slowed down. They're probably feeling as if, well, if we go this kind of balls to the wall, fast-paced style, Waybo's got us counted. But if we slow it down, Waybo is just so sharp. And then you kind of play into what they want you to do anyway. 4-0 start for Turd. A little tag on a PG man. Like, Hollis is trying to be aggressive here towards the half wall, but Turd just finds the angle onto Peeps. He's having a very good kickoff stage, is Turd. Getting battled though by Lycolis and the pinch from BG Man. They finally deal with him, but the numbers still prevail for Waybo. The Speakeasy was there for the trade. And Harvin can go for a rotate from below. As Lycolis has got offers control, Solotic in the hallway. Lycolis now extends through past Piano. Got to recall that they do need to still drop get plant in 50 seconds time in a 2v3, and it's full first floor control for Waybo.
Yeah, it's about trying to isolate one of these defenders and leverage the info gathering potential of the Monty, but Waybo will equally try and position tradable places around and in the objective. Hoven escapes the vert. Hits a nice shot. Wow. Straight on too, like Cole. So with the shield down, Solotic has 3 to find.
The way that this match has shaped up so far, Solotic not going to win it, and it's 3-0 to Waybo. And just off this 3 rounds alone, Turt now has become the highest rated player in the region for kickoff, overtaking Crit J. A testament to the player that he is that, you know, for so long, Medi felt like he was a problem on the team. And when I say Medi, even people within the team felt like he had either issues or wasn't a fit or didn't have a good enough operator pool, whatever it may be. But he's just continued to improve year after year. And, you know, Reaps is the face of this team, especially at the international level. But Turd is so consistent and so good that he might be the best of them all.
Team Orchid tactical timeout. They've had some small glimpses of success so far on this map, but overall it's been a struggle. It's been really difficult for them to find win cons. Staring down the barrel of a growing streak of losses. First rotation entirely goes against them. So if anything, a good opportunity to quickly reflect on what's happened and how going forward into what's the expected side of second floor next, what the plan is to try and get some momentum back, get some rounds on the board. Unfortunate thing for them is just no one on the team's really being activated as an individual, and then on a team level, Waybo are superior. So it's been tough. Replay package of that last round, as you were talking about Turd and hyping him up, understandably so. He did a really good job here to hit a couple of gnarly shots and critically kept the Monty at bay and bought time then for the rest of the team to either assist and then ultimately peel back. Just really good disciplined siege from him with some mechanical flair. So well done to Turd.
Well, you can see where it's going wrong for Orchid. So they want Crit J in the early engagement fights, and rightfully so. He's actually statistically the best entry player in the region. 13-3 coming into today. So based on those numbers, you get him in your entry battles more often than not, you're going to get a good result. Well, he's been in all 3 of the opening battles. He got the opening kill, and then it's opening death, and that's going to be kind of the win or lose, I think, for Orchid, is based a little bit around how is Crit J going to perform. Is he getting these opening kills? Is he taking players like Turd and Reaps off the board early? And if he is, they're a good chance to go on a win round. Chance, not a guarantee, as we saw in the opening round. But if he loses these battles, well, Team Orchid are not used to having Crit J down early. He's 1-3. He's usually a clear-cut standout, their best fragger, certainly where a lot of their firepower comes from. And so then you're losing quite a lot against the best team in the region, and it makes it very difficult. And Chalet is a map as well that's been played almost the most in the region, only beaten out by Consulate, funnily enough. Incredibly attacker-sided, 61% does. And so far, Orchid unsuccessful in 3 attempts. And it's their map pick.
Coming.
So into round 4 of the back attack. The Denari and the Monty, of course, panned out. The Monty's actually been pretty useful in finding some of the space for Orchid, and so by extracting that tool, it's now really going to test the firepower here of Orchid. They'll pivot onto the Blackbeard, and that may alleviate it a little bit, but I still think overall it's going to make things more challenging. In the meantime, Arpe has fallen over towards Office. So it's a net win early here for Team Orchid, but Hoven is able to get the res. Arpe low for the remainder of the round, but at least it's still 5 guns up for Waybo.
This is a better start in terms of what they've been able to do damage-wise on the Reaps and Arpe, and just kind of force Waybo just slightly off their game a bit. Now, Reaps is though still West Main, so even though he has been tagged up to half health, he still wants to get aggressive on the roam. Orchid have got a minute. Their focus is straight towards the site. This might be the round though. Oh, Hoven. Oh, he's done a very good job here.
Jeez.
He's done an incredible job. Into the flames, avoided the frag grenade. Doesn't die to Lycola. Still alive. Gas Bay will go out. No, it will not. Gets shot out. Next one will be successful. And Lycola will be forced back. I mean, they might either lose this round and Hoven might go down, which he will, but he still did a decent job in that situation. And they've lost far too many. Finally, Orchid hitting their shots and get, surprise, surprise, Crit J and Peeps combine. Finally, they break through Waybo's defense.
Oh, well, you definitely can't fault what we saw over towards the Office position. Hoven was absolutely fighting for his life, and he did his job so well in keeping the Blackbeard at bay. But every other gunfight elsewhere on the map did go favorably towards the attack, and so Team Orchid able to finally hit the scoreboard. We'll see, though, if they can actually build upon this. Now, 1 round is great, but you need at least 2, preferably 3 on Chalet. And Waybo are going to be no slouches on attack, so the more the merrier. Over to Bar. Again, successfully defended once so far by Waybo, and they'll be looking to double down here. As I say, BG, man, hitting the scoreboard with a little more oomph now as well. He's now up to 3-4. Probably looking to both him and Crit J to be big hitters in this matchup. The unfortunate reality is that Waybo pretty much have 5 big hitters of their own that can pop off at any given moment. So can't just be completely focusing in on individuals, but I think it's a good starting step for those guys to have some impact, then the others can follow.
IED scanning.
I think they'll know that it's still going to be a difficult ask on this map of Chalet, giving up so many defensive rounds already, but you've got to just fight for it now. Can you get a couple of rounds in a row? And even at a 3-3 half, yes, that's still a good half of Waybo, but in the context, that would mean 3 straight for Orchid and a bit of confidence and momentum then going into the second half. Still work to be done, but much better in that previous round, and the fact that they walked out of that round with the win and 4 alive. Yeah, a good domination against Waybo must feel good. Reaps feeling the pressure here. One at the window here inside the bedroom and the push up. Like Cola's just got so aggressive. Well, if Reaps wasn't gonna kill him, he might have actually got team killed anyway from BG, man. And Solodic does get the kill onto Hoven elsewhere. And that's the smoke down. Oh, that BG man caught by the headshot of Reaps. Peeps did get the trade. But this is not bad for Orchid. You want this. You want these rounds to be chaotic. Even if it's 3v3s and 2v2s. You don't want Waybo getting 1 to 2 player advantages and using that space and time. In bar games now, it gets a little bit opened up. There are gaps here.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think being overly predictable is going to play right into the hands of Waybo, who will just inherently have better structure. So if you could throw that off with a bit of unpredictability, it's good. That's not to dismiss, though, the ability of Waybo to quickly adapt. That too is the strength of them. Either way, though, 3-3, minute 20. Lots of time, lots of utility. Waybo have repositioned. Turd. Top floor alongside Arpe. He's deep library as Turd holds the shield top library stairs. 3 Zoto canisters as well here from Turd, so he may be able to use that to his advantage and stall out the push. Can dump it as the attack tries to push forward. A good frag grenade will pressure Turd back, so that's some good util from Orchid. Oh, and Turd gets caught. Okay. That's
That's
good
a
from
big
Orchid.
pick. Turd's been very good so far. It gives them the numbers now. And it also means that for Speakeasy, he can't probably play as much into the Yokais. In fact, he's on a little push up towards Library Stairs to help out Ape. They want to really take the fight here on this top floor. And Speakeasy losing his battle. Ape gets the kill onto Crit J. It's a 1v2 now. Ape's going to drop, try and get back to site in time. Has been able to do so successfully, but what a swing from Peeps. As he starts to activate, so does Orchid. It's 2 straight for the underdogs.
Yeah. Yeah, some good signs in that round. Love the tempo that they were able to present in the first half of the round and catching Waybo out. Good flush onto Turd. Another good cross was covered. Big fight that we didn't quite see was onto Speakeasy over towards the stairs as well. I was a little concerned with Speakeasy retaking the stairs that may have been enough to then disrupt the push above. But ultimately that was dealt with, and then Ape was ultimately forced down below, and a sharp shot from Peeps was able to land that final blow of the round. Waybo certainly making them work for it, but Team Orchid not going down without a fight. 2 rounds, decent benchmark. A third here would make things quite interesting heading into the second half.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Final round of the half, and yeah, Orchid, to their credit, have been able to respond pretty swiftly. 3K from Peeps, and a big game for him as well.
10 seconds left.
Again, didn't burst onto the scene, but definitely made enough waves where everyone kind of took notice at the start of last year. It started with Rival 7 back in stage 1. They didn't have a great finish. Certainly that team itself didn't really have a great year. But it was always on the cards that he was going to join one of the top teams in the region. Did so at the start a couple of months ago, joining this Team Orchid roster, and he's paying the faith. And that's what this, I think, team always needed. Just someone else who could offer some really good firepower alongside Crit J. In these kind of matches, it's proving to be notable, as he, while speaking about him, finds the opening kill onto Halvin.
Now it's a matter of conversion. Can they make this opportunity count and set themselves up with the prospect of a competitive map here for the second half? Waybo will look to now aggress. Reap's peeking for info over towards piano side into library. Util to be laid over towards half wall. Like Cole's again having issues on the shield, trying to find an entry point. As Reeves does fight back. Lycolis gets hit but does survive.
Nice from Lycolis. As you said, got hit. Turned the shield nicely, then came back in with the pistol up, and Orchid have a chance to make it 3 straight to close the half. Puts this game back up for grabs heading into the second half. Turd started 6-2, 0-2 in the last 2 rounds, and Orchid are taking advantage of that. While Reaps is still alive inside of the server, Waypo always have their trump card, and Speakeasy is always good for a clutch here or there. Logic Bomb still available for Peeps. Still 60 seconds, so Orchid can take their time, think through this and how they want to advance towards kitchen and dining.
Alarm out!
And it's Crit J that just hits the headshot onto Ape. Orchid are just winning all the gun battles right now.
And it'll take something special from here. Reaps is good, but this is a challenge. And Speakeasy is isolated down below. Orchid have so much time and the shield to work with. They overplay their hand though, like Holeless.
What was he looking at?
And Speakeasy. Well, it's quickly flipped back to a 2-2. That transition towards site has really fallen apart for Orchid.
I wonder if like Hollis thought maybe it was a potential solar trophy stairs pinch, and that maybe Speakeasy was just sitting in the corner. He just kind of looked to the right side. That gave up the angle of the Reaps. And now there's only 12 seconds left. 2v2. BG Man, critical shot though. It Reaps. Looking to deny a potential plant, and he gets completely cornered though, as Orchid, they didn't care for the plant at all. They went hunting and they got their target, as Orchid take the last 3 rounds of the half. We're all tied. Oh, what a first half. Scintillating. It was 3-0 to Waybo, and maybe we were both sitting back thinking it was going to be one of those days, guys, where Waybo just do their thing. Team Orchid said, absolutely not. There's a spot at the major on the line. They bring it back all tied after 3 rounds straight. And they get to go defense, and at this point, anytime you have a 3-3 half, who's to say what's going to happen from here? Well, we know Waybo will be very strong on the attack, but yeah, Orchid are smiling, they're happy. Good vibes. Waybo's just a little tentative at the moment in the player camps.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was a good little fight back over the second portion of that half where Orchid were able to lock in. Actually make some pretty good set plays over the course of that half. Apply some pressure to Waybo. The shield play generally from them was actually pretty good as well. Look back at that last round, like Cola showed good discipline. Bit of a misstep here, and it got brought pretty swiftly back to a 2 versus 2. And Speakeasy caught out, and Reaps, his position seemingly known. It was a pretty easy clean up job there. Still, pretty high expectations on Waybo here in the second half. The bands Grim, Blackbeard, Azami, and Ella. I don't think they're going to have major concerns with how those bands have played out. They have the gunplay, the skill to back themselves in without really the need of either of those two attacking operators. Dining is an interesting selection up first here. This is a real test for the structure of the defense. Waybo will probably be pretty well measured in how they want to invest up above and ensuring that there's coverage laid against the vert, etc. And so Orchid will be kept honest in this one.
I mean, that's all you can really try to do against Waybo. Keep them honest. Back yourselves in. You can't shy away from the contest. You can't shy away from, you know, entry battles, whether they work or don't work. Always make sure you've got the numbers, because Waybo certainly will. Interestingly enough, only did 1 multi-kill round so far in that half, which was Peeps in the 5th round with a 3K. But, like, pretty much everyone's getting involved, which is good to see. Not really a surprise. As Crit J gets involved with the opening pick on the up pay, he doesn't even make it through the door. That's a good start for Orchid on the defense. They actually take the lead now in terms of opening kill department.
Loading new mags.
Two best teams, by the way, in the region when it comes to the opening kills, both sitting at a 71% rate. But the conversion for Orchid is a little bit higher than Waybo at 82 compared to 76. We'll see how that goes in this round.
So minute 30 then on the clock. If this Nitro lands, Waybo's round likely will be massively put into question. Reaps does a good job avoiding that one over towards the double window cross. BG may now finds himself in a position where he pretty much needs to commit. Escaping from here would be pretty fortunate. So with the layer of utility and drones being sent forward into his position, well, it could be hard, but no, he does escape. Still low to above. Solodic does fall. And so a 4 versus 4, good amount of time still on the clock here for Waybo.
Waybo is the kind of team that can just flick that switch even with 20, 30 seconds left into a round and just collapse into sight. Well, Turd was desperate to find that kill onto Peeps and catches him trying to push back down West Main stairs and gives Waybo the slight advantage now heading into the dire stages of this 7th round. Jay holding patience that someone will peek that floorboard. Big Easy's got a good little angle in towards the side as well. Waybo really leaving the clock down to the last seconds. This is going to go into red time, and it may come against them here. Yeah, Crit J gets one, but Turt's there for the trade. Low on health, so he will fall pretty comfortably. And then so does Reaps. 1v1, Speakeasy rushes in because there was so little time left, and like Colas gets the kill. The time management backfires for Waybo as Orchid will take the lead.
Wow, it's starting to get a little more serious now. What started out as a little bit of a recovery effort now for Team Orchid has quite quickly started to develop into a strong position, now leading on defense, and they've kicked off a nice round there where Waybo probably lacking some of their cutoff ability in that round. They failed to capitalize really on the main window. They failed to capitalize over towards trophy window, and they pushed this top floor out. A lot of those issues started to compound, and it meant they had so little time remaining here. Just having to play heads up siege in the end, and ultimately they're losing out on that trade game. That's big from Orchid. It's just about trying to maintain this level of intensity and consistency. It won't take much for Waybo to fight their way back into the map, and so it's about just maintaining this for as long a period as they can. Father's side of choice here for round 8, with a heavy investment above here from the defense.
Ready. Swapping mags.
It's got to be real concern right now for your Waybo, because you've given up 3 of the last 4 opening kills. You've given up 4 rounds straight. Not a lot's working. You haven't had a lot of these rounds on your terms. I mean, maybe it's a small margin previous, but yeah, I mean, now you're just forcing a vault in that's just not there. That's just Turd getting a little bit probably frustrated. That to me just looks like a frustration play. You're trying to force the issue. Turd's having a good game. Not really anyone else on Waybo is, so that's probably one of the weaknesses of Turd. When he's having a good game, he can sometimes overdo it. And that was just never on. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, Waybo limit testing here at the moment, but Team Orchid is seemingly up to the task. That's now 3 opening kills in favor of Orchid. The last 2 they have been able to convert as well. So they're in good stead here. Waybo will go through their util checklist and ensure that they're still getting value from the Roteros here. Rachel's be able to call that Nez outside of that ADS device is clear. And Waybo critically need an efficient flush out here at the top floor to stand a chance in this round.
Yeah, they just look like a team that's a bit annoyed that a team that they would consider lesser than them is challenging. We clear from Hoven. BG Man doing a decent job over towards Library, holding his composure to at least get 1 kill, then drop down. 3v3, but the space finally in control for Waybo in Library. Double stack bar stock for Team Orchid. So again, Waybo will be in this kind of position where they've got a decent amount of time to abuse this vert control, but Orchid are more than happy to just sit back, BG Man over towards Barstock. I wouldn't mind seeing Peeps play that position now with the Nitro Cell available.
I think he got
He's actually gone over towards Mod.
Yeah, it got awkward for him. Good drain below. So they should know now Waybo to sight. But Peeps, wow, okay, his reposition works.
He can just hold. It's only Hoven left. It's about to be 5 rounds straight for Team Orchid. Hoven will back himself in. Peeps is very low. Pre-fire spray swing would be enough. Hoven gives up on it. Just sprints through the smoke to hopefully catch these guys off guard. Kinda did. Somewhat worked. Swinging in towards BG Man. The pistol strong enough. It's 5 straight. Waybo have just dropped off a cliff, but in all honesty, it's just Orchid have just stepped up their game.
Yeah. No, I think it's definitely more so the latter of Orchid have really locked in here. Tactical timeout called. Waybo will be pretty, unsatisfied with how the last handful of rounds have been playing out. It's been rough for them. In the last 5 rounds that Orchid have been able to claim, they've had the opening kill on 4 of those occasions. And then the one in which Reaps found back in round 5, they failed to convert. Peeps finding a 3k on that occasion, and there's been quite a few multis over the course of these last 5 rounds. BG Man finding a 3k as well back in that 8th round. It's a good tester for Waybo. Probably the most they've been tested domestically for quite a significant period of time. So
yeah,
let's see how they go.
I think they just got to kind of sit back and say, you know what, we got to respect these guys a little bit more, because a lot of these opening kills are also inside of the first minute. 2 minutes 15, 2 minutes 22, 2 minutes 27, 2 minutes 41. So we're seeing a lot of these early aggressive plays from Waybo, as we just saw in the replay package. That jump in from Turd was just not on. Like, it just wasn't there. Like, that's just not the kind of play. And if he had vaulted in and got that kill. It's a 1 in 100 miracle play that goes onto the highlight reel, sure, but it's just not necessary. I think Waybo kind of need to go back to the team fundamentals first. Play the strategic elements rather than trying to play into the gunplay where you're trying to go over these hero plays and push in. And even if they have to slow the pace down, even if it's a 5v5 with 30 seconds to go, but they've done the checklist stuff as we see the hiding in the jacuzzi, or the Kaid and the tuber round. Bedroom and office, 5 straight, but Team Orchid. It is their map pick, and they're playing Chalet really, really nicely.
Yeah, the inclusion of the Monty here for the 9th round will be interesting. We'll see if the shield play can maybe afford Waybo a little bit more space. Yet to see them play shields over the course of this half just yet. Expected to see the Blackbeard or the Blitz at some point in time, especially with the Blackbeard bent up. Flores again has been a positive inclusion. Reaps will be comfy on the DMR and it's helping with some of the util clearance at the moment. Elsewhere, Deimos for Turd, 3 targets available, and that could be a pretty useful tool in disrupting horizontally through the first floor. And it seems like that may be the game plan for him at the moment. Impact EMP for the Kaid Claw. Not entirely sure if that has been a success. Seems like it's a bit of a grind to open up the hard breach up above here at the moment for Waybo. As we encroach on the midpoint of the round and Speakeasy face checking Piano.
I mean, they have slowed it down, and probably because they've brought the Monty a little bit of shield play for the first time in the half for Waybo. Slow the pace down. Let's see if we can catch Orchid making a mistake. But Orchid have probably read this and just thought, yeah, Waybo going to slow it down. They're expecting us to be aggressive, so let's just hold back. And they're like, Colas, though, just a little overstep, and Reaps finally gets the patience rewarded. Gives Waybo their first opening kill of the half. And the first opportunity on the attack to break through this Orchid defense, which has been so good so far. Speakeasy into office to get the plant peeps. Could he be a deciding factor? And Speakeasy will be successfully able to get this plant down. So far, though, the retake has started perfectly for Team Orchid. Reaps, though, gets the double. He's got 3 in this round. He starts to awaken as Reaps enters beast mode. Out of the tactical timeout, it's the Reaps show that has now finally come to the table as BG Man has got to get on the move.
I really don't think there's much you'll be able to do. Reaps sits and waits. He will be patient. He'll play off the melee attempt here onto Speakeasy. He drops the shield. And with no time remaining, Waybo finally hit the board and Reaps is well and truly alive.
He gets the ace. He gets all 5. They got the plant down. It was scrappy. The retake attempt from Orchid was on. It was a 4v2. And it just takes a monster effort from Reaps and a quick reminder as to the talent of his caliber. He is a top tier player worldwide. And Waybo desperately needed that one as they finally halt this streak of Team Orchid after 5 rounds straight. They finally put an end to it. And that Monty, which definitely helped, is immediately banned away.
Yeah. Well, it was a good opportunity for Orchid, but another example of it's never over until it's over when it comes to Waybo. Looking back at the replay package, lack of plant denial proved costly, and then Reaps was able to find some very sharp shots onto every single part of that retake attempt. Nothing that Orchid could do in the face of Reaps.
Bomb located by attackers.
I mentioned before that he was looking for the comfort of the DMR. Of course, not actually the case there, but still showing that he's versatile no matter what's in his hand. Down to dining for round 10. It's crunch time now for both of these two teams. Orchid will be very eagerly trying to at least secure OT, and for Waybo, it's about carrying that momentum forward for from the last round and ensuring it wasn't a one-off.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left.
Time to go.
So 3 straight to Waybo, then 5 straight to Orchid, and Waybo finally break that. 5-4 the scoreline heading into the 10th round. I mean, no surprise, this upper final with a spot in the major on the line. And not just a spot as well, guys. Something that maybe we didn't clarify, but it's the spot you want. Between the 2 slots in Asia, the winner of this gets to go past the play-ins and straight to the playoffs, whereas the other slot will be in play-ins. As Reeves finds the opening kill onto Legolas, he goes suddenly to 12 kills. He's gone from 6 kills to 12 kills in the span of about a couple of minutes.
So Waybo then find themselves in a commanding position for the 10th round. So much time still to work with and the ability to gain really valuable information for this vert clear. Jay will be spotted out, and I'm presuming that Peeps' position will also be known. Reeves seems pretty eager to dump U2 over towards Soul, and he does just that. Trying to solo clear it by himself. Almost potentially catches a rotation. Second flame to follow. Doesn't get the timing though. If anything, it's still a clear. And at 20, rest of the team now progressing forward on this second floor.
Well, it's as you said, though, he gets the clear, forces him away, knows now that Solid is safe, and watch Trophy. There is still a minute in the round, so plenty of time here for Waybo. So the push up to try and deal with Sortic over towards Closet, playing behind the mirror window. Oh, Hoven, though, just goes for a peek in towards the site. BG Man was ready for it, and so far all the kills going the way of Orchid. Turd got one before he went down. The trade going the way of the defense is outplayed now with the 1v3, and Orchid are on for a match point scenario or map point scenario. Unless Outplay can pull off a 1v3, which will be so difficult with 2 players still above. Even if he does find the kill onto BG Man, I don't know how he can win this round. But he finds the kill onto Peeps, funnily enough, who actually dropped down. He was top floor, made his way back down. But still little time remaining and doesn't have the kit and doesn't really have the chance and the opportunity to actually go for the kills because they're split second and first floor. BG Man puts an end to the round. 2 opportunities for Team Orchid to get the map of Chalet in this upper final against Waybo Gaming.
Pressure mounting now for both teams, I think, to be fair. Orchid will, again, probably have shared the same sentiment as us, that it really is not truly over until it's over. We've seen these positions before where Waybo can still recover and go on to win the map. So they'll be sensing a little bit of pressure. Can we close this out? Are we able to get this done? We don't want to have to worry about stressing through overtime. We want to get our map pick over and done with, and we'll see what happens on Consulate. On the flip side for Waybo, maybe that pressure mounting a little bit. I don't think they'll be overly stressed. Consulate, I think, will still be a very strong map for them in the series, and they should be able to get the job done on Club as well. But still, you just don't want to be putting yourself in that compromised position. And I think if they're true to themselves, they'll probably sense that for the vast majority of this map, they've actually been outplayed by their opposition, and their game plan hasn't quite translated as they would have wished. That's an interesting position that we now find ourselves in. Over to Bar for this first map point round. Orchid will back themselves in with the Mez split. A lot of catch util, and they're going to force clear from Waybo.
Reloading, cover me.
Deploying explosive ordnance.
Again, neither of these 2 teams dropped the map coming into this upper final. It means it would be Waybo's first map loss of the kickoff stage and leave Orchid as the remaining undefeated team going into Consulate. And the good news for Waybo is, of course, Consulate is their map pick, and they've been able to win it both times in the earlier matches that they've played so far this stage. Orchid would be full of confidence going into that second map, knowing that they'd only be one map away from the major. Deployable shield, top library stairs, dealt with easily by the Rotero of Reaps. Still has 3 more available. It's going to be solar across through bedroom and office for Waybo.
I mean, this round will likely really come alive over towards top library stairs clear. It's heavily invested in by the defense. 2 shields brought in pocket. Crit J will play box, and the catch from the Jaeger Blade. Crit J doesn't find much in that initial pick, and Solotic's in a bit of a compromised position over towards library stairs. He can't directly contest, and so that's actually the cue for Crit J to bail. Team Orchard taking a little risk and actually contesting this. I probably expected a little bit more of a fierce contest. Turd finds 2 in the meantime. He's just walked straight into sight.
Turd's got 3 overall in the round before he eventually does get downed. And Solotic has managed to just barely stay alive as Hoven gets rid of Lycolas, and it seems all rounds of regulation will be needed here on Chalet. Solotic low on hold with the pistol shot from Speakeasy will do the job. And cool, calm, and collected for Waybo, facing the potential map loss here on Chalet. They force round 12.
Yeah, Turd able to find some form towards the tail end then of regulation. Finds that gap over towards Dining Hall and exploits it very, very nicely. Got 2, then the 3rd to the wall, and all but sealed the round. Ultimately, Waybo needed a play like this, given the complete kill back from Orchid. They weren't going to find anything on the top floor. It was reliable. It was reliant on that play on the horizontal, and Turd was able to make it count. Big round for Waybo. And a big decisive round here on Chalet. Orchard able to get the job done here. Or do we see overtime between the two?
In such a long time between drinks for the core of this Orchid roster. Last time they played at an international event was 6 Invitational 2024. And they had a good run into that event too, making Copenhagen, making Atlanta. That was really the prime era. That was back on the Fury roster. Of course, since then, and mainly talking about like Colas, BGMN, and Crit J, they've now added in Peeps, Solotic, who's been sub and now core. They look reinvigorated. Desperately searching to make a reappearance at an international event. First time in 2 years. So they have a map point opportunity. It could go such a long way in helping them achieve that goal. And they close it out here in regulation. And take a 1-0 lead into Consulate. No surprise though, it's Reaps and Turd that have been the best for Waybo. 25 kills between them. Arguably, at this stage, it feels like it's up to them to try and force OT.
Oh, Reaps gets the first. Reaps has been so good over the last few rounds of propelling Waybo back into this position. And Crit J not afforded that opportunity to go back to his second shell, and that could prove quite costly. Reaps now able to maintain pressure with his explosive util. As both Hoven and Speakeasy drone elsewhere. RP as well gets in on the action, so a lot of drone work taking place here at the moment for the attack. Placing their drones in flank watch positions, advancing forward and getting a read on the hold here from defense. I think they're pretty satisfied with what they've seen. Turd can really leverage this advantage and lurk down below on the Deimos. 4 targets all available for him. This feels at the moment like a very strong position for Waybo. Deathmark on to Peeps. Trying to keep that Warden at bay. 2-stack piano, but BG Man's caught with a shotgun in hand.
And still 2 nitrosols available as well for Orchid. So Waybo can't just opt for, you know, a rush half-wall plant. They probably do need to clear out. There's one of the nitros though, and that's from Peeps. He's the one up close. Lycolis threw his out as well from Pianos. Reaps again, having impact. It's all falling apart. Peeps will opt to drop down, which is an interesting move because it leaves Lycolis now with a lot to do here from Piano. Got the down onto Reaps, and that's it. It's now overtime that's required as Waybo bring it back. Seeing off 2 map point opportunities. It's the dynamic duo that locked in towards the end. You kind of look at the last 4 rounds, guys. Reaps, Turd, and Reaps for the opening kills. In terms of multi-kills, Reaps and Turd. In terms of the 2 best players on the team with the most kills, it's 14 apiece for Reaps and Turd. They've been the reason why Waybo have forced overtime, and now it's a whole new game.
Yep. You never count Waybo out. And this is a good demonstration as to why, sure, they'll be attacking into overtime, but I don't think that's going to throw them off all too much. Dining then for the first side choice of Team Orchid. It was their first selection back in round 7. They doubled down in round 10, and they were successful on both of those occasions, being able to win out the round. The first one was rather close, with only 1 player remaining. The second attempt, though, in that 10th round, they were able to survive with 2 players up, despite Reaps on that occasion actually getting the opening kills. So this is clearly a site choice that's been a strength for them so far today, and the onus now is on Waybo in finding a way to break it down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they've shown in the last couple of rounds, it's 3 of the last 4 round wins to Waybo, and of course 3 of those on the attack. So coming into overtime now, it's the best time for them to probably be on attack at least. If Orchid are going to have double defense, you're taking now attacking form into OT. And if you can win this round, you go back and try and close it out in the next. I mean, maybe a double attack here on Charlotte might be the answer. It's hard to say because when you have the 3-3 halves, there hasn't really been one side or the other that's been stronger for both teams. It's been kind of a run of form.
Swapping mags.
3 straight for Waybo, 5 straight for Orchid, and then Waybo close out with 3 of the last 4. Been back and forth in terms of who's gaining control of this match.
Drone active.
We get a little bit more from Crit J, though, here in overtime. If Orchid are to win this map, they need more out of their superstar. The superstar. Outside of Waybo, he's definitely the best player. But he's 8-9 at the moment. Speaking of, and he will deliver. Hoping to kill onto Arpe with a good angle in from bathroom. Loses the deployable shield. More fights elsewhere over towards West Main. Back down the stairs goes Lycolis. But the start that Orchid desperately needed, their first opening kill since the 8th round.
Midpoint of the round, Holman taking no prisoners, looking to push forward, and Crit J doesn't get the support he needs. 4-4, Holman pushes through, and Waybo in a really good position here.
Oh, power play from Hoven. Well, if it wasn't going to be Turd or Reeves, someone else had to step up, and it was Hoven in this case. But despite the opening kill from Crit J, Waybo had a really good pinch on that top floor. And Hoven leading the way. Good angle from above. The patience pays off for Turd as Waybo now on the verge of getting their own map point. Hoven completes his earlier work with 4 in the round as Waybo Gaming have now made it 3 straight themselves, and a 7-6 lead gives them 2 opportunities to close out this map pick of Orchid on Chalet. They've turned it against them.
Oh, it has to be such a deflating feeling now for Team Orchid to get smashed on that side as well. One, again, where they've had success throughout the day, but Hoven said, all right, I'm not letting that happen again. Marches forward and goes on an absolute rampage in that round, and Orchid get overwhelmed. Replay package. 5-5 with 2 minutes on the clock, and Crit J does find the opener. And then Hoven takes it upon himself to push forward. Finds 2. Pistol out. Catches the 3rd on rotation as well. That is a phenomenal solo play from him. Waybo themselves down to Dining then to close this one.
Deploying jammer.
Secure the wall. I'm out. Gotta reload.
That's not mine going out.
As I said before, it's been a game of momentum swings. Is there one last swing here on Chalet, or will Waybo finish this one off? And you get the feeling, at least going into Consulate, they'll be heavily favored, having played it twice already. Really good result back on the opening day. A bit of comfortability, their map pick. Usually you back in Waybo when they choose their map selections. They have got a good amount of work that goes into these things analytically. And also just the escape factor, a little sense of relief when you kind of win these sort of games. Waybo is such a class team, and they get tested and challenged. And when they come out of those games, it's like, all right, they took their best punch, and like we countered. We'll get them on the next one pretty comfortably, and that usually is what happens. But Orchid have got to find a way to fight back here. I'm almost now looking towards Peeps on the Docker beat.
Well, they don't mess around on the entry. Peeps will get active early here. It's a 4-1 split from Waybo. As we'd expect, heavy investment up above. They'll want to contest this likely to the bitter end. The inclusion of the Twitch here aiding a little bit in clearing some of this trap util from Waybo. And that may free up like Hollis on that blitz just a little bit more. Of course, the Allah is potentially a key piece of utility that the defense can look to exploit in dealing with that shield. The clash as well will be no slouch. And at 30 remaining in the round, RP under pressure takes a bit of damage. Flash to follow. I don't know though if Orchid can actually play off this utility. RP should be able to just post up.
I mean, he can also just fall back. You could just try to give up offers for now and then go for the retake. Like Hollis went for the pistol. Headshot from Reeves, traded though by Peeps. And he pushes back down Fireplace. They might try and draw their attention over towards the site, feeling like they've created enough pressure up above. Kritche over at the mezzanine. Hasn't made a move just yet. Could opt to drop. Still a logic bomb available from Peeps on the Docker beat. But no Clash, no Reeves, no Warden. It feels as if, will this be the round that Hoffman can activate again, or will it be down to Turd holding a big angle over towards Bathroom? Solotic fighting with Hoven. May get surprised by Turd. Never mind. Turd will opt to fall back. 40 seconds left. They want to draw their attention towards the site because Kritche has dropped down from Mez. So Kritche and Peeps. Peeps already deep diving, by the way, and rings out the logic bomb.
Speak easy to retake up above. 30 seconds for Orchid to make this hit work. Plank going down.
Plant is so far looking to be successful, and it looks as if Orchid are going to force all 15 rounds as Turd finds himself in a 1 versus 4 post-plant scenario. And not able to hit any of the initial shots means that for Team Orchid, they'll get one more opportunity to take their map pick against Waybo. It's going 7-7. Turd hits one shot, but still needs to clear up above, which is where BG Man is, but it's Kritche to finish off the round. All 15 required on Chalet.
Massive round there from Orchid. Phenomenal clear up above, and then shut down the retake attempt as well from Speakeasy towards the late round. Well deserving of that win, but it's not the job done yet. It goes to a 15th round here in overtime, and a critical decision now to be made by Team Orchid. They elect to go to Bar, which has been a 1-1 split for them so far. They won it back in round 8. Waybo responded in the 11th. But as for this round, the 14th that just took place, it's clean and clinical up above, and Turd got left on an island. Been some good siege on offer for both of these two teams so far. It's going to feel super harsh to whichever roster walks away from this at the deficit, but yeah, it's a qualification match for a reason.
It's interesting as well. 75% opening kill conversion in regulation. We go to overtime, and both opening kills are not converted. It's a whole different game once you get to OT. Or could go back onto the defense. And funnily enough as well, I mean, it's now 4 straight attacking rounds. 3-3 first half, 3-3 second half, but it's the attacks that's now starting to really rise. So does that favor Waybo coming into this overtime match point that they themselves now are onto the attacks. Critchay is going to go onto the clash, which we haven't really seen the clash brought out from Team Orchid. This will be the first time that we see them play the clash.
Razor wire deployed.
Can they make it count though? Reaps immediately looking to clear utility on site. Love that work. Disrupt some of the Goyo util that could be a potential late round. Now Turd last time out when they did win this objective made a huge solo play horizontally here and exploited a lot of the distraction that Waybo were able to make on top floor. So I do wonder if he'll try and introduce a similar flare this time around. Maybe Hovland can aid through lobby. He might be able to hack some of the Banshee util here from the Melusi, and you'll see that. So that does open a route now a little bit for Turd in that position. That'll be relayed across to him. I still anticipate though that the main part of the attack will be spearheaded top library stairs, but at the moment it seems like progress on that has been a little harder to come by. Maybe the mute is just compromising that a little bit. There is the clash though in that top library stairs position, and Critchay, it's absolutely crucial that he maintains that shield and that pressure for as much of this round as possible.
Yeah, the mute's definitely been a nuisance with the jammers against the Brava and the Flores. They're somewhat navigating this. It's taking a lot of time though for Waybo. Can't help but feel like on bar games, if you don't really get library control by this point, like around the minute mark, yeah, your win rate does certainly drop a little bit. They're certainly trying to push Critchay back, but he's doing a good job of just holding. Space taken. And this is super aggressive right now for Waybo, but they have the numbers. He's not pushed into the flames now. That he's actually just done a decent job of kind of dancing around it. He gets taken down to half health and has fallen back, but Critchay staying alive is a big win for Orchid.
Yeah, and Turd hasn't been able to push Dining yet either. Waybo does take space, 45 seconds, but it feels like Team Orchid have done a good job in withstanding at least that first wave of pressure and utility. Waybo need to go for essentially a faultless push at this point. Toad gives up on the lurk. He might go hit main window. Still a couple of smokes available here for Speakeasy. He'll need to make these count as well. 25 seconds on the clock remaining in this particular match.
Yeah, not a lot of time left. I think they're going to go for a bar side here, considering the presence over towards Mezzanine and the drop down from Fireplace through the smokes. Flash thrown in from Reaps as well. They're all just going to try and funnel through the doorway. Still a bit of pressure over towards library side. By the way, Critchay is in top library. Could look to deny from above, and indeed will now need to deny this plant. Outplay inside of bar though. They've got a good position. Here's the retake from Critchay. Reaps has got this covered. Speakeasy goes down. Outplay, can he confirm the plant against Solotic? He can, and Reaps then gets the final kill. An absolute bloodbath inside of bar. Waybo got pushed to the absolute limit by Team Orchid. All 15 rounds were required, but as they do best, they win out.
ขึ้นเยอะเลยครับเพราะว่าไม่ต้องห่วงเรื่องหลังบ้านแล้วไม่ต้องทำเอกสารอะไรเองแล้วโฟกัสได้กับการแข่งอย่างเดียวมีเวลาโฟกัสซ้อมมากขึ้นแล้วก็ทีมได้ทำการเปลี่ยนรูปแบบโครงสร้างของทีมมาเป็น full time มากขึ้นได้มีการเพิ่มเวลาซ้อมของช่วงบ่ายช่วงเช้าเพิ่มมากขึ้นครับผมทำให้ตอนนั้นคิดว่าทีมเราน่าจะมีประสิทธิภาพมากขึ้นนะแต่ว่าความเป็นจริงก็ในไลน์อัพแรกที่อยู่กับฟิวรี่เนี่ยไม่ค่อยประสบความสำเร็จเท่าไหร่ครับผมแพ้ทุกทีมเลยได้อันดับโล0 แต้มก็เลยทำให้มีการปรับเปลี่ยนหลังจากนั้น แล้วก็ในระหว่างที่ผมเล่นให้ฟิวรี่ในช่วงก็ตั้งแต่ก่อนแล้วก็ระหว่างเล่นด้วยเนี่ยจริงๆผมจะมีปัญหาส่วนตัวที่แบบว่าคนในทีมก็รู้แหละครับแต่ว่าผมก็แบบว่าไม่ได้เอาไปพูดเยอะเนาะก็เก็บไว้กับตัวเองแล้วก็คอยแก้ปัญหาตัวเองก็คือเรื่องของคุณพ่อครับในช่วงนั้นเนี่ยคือคุณพ่อผมเป็นเนื้องอกในสมองแล้วก็ต้องผ่าตัดขอร้องอยู่นานให้ไปหาหมอเถอะอะไรเงี้ยเพราะว่าเขามีอาการแบบว่าพูดติดๆขัดๆเริ่มเสียการสื่อสารอะไรเงี้ยมาสักพักแล้วจนในที่สุดก็ผ่าตัดได้ครับผมผ่าตัดสำเร็จแต่ก็มีปัญหาเกิดขึ้นนิดหน่อยแต่ว่าก็ยังปลอดภัยดีแต่ว่าก็มีผลข้างเคียงก็คือร่างกายซี่ข้างขวาเนี่ยจะแบบว่าไม่มีแรงแล้วก็อ่อนแรงอะไรเงี้ยทำให้ส่วนใหญ่ต้องนอนอยู่ห้องแล้วก็ต้องถ้าอยากให้กลับมาเหมือนเดิมมันต้องคอยกายภาพครับซึ่งหน้าที่นั้นก็ตกเป็นของผมเองผมก็ต้องคอยดูคุณพ่อที่อยู่ที่บ้านไปด้วยเพราะว่าคนอื่นแบบว่าตรงว่าต้องทำงานครับมันก็ไม่สะดวกซึ่งผมนี้ก็ต้องซ้อมอยู่บ้านแล้วก็เลยได้เป็นดูแลคุณพ่อไปด้วยซ้อมไปด้วยก็เป็นช่วงเวลาหนึ่งในชีวิตที่เหนื่อยอยู่เหมือนกันนะผมก็ซ้อมไปเรื่อยแล้วก็มีการปรับปรุงทีมฟิวรี่เนาะเราก็ได้เป็นไลน์อัพใหม่ที่ดึง i9 กับ BG Man เข้ามาซึ่งระหว่างนี้เนี่ยผมก็คอยซ้อมกับทีมคอยดูแลคุณพ่อไปด้วยแล้วก็ต้องบอกว่าในสเตจที่2ของปีนั้นเนี่ยพอเป็น i9 กับ BG Man เข้ามาช่วยเนี่ยเราทำผลงานได้ดีขึ้นครับแล้วก็ในสเตจสุดท้ายของปีในที่สุดเราก็ต้องบอกว่าทำความฝันของผมอย่างหนึ่งได้แล้วกันนะผมก็คือไปแข่งเมเจอร์ได้ก็เรื่องที่เสียใจในปีนั้นที่เหนื่อยใจก็คือในก่อนหน้านั้นที่แบบว่าได้ไปนิดเดียวเนี่ยคุณพ่อก็ได้เสียไปก่อนนะครับผมก็เสียด้วยอาการโรคแทรกซ้อนเป็นติดเชื้อในกระแสเลือดมันก็เป็นภาพที่หนักใจนะว่าเขาน่าจะไม่รอดแล้วก็เตรียมใจครับผมแล้วก็เวลานั้นมาถึงจริงก็ยังเสียใจอยู่นะครับผมอาจจะไม่ได้แบบในเวลาจริงแบบใครมาถามอะไรเงี้ยผมอาจจะแบบว่าไม่ได้ออกอาการมากแต่จริงๆก็คอยเสียใจอยู่ครับผมถึงแม้ผมจะระหว่างที่ดูแลอาจจะดูแลไม่ได้ดีมากแต่ก็เรียกว่าผมก็เต็มที่เท่าที่ผมทำได้ตอนนี้เขายังอยู่แล้วกันครับผมซึ่งหลังจากซึ่งเอาจริงผมก็แยกเรื่องนี้กับซ้อมได้ดีอยู่ครับผมก็เป็นผลทำให้เรายังสามารถได้ไปเมเจอร์ได้แต่ก็น่าเสียดายตรงที่พ่อก็ไม่ได้อยู่เห็นผมได้ไปเมเจอร์ครับพ่อนี่เหมือนเพื่อนคนหนึ่งของผมเลยครับผม treat พ่อเป็นเหมือนเพื่อนคนหนึ่งมากกว่าพ่อสิแบบว่าเราสนิทกันแบบแต่ว่าความสนิทเนี่ยจริงๆมันก็เกิดมาจากเรื่องความที่ผมเป็นเด็กแบบว่าติดเกมอะเนาะคือแบบไม่ยอมไปโรงเรียนอะไรเงี้ยเขาต้องคอยอยู่ดูคอยตามเราตลอดอะไรเงี้ยมันก็เป็นความสนิทแบบว่าเหมือนเพื่อนมากกว่าอะไรเงี้ยแบบว่าคุยกันได้ทุกเรื่องครับผมพ่อภูมิใจแน่นอนครับเพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วก็แม่ก็เคยบอกอยู่นะครับว่าเขาเคยพูดอยู่ครั้งหนึ่งว่าเขาภูมิใจที่ผมแบบว่าหาตังค์จากอาชีพนี้ได้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับก็เขาก็ภูมิใจครับผมก็ผมไม่รู้นะครับว่าในประเทศอื่นๆเนี่ยมีความเชื่อเรื่องแบบว่าคนที่เสียไปจากไปแล้วเนี่ยจะเข้าฝันอะไรไหมแต่จริงๆผมก็ไม่ได้เป็นคนบอกตรงๆผมก็ไม่ได้เป็นคนเชื่อเรื่องศาสนาอะไรอย่างนั้นขนาดเรื่องความเชื่อต่างๆขนาดนั้นนะครับก็แต่ว่าด้วยที่ว่าคุณแม่นะครับผมก็ทักทุกวันจี้ทุกวันว่าคุณพ่อมาเข้าฝันไหมลูกอะไรเงี้ยถามแบบว่าถามแล้วถามอีกถามทุกวันเลยเอาจริงๆก็ถามจนผมก็คิดว่ามาเข้าฝันเพราะแบบว่าโดนถามบ่อยจนแบบว่ามันเข้าจิตป่าวะเนี่ยก็แบบว่าก็มีวันหนึ่งก็ฝันนะแต่ว่าก็เป็นฝันที่ทั้งดีแล้วก็เสียใจครับก็ต้องบอกว่าเป็นฟีลแบบว่าผมไม่รู้ภาษาไทยเรียกว่าอะไรก็เหมือน lucid dream นะผมเพราะว่าเรารู้ว่ามันเป็นความฝันแต่ก็ฝันมันประมาณว่าที่ผมจำได้นะก็คือผมลุกมาจากคอมแล้วก็เดินเข้าห้องแล้วก็ไปเจอคุณพ่อนั่งอยู่ซึ่งแต่ว่ามันเป็นแบบว่าฟีลตอนที่เขายังแบบปกติครับผมก็ผมจำไม่ได้ว่าผมพูดอะไรกับเขานะแต่ว่าก็คือฝันของเขาเราก็ถามประมาณว่าแบบเป็นไงบ้างที่เหลือผมก็แบบเข้าไปกอดเขาเราก็เป็นฝันที่รู้สึกดีครับได้คุยกับเหมือนแบบได้จากลาก็เรียกว่าเป็นฝันที่ไม่มีทางเป็นจริงแต่ก็ดีครับผม พ่อนี่เหมือนเพื่อนคนหนึ่งของผมเลยครับผม treat พ่อเป็นเหมือนเพื่อนคนหนึ่งมากกว่าพ่อสิแบบว่าเราสนิทกันแบบ แต่ว่าความสนิท
He gets him just in time. It's no time remaining. It is Impact Norman. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Lakers 8-7. They got absolutely tested all the way. And honestly, big credit to Orchid. I thought they played tremendous, but at the end of the day, Waybo, they just know how to win. And that was the separating factor. Now they go to their map pick of Consulate as well, and it doesn't bode well for the Challengers.
No, it's not. Look, it's not quite a foregone conclusion, but the fight that Waybo were able to show back here on Chalet is certainly got to cement a pretty big seed of doubt now for Orchid, who felt like they had it in their fingertips. And as is always the case with Waybo, it seems, they let it slip, and Waybo were able to capitalize. And I guess in terms of looking ahead now for the rest of the series with Consulate up next, it's a pretty strong map for Waybo. They actually don't typically enjoy playing it a whole lot. Historically, they've banned it quite frequently, but their record is actually pretty good on it. So I don't know. It's so tricky now, I think, to see a path forward. I kind of go into the second map expecting this to be the moment where Waybo start running away with things a little bit, but you never quite know. There was a good amount of fight shown here on this first round. I just am worried that maybe that tank has been depleted for Orchid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried per se. I don't think that's maybe the right way that I would frame it. I think coming into Consulate, certainly Waybo, after escaping Chalet, sigh of relief, they'll probably feel as if, you know, and I'm sure Gohan will tell them, like, you guys can play so much better and you could have done a lot of different things to maybe close that out in a better fashion. But what they'll do going into Consulate is they'll respect their opponents, I think, a little bit more. I think Orchid clearly are a very, very strong team within this region and are shaping up to maybe be the team that can certainly challenge Waybo moving forward. Peeps continues to improve throughout his career. BG Man had a great game. They probably still didn't get, you know, as much as maybe what you would usually see out of Crit J. So there's room for improvement. But against a team like Waybo, you know, so I don't know. Consulate, certainly not a foregone conclusion by any means. Waybo will go into their map pick as favorites, but what I saw from Orchid is enough to suggest it will be competitive and they will push Waybo all the way. That's the hope at the very least. But it does mean for Waybo, they're now one map away, this map on Consulate, from booking their place in the major in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, it feels like we're a little split in terms of how we think this one will go. I'm quite convinced that Waybo are going to start running away with this map and therefore this series, but wait and see. Maybe Orchid can be mighty competitive here on the second map and maintain pace with Waybo, and potentially, who knows, maybe go on and force a third map of Clubhouse. Waybo certainly got a bit of a scare and a wake-up call back there on Chalet, and I think that they'll want to get through this second map as quickly and cleanly so that they can immediately start turning attention towards preparing for the major. As for the bands in the second half, the first half, Orchid starting out on defense. It's the Grim Ying out of play alongside the Tachanka and the Solace.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, for me, it's like you can look at it and say, well, yeah, you can obviously always find the appeal for Waybo moving into Consulate, their map pick. They kind of probably could have played better on Chalet, but I think what I saw from Orchid leaves me with confidence in what they can still do coming into Consulate. And it's less about the map. I'm kind of taking the map out of this and just sort of what we saw on Chalet and the competitiveness. I thought they looked really good at times, especially in the early portion of rounds in the first half. But then they lost a lot of that. They just were not getting opening kills. From rounds 9 to 15, they only got one opening kill. And funnily enough, they actually didn't even convert in that particular round. They also lacked in multi-kills. That's where Waybo's strength was. But then also the strength of Orchid was that they had a good spread performance from multiple players and not overly reliant on just Crit J. If they had lost that and Crit J dropped 20 and no one else could get above 8, I probably would come into this very concerned in terms of that over-reliance. Because that's always been the strength of Waybo, is as good as Reaps is, they don't over-rely on him. As good as Turd is, they don't over-rely on him. Speak Easy can be really strong in the clutch and so forth. So it's going to be an interesting one here on Orchid. I do wonder how also, despite the fact that Waybo won the opening map, how they will respond. They started so hot on Chalet. Maybe they'll keep things a little bit more cool in the first half on the attack of Consulate as we come underway. Ape On the Capital, just outside. CO meeting, of course, the sights of the Capital very, very strong and trying to flush out towards CO, but hard to really gauge how Waybo want to play this round. I would imagine it'll be admin across. Seconds remaining. Decent amount of information there acquired by the radar of Hoven. Jay trying to battle against the Blackbeard. Oh, Speakeasy. It's the Nitro Soldo from Peeps. They got the kill. A little 1-for-1 trade, but the advantage still with Orchid after getting the opening pick. 60 seconds left. So far, so good for Orchid on the defense of CO and meeting. BG Man holding towards Spiral. Up down below, hoping he overpeaks it. E1D of turn activated. Line scan rings out. And now trying to make the move up Spiral. Alpha's got to be mindful though, and he is not, as BG Man captures him, then turns his attention behind to get the kill onto turn and reaps big round from BG Man as Orchid will take the opening round on Consulate.
Well, they're off to a clean start. Again, I was getting a little concerned for them early round with Waybo able to get that admin side control, trap util with the Denari, etc. Had limited impact, vending was vacated, and they set themselves up with a lot of time in that round, at a good amount of util to layer that late, start absorbing the counter util from the defense. But the disruption factor from Orchid was actually really positive in that round. They did a good job to aggress to an extent, but not overplay their hand. Nitro really helped kickstart things, and sure, Crit J, well, he was one of the ones to overextend. The rest of the team did a really good job to put themselves in favorable positions.
And Consulate, by the way, the most defender-sided map in the region. I need to add that as a little note. And it's also been played the most in the region too. Yeah, Consulate's been a big favored map within Asia.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, sitting at a 67% defensive win rate. I mean, technically Fortress is at 70%, but it's been played once. It was a 7-3 result. So, I mean, I'm not really going to be bringing that into the sample size. Last time that we saw Waybo play this map was against Soul's Heart. It was an 8-7 then as well. So could we be on the cards for back-to-back 8-7s? Waybo got pushed then by Soul's Heart, which means in theory, actually, it's already been back-to-back 8-7s for Waybo. The 8-7 second map against Soul's Heart into the 8-7 first map here against Team Orchid. It just kind of says to me, like, you know, we kind of talk about Waybo as this juggernaut, which they are. But maybe some of the other teams in Asia just starting to close that gap. Soul's Heart, 8-7. Team Orchid, 8-7. That maybe the gap isn't as large as it once was.
So the deathmark on to Fenrir. As Speakeasy's searching over towards bench. Waybo chipping away at this map control. And they've been successful in flushing out the defense. Now all 5 members over towards basement. Orchid will be leaning into the triple nitro they have available, plus the smoke. They have F-Knots on side as well. That will be useful. There's a lot of utility here for the defense to rely upon, and it may force a situation where Waybo don't really have the option to go for plant, or if they do, it's high risk. There's maybe that world in which they're forced to go in for the flood. Not that that will phase them all too much, but it's something that they'll have to consider.
Certainly, yeah, not giving themselves a lot of breathing room when it comes to the time late in the round. You do have the blitz, which can help, but you kind of pointed out the 3 nitros are going to be very, very strong in dealing with that blitz. As Speakeasy already getting pressured by the gas babes of like Colas. Happy to use that utility early. The plane going down inside a garage now is up A. It did deal with the blitz, and it wasn't even the nitro cell. It was a headshot from like Colas, but the plan is successful. Too much reliance on the gas babes. You still had a nitro cell. As BG-Man was over towards Con, he could have easily thrown that one out and gotten into a position. And Ape was immediately able to then escape outside of the garage breach. Leaves now Orchid, yes, in a 4v3, but in an awkward post plant.
Yeah, very, very tricky, even with this player advantage. Turd can sweep it above late. Reaps up close, gets one. They need to immediately get on this diffuser.
Well, yeah, now they've definitely got the numbers. Turd has to win the battle, and he does. BG-Man's on it. Turd just has to get a bit of damage, and he does. Now he can just run against Zolotic. There's no time remaining as Turd clutches up massively for Waybo. They steal the second round. It's breaking and entering as they were able to get into garage, get the plant down uncontested. Only the gas babes, which were slightly off from the bomb chassis plant. And Ape was able to escape outside a breach. Orchid did a lot right in the round leading up to that point, but despite the setup, the utility that they had, they couldn't deny the plant, and that really was the deal breaker. And even still then, it was 3v1 standing up late at the end of the round, and Turd was able to do enough to hold on.
Yeah, big fight there onto Crit J, and then doesn't panic against BG to find the third. Not fall victim to the trade attempt there from Zolotic. That's a big individual moment from Turd. A little lackadaisical in terms of the denial there from the defensive Orchid, and well, Waybo, as they so often do, they punish that, they capitalize, and they have equalized the scoreline. Tertiary site of choice now in play. Over towards Expo Piano. I wonder if we see a bench direct here from Waybo. Given the lineup here, it's pretty unlikely. It's more than likely going to be a map clear across. And they'll try and leverage that black bid for a bit of space. Full set of frag grenades as well here for the attack in this round.
Information from the heartbeat sensor for Crit J. Thinks about the early nitro cell. Would be a big kill if you can get it up on the Finken or Adrenal Surge to help these attackers once they look to push in, but opts against it, holds it for now. It is prepped for a throw through the skylight, but he will get off this position as he gets tagged out by the radar of Hoven. Is this going to be the push in now off the back of the Adrenal Surge? Indeed it is. Speakeasy, he gets down very nicely. Really well played from Speakeasy, and then gets the second as well. A swift reminder of the talent of this player. Once easily one of the best in the region. And while he doesn't have to be the best on this team, he's still got big moments as Zolotic does get the down, but Ape gets himself back up with the Adrenal Surge. Waybo still with the numbers. 90 seconds left in the 3v2. The Speakeasy did enough in the entry towards top yellow to set up Waybo in the third round.
Bomb spotted.
Yeah, so much time now for this attack to posture themselves in a good position. May presents a chance then for Peeps or BG Man to think about the recontest up above, but I don't think either of those guys have enough of a read to realistically go for that. Instead, they'll anchor the site. Oh, I say that. Peeps has actually found an opportunity here. Had a timing, but missed his chance. He'll need to now go back down below, and that's a win for Waybo.
And he might not get that chance again. BG Man as well. 2 opportunities there for Orchid to salvage this round.
Enemy.
Now it's just a question of will they or won't they get another opportunity. Double push through the corridor together for Ape and Holvin as Ted will sit above inside a CO. Plant going down inside a Piano, holding the cover. Holvin losing out to Peeps. Ted's going to make an impact here, and they lost Ape as well. BG Man, huge double kill. Ted couldn't get the angle to protect. 20 seconds for Turd. to win the 1v2. Certainly not shy of moments such as this. And while it might not be Reap's caliber, he was a chance until Peeps shut him down. It's a big round win for Orchid because they looked a little gone in that third round.
Yeah, Waybo will be a little frustrated, unable to convert that opportunity. Really good vert pressure to initially flush outside, but then BG Man found a timing to be able to push back forward, and Turd on the vert was unable to cover. Very tricky and challenging position, but nonetheless, it doesn't work out. Orchid find themselves in the lead as we enter the round 4 ban phase. It's the Snake and the Azami to be benched.
I mean, the Snake has been definitely solid for Waybo. They're getting a lot of use out of it. Certainly the radar on a map like Consulate, just getting a lot of information. The round started so well for Waybo. You know, they're opening 2 kills. It was a 5v3. So it's a big round win for Orchid. Can't really question too much from Waybo's perspective, I don't think. You know, it's a 3 versus 2. You want to probably keep one above. You've got the cover. Cover just dies, and at that point, then the plant is left vulnerable, and unfortunately, just Turd didn't have the right angle. That's just a really, really good round from Orchid as they retake the lead here on Consulate. We go back to CO and Meeting, which can very much set up Orchid for a 3-1 lead. It's a very difficult site to take.
5 seconds remaining.
Teams now know as well, like, the CO rush through the window is just not viable in this era of Siege. Ever since Consulates came, when Consulate first came back in, guys, I felt like we saw it almost attempted every time. And then slowly but surely, it's like now you just very rarely see it. Admin across is typically more the case. A big battle towards long death spiral, vending. That's usually how it now plays out.
Yeah, Waybo didn't really have too many problems last time out for when it came to clearing admin, getting vending control. Just as they started to set up for the XC, that's where Team Orchid were able to find a couple of decent timings, land their shots, and put pressure back onto that attack. And so that'll be a focal point for Waybo in this round, provided they are able to go for this clear. It's a similar setup from the defense with this Denari setup. They elect not to invest the shield over towards vending this time around, though, so a slight differentiation. As Waybo get boots on the ground, begin their progress forward. Go through the checklist, bit of hard breach. Reaps will look to deploy all 4 of his Roteros, but in the meantime, Turd gets caught over towards that yellow stairs. Presumably going for a lurk. He gets exposed, and now Waybo need to fight with a player down.
And it's a big kill as well, because on this site, defense, you probably don't need those early kills, so it's just an added benefit. I mean, that's just a huge win for Orchid, and Crit J finally gets his first kill. Can't believe I'm saying that into the 4th round. And saying that with Orchid having good results in the first couple of rounds too. And we know that Turd has obviously been very impactful in the series. This is way more difficult now for Waybo. They just don't have the numbers to be able, like, they have to find a pick. As long as Orchid, there's only, what, 50 seconds left, just sit back. Now you can throw out these gas babes. Speakeasy's desperate to find this kill. A little too desperate. Alvin, though, does get rid of Lycolis, and now this opens up the side a little bit. Forces Solotic out into the middle of Meeting. By the way, Crit J's down below on the 1st floor. Solotic fortunate to be alive. He's forced back in, and this might just open up the space now for Waybo to get the plant down.
Yeah, they should be able to get this plant uncontested. Crit J down below is having no impact at the moment. Plant's secured. This has been played very poorly by the defense, and Waybo are exploiting.
Well, because Crit J was down below, though, they were susceptible, so Solotic felt like he had to push out and try and deny the ability to get into default, and then he got forced back. And Crit J's now stuck bottom of server stairs. BG Man, though, who continues to step up. An up a sharp shot, and they know exactly where Crit J is. Surely can't lose this one. They do not, as Waybo will take CO in Meeting. After losing out on the 1st floor, they go top floor, and they are successful. We're tied again at 2-2.
Yeah, they've sold that round. That probably goes down as one of the bigger throws we've seen over the course of the series here. Orchid in such strong position after catching Speak Easy. A lurk down below, not quite sure the theory behind that. Put way too much pressure then on those on the objective, and Waybo were given an opportunity to get plant down and cover.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
It was well played by
bombs.
Waybo. They pretty much just played the structure presented in front of them perfectly, but the fact that it was like that is unfortunately a big question mark over that round for Orchid. They don't seem too deterred though, over towards the split site for round 5.
We had a little bit of a kind of guess each about how this one would play out. You were a little bit adamant that Waybo would be too good on Consulate. Felt like for me that what we saw in Chalet might follow suit. Well, it's been back and forth to begin. Doesn't mean that's how it's going to end. But not much to separate these two teams. 2 rounds each, 2 opening kills each. 2 plants though from Waybo. Maybe the concern for Orchid moving into the last 2 rounds. 1 multi-kill round each. So split for the first time. Servers and tellers. This is the big ask now for Team Orchid. They've chosen to go here. They've chosen to test Waybo on the ultra tertiary site here on Consulate. Will it pay off or will it backfire? And it does backfire. 3 attacking rounds for Waybo. Puts them in a very commanding position heading into the second half.
Heartbeat sensor deployed.
So Waybo will leverage the Monty for the map clear, go horizontal alongside Turd. And they'll pair that with some pressure on the first floor for that horizontal push, with Hoven spearheading that. And they'll look to, at some point, meet kind of in the middle, make a play from there. Reload. Depending on what Orchid elect to present.
2-1-2 split. 2 above, 2 below, 1 in the middle, which is Solodic. So he's got the big work to be done. For Waybo here, it's just all about, can you get numbers? And maybe even just clearing below up might be the play. Really reducing as much of the vertical pressure as much as possible, because there's not much Solodic can really do to hold those 2 down below. And then you're left with 2 above. But Peeps has now started to make his way down yellow stairs, sensing that for Waybo, a lot of the pressure is actually bottom then up, as Hoven pushes through tellers and maybe catches out like Colas. Wasn't ready for it. The Pulse, who can get the info, had no info. Big opening kill from Hoven. Wanted to try and help out Speakeasy, pushing through server, taking the battle with BG Man, who goes down. Turd with the Vendetta, gets the cleanup. And so far, this push down in basement has been successful for Waybo. You've still got Crit J on the top floor. Talk about no impact in the previous round. He's had no impact in this round as well. He's 1-5. Went down far too easy. The plant getting put down inside a server. But it's the retake from Peeps and Solotic that has kept this round alive for Team Orchid. 2v2 into the post plant. Pistol out from Speakeasy. A little too aggressive. Felt the pressure and collapsed upon it. But Reaps opens up a good opening to see that kit.
Oh, good drone as well. Reaps now in a 1 versus 2. He desperately wants to hold this vert, and Team Orchid desperately want to contest.
Peeps got off it temporarily. Reaps has been concussed. 15 seconds. Peeps will stick it and hope that Solotic can do enough, as Peeps is going to get it. Reaps is just completely let him get the kit. I don't know if he felt like he either got off it or that the pressure was too much from Solotic down the hallway that he didn't have a chance to swing and deny. But even if it's your last resort, Guz, you try and kill him, even if you then die and get traded, you probably still win the round. Like, there's not enough time to probably get to that kit and get the counter defuse.
Yeah, I'd want to see the replay. I think he was thrown off a little bit because he didn't get line of sight. It was a really long arm onto that counter defuse. Speakeasy as well, going pistol out there is very high risk. Counter defuse ultimately ended up landing. Look, well played by Orchid in the end. It was a tricky position that Reaps found himself in. It's a bit of a lose-lose. Either way, though, Team Orchid now back in the lead. Top floor we go. preparing for the final round of the half, and it certainly has been much more of a seesaw than I anticipated.
Seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, 4 rounds will be really good for Team Walker.
5 seconds left.
Waybo just haven't really looked at their utmost best today. And in this region, there are enough quality teams that can punish Waybo. Orchid is one of them, Soul's Heart's another, Daystar maybe even on their day. You know, if they're having a really good day and Waybo are slightly off, and Asia is easily the best sub-region within APL. Waybo, of course, leads from the front, but maybe the gap is closing. Just across Chalet and now Consulate made a few little micro errors, and Orchid are exploiting. Still, despite all that, if Waybo can secure a third attacking round, well, they're probably in the better position going into the next half.
Yeah, once again, we'll see the admin across posture here from Waybo. I don't think they're going to look to change anything up too much fundamentally. Could see them introduce a bit more of a lurk factor on the opposing side of the map, but even that might be a little up in the air given their ability that they've shown so far to trade through some pretty tricky positions through the late round here, where they've been able to stack on this admin side and sort of forcefully brute force, I suppose, their way in towards the objective. Midpoint of the round. And it's BG Man Peeps the closest to contest. Impact there from BG Man to try and find the air jab and maybe just open up an opportunity for aggression. Hoven has no air jabs remaining. Oh, this Nitro cell below from Crit J is interesting. Now, Crit J has been lurking an obscene amount in the last few rounds and has had 0 impact, so he needs to find something in this round, and I think that lands. It does. That's better.
Oh, there's a player right in front of him as well, over towards Visa. Upay wants to swing. Crit J. Speak about the lack of impact in the previous rounds, and you're at the Nitro cell getting rid of Reeds. Big impact. 40 seconds left in the round as Waybo on the verge of giving up a 2-round lead to Orchid heading into the second half. Crit J stays tucked in towards Tellers. Getting aggressed though by Hoven and Ape, but Crit J ready for the battle. Not ready though for Hoven, who can now push back up. They've dealt with that first floor lurker. 3v4 outnumbered, pushing towards the site. Speakeasy still has the shield. Red ping intel. Hoven gets the kill on the Lycolas, and they know that full well. Peeps is sitting in the middle of the site. Tucked back in towards catering. But a double, triple in the round from Hoven. Leaves it down to Speakeasy. He's going to have to keep this gun largely in front of him, but he's pinched between 2 Orchid defenders as they take a 2-round advantage heading into the second half. Alrighty, so Team Orchid not wanting to head to that lower bracket. They want that major spot right here today. 4-2 lead on Consulate as they head on to the attack. It's not going to be easy for them. Definitely get the feeling that defense is going to be stronger as per the statistics in this region. But I'll tell you what, guys, they continue to be just ultra competitive against Waybo. They're really making Waybo work for it.
Yeah, they're being pests in this matchup. They're not making it easy for Waybo and doing enough to just throw them off. The bans for the second half: Goyo, Allah, Ying, and Blitz. As we look at the replay package of the last one, KJ finally able to have impact on these lurks, got the opening kill, double down on a sack, and very difficult to be cleared from that position. And Multi was ultimately traded. 4-3, 20 seconds. It was always going to be tough. And then those anchors on site hits some really sharp shots, some good timings against the Waybo that were flustered, trying to work their way in towards the site. And so we'll see now if Waybo have enough on defense to close out the map and the series. But they don't go in to the half with the lead, down to Expo for their first defense.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. Seconds remaining.
Again, it was a 3-3 half back on Chalet. Had it been a 4-2 half to Orchid, they would have walked away with the map. So that one finished 8-7. Technically, had they been able to close that one out, they could have been just 3 rounds away from a spot in the major. And as it stands, Clubhouse could be on the cards. Surprisingly, maybe wasn't anticipated in this series. Still a lot of work to be done, though, for Team Orchid. And the man that's really led the charge, though, BG, man, 25-14 across the 2 maps, 2-0 on entry. Highest rated player inside of the server. As Critche has been a little bit lackadaisical here on Consulate, maybe this will be the half on the attack where he can just get aggressive, have more of an impact, have a bit more of a say in the rounds. Certainly finished strong, did Critche. And speaking of him, let's out his first logic bomb.
Yeah, slow goings here in the 7th round. But such is the nature of Cons. Like Hall's getting active over towards Lounge at the moment with that Monty, but potentially susceptible to the vert here, and that's really the name of the game for this defense. 3 players up above on the 2nd floor. And like Hollis now will ping that out. Question will be, I don't really know if Orchid are in a great position to really contest this now. They've committed pretty hard to the 1st floor clear. Limited bodies up above, limited info. Does Peeps know of Reaps? I don't think so. This should be a free kill for Reaps. Oh, maybe not. Dump the gun.
Oh, he does get it. Wasn't free. And into Expo goes like Collars for the plant. Denied by Arpe. Quick response from Waybo. And that kit now out in an island. With no one really close by to retrieve. And a big part of your attacking plan with the Monty and the clear towards vending no longer available for Orchid leaves the remaining 3 in a very difficult proposition late into this round. As Crit J just thinking about trying to push in towards Piano, wary of above, but Holman up close behind the Piano itself. Lovely headshot. PJ was able to infiltrate and get that kid inside of Expo. But as soon as these walls come down, his life comes to an end. Waybo, hot start here in the 2nd half.
Yeah, pretty snappy work there from Waybo. Making Orchid really fight for that map control, the vert angle that they were able to play as well in that round, the vertical dimension that they introduced, proving to be quite difficult to take down, and they weren't really able then to be in a position to leverage the Monty, which I think they're going to look towards quite a lot in this first half. Reeves did a nice shot as the opener, like Colas took it upon himself to push forward, but lacked support. And then the rest of that attack was sort of filtering in one by one. And it was pretty simple and straightforward for Waybo to seal the deal. They tick off that tertiary site, and they now go above, which should be a little more comfy.
So I wonder, are we going to get another overtime here on Consulate? It would be 3 straight for Waybo if that were to eventuate.
10 seconds to go. Reload! 5 seconds remaining.
I feel like it's either going to be a Waybo masterclass defensively over the next few rounds where they just string together quite a few rounds straight, or it ends up being overtime. I don't know if Orchid will be able to close this in regulation quickly. I just don't think that's going to be how Consulate will play out. So they're going to have to know they're in for a grind here in this second half on the attack.
Reloading!
Can't panic, can't worry too much about getting it all done in a single round. Take things slowly if needed. You know that Waybo are going to really spread the map at times. Play into the roam games, play into the flanks. BG Man's been very good, and so is Peeps. Time for Crit J to get going. Hoven with the contact. And it's a double kill start for Waybo. Hoven just doing enough to offset over towards managers, and that now is going to make this a very difficult round for Orchid.
Good catch though onto Turd. A little fortunate there for Solodic, but able to make it work, and now it's at least achievable from this position, but still very tricky.
Loading new magazine!
Especially with such a strong hold established all the way through break that's been largely undisrupted. Lycols can help feed info on the 0, but actually actioning off that is very tough, and Waybo don't take too many chances. They'll begin to peel back. Hoven sticks around Coffin for a little while longer, but he's able to escape. And so they'll anchor sight. 2 gas babes for default. A Razor Bloom as well in the pocket of Speakeasy. Waybo have done the hard job now of contesting that entry and finding an advantage, and now it's all about converting.
Change. Target deployed. Cam ready. Deploying drone.
Still 2 gas babes for Arpe though, so with the time ticking down, there will be even more stall out opportunities for Waybo's. BG Man gets caught. He's down, but he's not out, and he did have the diffuser as well, and that's a significant delay now for Team Orchid. Lycola's certainly not in a position to go and help out, so Solodic will have to do the job. He gets him back up. 25 seconds. That just wasted a good 15 seconds on the clock, of which they didn't really have a lot of time to begin with. Lycolas is waiting for Solodic and BG Man to put more pressure over towards his side so he can push up Spiral. Lycolas does get the kill onto Arpe. He can now push up Spiral. Reaps to come cover, and cover he does. As BG Man's by himself, needs to hit all 3 kills quickly. Time expires though for BG Man as Waybo tie it up on Consulate.
And fists in the air for Speakeasy. He's feeling comfortable and confident at the moment, and it feels like Waybo just starting to turn the momentum in this series in their favor, with successful back-to-back wins on defense and basement. If they're able to convert that, it'd be a perfect first rotation, and will give them the lead.
Attackers need to
They've
locate
looked very
and
much in
defuse the
control
bomb.
so far in the second half. Back-to-back opening kills for Reaps on the Peeps. 4 alive round 7, 2 alive round 8. It's been pretty decisive from them so far. They're manipulating the map really nicely, showing strengths here on their pick. And Orchid, at least not yet. I think it will happen at some point. At least not yet. Haven't been particularly inspired on these attacks.
It doesn't help that Reaps has got the opening kill onto Peeps in both rounds as well, who Peeps is a pretty solid player, and I think he's the kind of player that can provide a spark to Team Orchid. Certainly on the attack, when he's been probably tasked with helping facilitate the entry with the Lion. Goes down pretty early on in those rounds. This time he goes onto the sledge. And still not really getting enough out of Crit J, 3A. And it's not to put the spotlight on him based on the current performance. It's to put the spotlight on the #1 ranked player in the region. In a big game to qualify for the major, that's when the best players rise to the occasion. BG Man has certainly stood up and taken on a lot of the load, but at 4-4 scoreline with Waybo 3 rounds away, can't have that happen. Yeah, the trade immediate from Peeps, but again they lose Crit J. The Snake taken off the board. Easy kill for Reaps as well, catching out Peeps, completely unaware of the top yellow stairs positioning from the Master. As Waybo now have the player advantage, soon it may be the map advantage. BG, big kill,
Okay.
shuts down Reeps, bottom yellow.
And it's a bit lackadaisical there from Reeps, who does get caught on a timing. So 6 players up, 3 apiece. Midpoint of the round. Still a Nitro up here for Waybo and the Solace. Solodic could be the X factor in this round. He's gone for the back lurk. He'll try and buy his time. As BG Man and Colas stack in towards the site. With the help of the Thatcher, the wall's easy to open up. And in fact, that Thatcher could be a crucial tool in dealing with any Nitro assault as well if the backstab is unsuccessful. Don't know if Waybo have the best of reads on that back hit. They are potentially. There is potentially some info on the Echo, but he's been very patient. Oh, that's a freebie. Oh no!
Oh no! No. The reaction from Turd is exquisite, but he should have been dead. And that is a huge difference maker in this round. And he also has a Nitro Cell. 40 seconds left, and that's just put a little hold here on Lycolas and BG Man too. A little tag too from Turd onto Lycolas. BG Man does finally get that kill onto Turd. No Nitro to speak of. Haven't been seeing Alpe flick any yokais. I don't know if there's any available. With 15 seconds remaining, Lycolas will opt for the plant as BG Man to cover. He's been their best fragger. And he covers onto Hoven. The plant is successful. Uppe pushes forward and shuts down the top fragger. Lycolas, his position known. Uppe in the 1v1 and he hits a clean headshot. Sigh of relief for Waybo. And they take the lead here on Consulate.
Big moment there from Arpo to stand up. Oh, wow. Orchid will feel so hard done by in that round. Not only does RP clutch up, but you think back to the insane shot that Turd hit in that round. That was wild. Cannot believe he hit the 180 there. You lose that. The round was wide open there for Orchid. And to be honest, he probably should have.
So into the bans, and following this will be a tactical timeout as well. Mute and Grim have been taken off the board. Orchid to talk things over. Waybo 2 rounds away from a spot in the major. And not just any spot, but a playoff spot too. Again, a reminder that the 2 slots in Asia are not the same, guys. The second one is in play-ins.
Waybo well and truly have ascendancy at the moment. Last 3 rounds have been very, very decisive. I mean, sure, it was a clutch there from Arpe, but it just feels like the overall encapsulating that first rotation, Waybo have looked in control of their own destiny so far. Orchid still playing catch-up. Attack timeout offering an opportunity for them to chat that rotation over, formulate a plan going forward. Of course, they're really not that far behind, just trailing by the 1 round at the moment. But as you said, Waybo just 2 rounds away. It's getting tantalizingly close for them. Looking back at the 9th round, Speakeasy. Disruptive first kill, but traded out. Reaps got caught, 3-3, and that's the moment right there. Turd hits the 180. Solodic falls, and it ended up being a difference maker as Arpe bearing 9 in hand, pushed forward, found 2, and clutches up big time for Waybo.
Yeah, I mean, he could have easily lost that, and it's not on him at all. 1v2 post plant, he's got to push forward, 2 sets of eyes on him and where he's coming from. So to hit the clean headshot, create the 1v1, and most importantly, to get rid of BG, man, first of the 2. It hasn't quite been like Colas's day. And so that leaves him in a 1v1 clutch where he's probably a little bit stressed. And poor old Lycolis, 621 today. So probably wasn't the man for the clutch. Although, funnily enough, he did win a 1v3 clutch back on Chalet. That was a long time ago, round 7.
Bomb located by attackers.
3 straight opening kills as well for Waybo. 3 straight round conversions. Just have to think back to Chalet. Orchid were able to rattle off 5 rounds straight. They've got the ability to string rounds together. But what they haven't shown is the ability to get a round win on the attack side of Consul so far. That's been the concern. There's only been 2 attacking round wins in the 9 rounds played. And it's been a solid team effort from Waybo. RP with the lowest amount of kills with 6, Reaps the highest with 8, the other 3 with 7. So a good spread performance from the group. On the flip side, the reliance on BG, man, to get the majority of the kills for Orchid is proving that it's not enough right now for them. 10th round coming up. Waybo 2 rounds away from securing a spot in the major.
So the Vulcan play then for the 10th round in combination with the Solace, where we're looking to layer as much info as possible here. That could also potentially enable the double nitro here to counteract the admin across take from Orchid. You can see that Volcam in particular is in a position that's potentially a little threatening. Minute down in the round, and it's the double specialist drone work here, actually triple rather here from Team Orchid with Brava, Flores and Twitch, and Hoven peppering away down below with those impacts. Just trying to maintain pressure. Make this clear a little uncomfortable for Team Orchid. In the meantime, those Roteros are getting to work, trying to find key pieces of utils, BPC, the Banshees, etc.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
Map control is slowly going the way, though, of Team Orchid. It's not been super heavily contested. And the shock drone means that hard breach will likely follow here through this main entrance position. Once that's exposed, then Waybo will need to respond.
There's only a minute left. I mean, this round is just going by. There's just not much that's really happened. You still got a decent amount of defenders up on this top floor for Waybo heading into the last 50 seconds, and Orchid haven't cleared them out. Pretty heavily focused, actually, you know, coming through Visa and Talers and maybe a direct hit towards Expo and Piano. But I just don't see how that's going to work into this setup. They're hopping down below. You can get information from the Solus. Still got plenty of bodies up above. Waybo can play the vert as Alpe gets the kill onto BG, man. That is a critical kill in favor for Waybo to shut down the enemy star player. J2, no impact again. It's like Colas losing out Alpe. And Solotic goes to the Nitrosolar Speakeasy, and all too easy for Waybo. That was the most clinical round I think we've seen, guys, maybe in the series, or at least for a long while. Waybo making quick work of a slow-moving, slow-acting Orchid, and they've now got themselves 2 major points.
Oh, well, they can almost see the end of the tunnel. It's been a little up and down for them so far this afternoon, but I'll be, I think, pretty satisfied with how they've been able to compound this advantage on Consulate so far. 4 rounds in a row, seeking a 5th to get the job done, to seal the deal, and to book that ticket to the Salt Lake City Major. It's been a good team performance overall here on Cons. I mean, if my numbers have updated, every single member from the team at the moment's on 8 kills. It's been that even of a spread. Again, a testament to the dynamic nature of this team. They essentially just pick whatever op or role they feel most comfortable on the day, on the side of choice, etc.
Attackers need to locate
And that kind of flexibility and versatility that they have really helps set them apart from the rest of the competition. And yeah, those numbers certainly accurate. 8 kills across the board for all 5 members of Waybo. Truly a well-rounded team performance from them so far. Now it's just about getting the job done.
It is a 30 bomb for BG Man, by the way. I know he didn't get one in the last round, but 14 kills here, 16 on the first map. He's done as best as he possibly can for his team.
10 seconds to insertion.
But as of right now, it may not be enough. Still, I mean, it's only 2 rounds. I say only, but they haven't actually won a single round on the attack so far. So to go from 0 to 2 maybe feels like a stretch. Maybe the air has gone out of the tires of Team Orchid. They've put up a solid effort against the best team, and a team that's been the best team in the region for a while now. You know, 8-7 on Chalet, that felt like the one they probably needed to win, and that was the one that was just so hotly contested. They had opportunities. And Consulate, you know, a good first half, 4-2 up. But 4 straight now for Waybo. Just solid on the defensive Consulate, not making any errors. They've gotten the opening kill every single round. They won the clutch round, the one round that Orchid had. They won that. Maybe it's a different story. Maybe it's 5-5.
We needed a way through, so I made my own.
So they go double shield. Blackbeard, Monty, just help with the entry. Make life a little simpler, a little easier. Gaspe Mavape thrown out rather early. Solodic upside down. Now going for the vault in. Never mind. We'll think better of it.
Yeah, a little awkward to start things off, and they're playing straight into the arms here of Arpe on the smoke. He'll be looking to anchor this position for as long as possible. Looking to stall out the Monty. Buy an opportunity maybe for reinforcements from the rest of Waybo. Speakeasy will play a backline position. The Shamika launcher can then lay a more utility top yellow. So if Orchid want to fully invest here for this play, and that's, well, where the diffuser is situated currently, they'll need to be patient and wait out all of this utility.
Loading new magazine!
Can only wait for so much longer, though. There's a minute left again. Like the previous round, they're just a little bit slow around the map, and they're just going to be packing in the gunplay. I mean, Arpe expecting, of course, one to push behind the shield, but it ended up being another shield player, and so straight into the Blackbeard did a lot of those shots go. Does finally net Team Orchid the opening kill in this half. This is their last line of defense on the attack as Speakeasy gets rid of the Blackbeard. He will fall, though, in the trade, but it equals back up to the 3v3 as Reaps then falls. Orchid maintain the advantage. They've done a decent job pushing towards the site and taking these battles, as Lycolis on the Monty has certainly had an impact.
Oh, do they know about Turd? He's the X factor in this round. He has remained completely silent.
Gets the kill. No, he doesn't. Turd would love to have his time again and misses the shot onto Peeps. Is hovered now to do it all. Well, I thought Lycolis would have been dead to rights, and let's be honest, had he got that kill, they're off to the major. And they may still be. No, they will not, as Orchid survive for at least one more round. How did Turd not get that kill?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't understand.
I want a slow-mo replay of that right now. Did he even damage the Monty? I don't think he did. I think it was a clean whiff, which is remarkable. I thought it landed. Evidently
so
not.
Much time. He was completely unknown.
Yeah. And even then, almost still the one clutch. The big round for Orchid. And we go one more, at least.
Well, I tell you what. If they don't win this series, this right here. Oh my word.
How is that not landed?
He gets that kill. It's a 2v2, kid on the ground. He probably then doesn't have to swing. It's a whole different game. Because he probably doesn't have to swing. He could have even just gone back prone and just let Hoven hold the angle. That's just round done, and that's major secured. Could you imagine the unthinkable if it were to happen after that?
How did that not land? I don't know how many times I need to watch that, but
I mean, he
swear
shot the
landed at least
pixel.
2 shots.
No, he did. He shot the pixel of the shield. His crosshair was on the shield.
Okay, I've asked the replay to get cube one more time, so we may be able to watch it. Here we go.
I'm convinced he's hit the shield here. Yeah, the first shot has gone over the shoulder. The first shot goes over the shoulder, and then it's just shield.
Oh yeah, I guess it was so close. And then he whiffed the, and then he traced the second. Oh, turd. Anyway, down to base.
Well, if there's one player that isn't phased by that, it's Turd.
Oh no, that's just another day at the office.
Just chew that gum.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, probably a pretty good temperament to have when those kind of situations happen, because they can throw you off and frustrate you. And you want to be able to lock back in pretty quickly here, down to basement. Lots of info gathering here from Waybo with the Pulse and the Echo combo. Nitro misses. Just.
Okay. Okay, they're getting a chance here.
The mistakes started to just creep in a little bit at the final hurdle for Waybo.
Just the little things, just the very minute things are going the way of Orchid here to get them still a chance to force overtime. And the call is on the Monty. It's been a big switch up. They've found success with the Monty play. This is where Ape needs to be a bit more careful with his yokais, because I'm convinced he must. All three of them must have been dealt with last time out. It's Turd, big Nitrocell onto Peeps. May just delay things for Orchid. They've still got to get breach opened up as well. Crit Shade from above can still find a pick, certainly with the sledge, as he'll open up the floorboards. Round's not over. 60 seconds. You still have the Monty, the sledge above, and the breach getting opened up. Information from Ape.
Oh, this is
they
good.
do still have another Nitrocell, but Reaps doesn't elect to throw it. He was a little bit too late off to play that yokai.
I think he's in a position where he can still deny chassis, or certainly pillar from this position though, so Reaps may be able to maintain that Nitro a little later into the round. But it's advantage Waybo and Orchid are under the pump to push overtime.
Waybo are 30 seconds away from booking their place at the Salt Lake City Major. Zono canister thrown out from Reaps. He has one more available too. Like Cole is just feeling the pressure pushing out of bot yellow. Kuche can't really find anything from above. Potential angle. Now going for the plant inside a garage is Lycolis. Nitrocell from Reaps is available. Where's this yokai? Was not needed. Lycolis got off it anyway. Ape sets it up. Bang. That's going to disrupt. That should be enough. As Lycolis falls, Waybo will indeed book their place in the Salt Lake City Major. It's another international event for the APL's best team in the region. Definitely got pushed to their very limit in this series. 8-7, 7-5. Respect to Team Orchid. But it's Waybo who are still the kings of the jungle.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't for a lack of trying from Team Orchid. They kept Waybo honest in this matchup, but at the end of the day, the superior team was able to get the result, and with that, they are seeded into the favorable position for the major. They get the job done. They had a couple of trials and tribulations to navigate, both here on the second map, Consulate, but also back on Chalet as well, where they were at least somewhat fortunate really to walk away with the win after 15 rounds. But again, they walk away deserved victors in this matchup, and well, our prediction was ultimately correct. Not that it was the hardest prediction ever to make, but Waybo do take top spot in Asia.
I mean, I feel pretty happy in saying that it was going to be competitive again on Consulate, and it certainly was. Anytime you go to all 12 rounds in regulation, I think Orchid can walk away holding their heads high with that performance. They drop to the lower bracket. They'll get another opportunity. And in that lower final, Guz, you win that, you go to the major. Again, it will be a play-in spot, so it's not quite the same result as to what Waybo just achieved, being able to go to playoffs. And what it means as well for the Asia region, with Waybo now confirmed, Salt Lake City and taking that playoff spot, that if they perform well, then Asia will maintain the 2 slots going into stage 1.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're in the Asia region, you can now officially cheer for Waybo at the major itself and hope that they do well. And in doing so, they'll maintain both slots going forward in 2026. Here is the match, or the map summary rather, for Concept. BG Man played his absolute heart out today. I think you mentioned he totaled 30 kills over the course of the series, and so credit to him and having a strong individual effort. But you look across at the kill count for Waybo and just the impact that each player was able to have in their respective roles, util clearance, drone work, etc. It was really phenomenal across the board, and critically that layer on top of then all being able to contribute in terms of kill count as well consistently across both maps. It's a testament to how strong and how deep their team really is.
Alrighty, well, we're going to an interview. I'm not too sure who it's with. We'll find out when we get there. Well, here we got Hoven. Hello, how are we?
Hello.
Welcome on
Good,
in. Congratulations on making the major. Big result, and certainly pushed to the limit in that series. Obviously for Orchid, they had a very good game. I do have to ask, from your perspective, how did you view the way that they played, considering pushed you to 8-7, 7-5 as well? Clearly, they stepped up their performance, and it seems like the Asia region as a whole for Kickoff has stepped up their performance.
Yeah, they definitely played good today, but also we are very shaky today. We hesitate a lot on the decision. Yeah, definitely help them to win the runs.
I mean, looking to the major already, I suppose, Hoven. In Paris, you guys played really well. It was a good result. Top 8 finish. Is this next event finally going to be the one where we see Waybo go on top 4? Is that the goal for the team?
Hopefully, of course, that's our goal. Yeah, top 4 is our goal, but hopefully we can win it too.
Is that is that a realistic goal though, or like how are you actually approaching that event? Like, is that a big discussion? Do you guys talk about that stuff at all, or is it more so just a case of you rock up Yeah.
No. Yeah, definitely want to make top 4, and also the org wants us to get top 4. Yeah.
Well, you better make top 4 then, otherwise the org's not going to be happy.
Gotta get fired.
What were the, I guess, goals coming into Kickoff then for you guys as a team? Was it just kind of following on from SI and last year, which was a good year? Was it maybe to try and adapt on a couple of things and find new ways to continue to improve?
Yeah, actually we're trying new stuff, like of course new strats and the roles. Gohan said like we're changing the roles, but I can't say it on stream here. Yeah, something like that.
That's okay. You don't have to say that, mate. Well, obviously you're into the grand final for next week. You've qualified for the major, and obviously we wish you guys the best of luck over there.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you to Holvin for coming on and having a chat. I do want to clarify, though, I'm pretty sure I've been wrong this whole time, guys. Of course, they do technically need to win the grand final to get that playoff spot, but they are in the major, and that's the main takeaway for Waybo. And I mean, let's be honest, they're going to be the dead set favorites in the grand final against whoever they play, which is going to be fascinating to see who they play, because we're down to technically now 3 teams for that race for second, or the battle for second, as we've been coining it. Daystar, Soul's Heart, Orchid. Those are the 3 teams that are left. It's going to be down to 2 after our next series to follow. Of the 3, who have you got? You had to just pick one before even seeing Daystar, Soul's Heart. Who have you got? If you had to pick one right now.
If you hadn't have directly asked me, my immediate follow-up point was going to be, I don't know which team to pick of the 3 remaining, so throw me under the bus a little bit here. If I had to pick one team, I think I actually believe in the Daystar run in terms of what we've seen from them as a team, the depth they have on offer, some of the ideas they brought in. I'm quite hopeful about them, but equally, and we'll get an answer in our next matchup, thankfully, Soul's Heart. They seem to be having a bit of a resurgence as well at the moment. So for me, it's probably between those 2. I don't know if Orchid have enough depth on offer. And so, yeah, with all of that said, I'm probably backing in Daystar to make that run actually land.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Orchid. Just simply off what we saw in their match against Waybo, which I know is probably an easy answer considering 8-7, 7-5. And I do agree. I think that, you know, whether it is Daystar or Soul's Heart that Orchid will eventually face next week in the lower final in a big game, it's not probably going to play the same as to what we just got there. Sometimes teams actually play up to their opponent. When you go and playing Waybo, you kind of have to know you're going to need to play your absolute superstar A game, and if you don't, they're going to just destroy you. It can be a little bit different if you go up against the Daystar, who are going to play differently, or a Soul's Heart, who are going to play differently. Of course, that series though we've still got for today. Definitely you don't want to be going too far at all, guys, because Daystar and Soul's Heart coming up very shortly. That's a difficult one. I guess technically you gave away your prediction, right? Because you're expecting Daystar to win it, but I don't think it would be comfortable. Soul's Heart are obviously a very, very solid team. So we're going to go to a short break. Of course, on the other side, we continue then back down to the lower bracket in the quest for the second spot to the major. Daystar, Soul's Heart after the break.
Quick drop.
Saya mungkin bisa dibilang anak paling dimanja karena saya anak terakhir dari 3 bersaudara. Jadi kemanapun mama pergi aku pasti ikut. Kemanapun misalkan mama kerja, saya pasti ikut. Mama pergi arisan pasti ikut. Waktu saya udah remaja, waktu saya gede, saya mulai bermain game kan setiap hari. Situlah mama nggak suka, mama selalu marah-marah, selalu kesel lah kenapa sekolah ditinggalin, kenapa, pasti dia marah terus. Setiap ditelepon akunya lagi di warnet misalkan, dia selalu ngapain kayak gitu, karena saya nggak pernah ngejelasin alasan saya kenapa bermain warnet. Waktu itu mama saya udah mulai sakit. Waktu itu mama saya itu divonis dengan penyakit gagal ginjal. Itulah alasan saya kenapa saya ingin menjadi pro player, karena intinya membantu mama lah, cari uang untuk biaya dan segala macam. Sangat berubah drastis karena di saat itu saya mulai menghabiskan waktu saya di warnet. Saya jarang bareng mama saya lebih suka main game karena menurut saya itulah hal terpenting saat itu, karena yang saya cari hanyalah uangnya. Tapi saya tidak pernah menjelaskan itu kepada mama saya. Marah, selalu kesal. Saya dimarahin setiap hari kenapa nggak sekolah dan bla 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 bla. Gimana caranya saya hampir tiap hari main tuh. Hampir bisa tiap hari saya gimana caranya dapat uang. Entah itu dari mungkin keberuntungannya tidak berpihak sama saya. Saat itu singkat cerita mama saya berpulang dan di saat itulah hidup saya berubah. Saya sangat hancur, saya sangat sedih. Di saat itulah saya memilih untuk menghabiskan waktu saya bersama game, karena menurut saya itulah yang sangat membantu saya untuk melupakan hal-hal buruk, melupakan waktu, mempersingkat waktu, biar saya tuh main game habis itu pulang tidur, repeat, like cuma gitu aja gitu. Saya cuma nggak lama kemudian, sekitar mungkin 6 bulanan, salah satu teman saya reach out dan di saat itulah saya memulai karir saya sebagai pro. Dan dari situ karir saya menjadi sangat melejit, bisa dibilang, karena saya bisa pergi ke luar negeri, menghasilkan uang sendiri. Itulah yang hal itu menurut saya sudah tidak ada artinya lagi karena mama saya udah nggak ada. Jadi saya kehilangan tujuan utama saya kenapa saya bermain game gitu. Untuk saya motivasi tidak datang begitu saja.
Never let him get you down. Gonna make you stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도 않아. Cause I got my collection. 따뜻한 물에 bathe 향기 가득한 로션 촉촉해져. My cocoa bomb. Oh, I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, say it and make it a day brighter day. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, it's alright to be right. Goes on and on and on, yeah. Detour 한 개 하얀 벚꽃만 바랬던 날. 그랬었길 바랬던 예전 소원 이룬 날. 너의 문자 사탕 같은 말 숨길 수 없는 payday. 고소한 coffee, yes, could go on and on. Collect them all. I don't care what they biggest stage is fine, yeah, yeah. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just wow 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 wow. Oh baby, say it and make it a day to brighter day. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just wow 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 wow. Oh baby, it's alright to be right. Goes on and on and on, yeah.
今動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソングちびるに Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた無勢な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile 笑い合えたら宝物だね
He gets it just in time! It is Impact Norman! They are the best that this region has got to offer!
So we return for our last series of the day, guys. It's Daystar versus Soul's Heart in the lower bracket, an elimination game, but also an opportunity to move to the lower final to get a chance to go to the major next week against Team Orchid. Daystar making the run through the lower bracket. For Soul's Heart, they've been sitting, they've been waiting and watching, and we'll see whether or not they've got the means to stop the Daystar run.
Well, the Daystar roster, they have made this run work very impressively so far throughout the lower bracket. The question now remains, do they run out of steam towards the tail end, or can they get this job done? I truly believe that they have what it takes to go all the way and potentially then actually snatch the second spot to the Salt Lake City Major, but a lot of that will hinge on how they are able to perform today. Of course, playing earlier, does that give them an advantage? Does it hinder? Well, the stats and the historical data actually suggests it could be a bit of a boost for their performance here in the second series. Here's the replay package of that match earlier today against Elevate, where they were comprehensively able to get that win. Of course, Labs, the opening map in that series, was pretty close. But yeah, they were able to walk away with the dub in the end, and it's a big moment. I think Seal for me probably actually was the player for Daystar in that matchup. Bin as well, having some good moments. He was, yeah, Seal in particular was absolutely insane, and probably actually Souffle, to be honest, as well. A player that is typically a little quieter, had big impact moments, whether it be with Gun or Utul over the course of that series. So I just think that overall these guys have just enough depth and the experience as a mixture to get the job done.
Well, their opponents, Soulside, of course, already beat them in the upper bracket, which was quite a bit of time ago. And it was I9 who was best performed in that series. He dropped 37 kills. He went 9-2 on the entry with 131 EPS. He was the main man, the star for Soul's Heart that day. And of course, that series, guys, went to 3 maps. It was 7-5, 7-4, 7-5. So clearly not really much of a difference between the two rosters. And back on that day, Soul's Heart getting that win, I think would have been seen as a really big performance considering what Daystar were able to do, getting to 6 Invitational, maybe taking that mantle as the second team in the region. That gave them the opportunity to test themselves against Waybo, and test themselves they did. They lost at 7-4 on Labs, and then it pushed them on Console at 8-7, and which, as we've seen, Waybo have been, okay, a little bit shaky with their win against Team Orchid also being pushed as well. So that gives me good confidence for Soul's Heart coming into this series. They've already beaten their opponent in Daystar, and they were quite competitive against Waybo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about replicating that success from the earlier series, the earlier matchup against Daystar. How much you want to take away from the Waybo loss? Well, it's pretty limited. I think their ability to rebound and sort of have that opportunity to now prepare themselves really deeply for this matchup will serve them well. Soul's Heart have kind of resurged a little bit over the last 6 or so months, being able to tap into a bit of that old school form that they had back in the day. And yeah, again, they're not to be taken lightly. I just have this innate feeling that Daystar are going to be able to grind a result out, but it's going to be tough. Soul's Heart are very, very difficult to read sometimes, and actually translating that into round wins can be even more difficult because that team has such a dynamic nature about them.
So last time out these two teams played, it was Lair, Consulate, Chalet. We've got the vetoes for this series today. And whether or not we go to the same maps or similar, it's Bank, Consulate, and Lair. So 2 of the 3 maps that were played in the previous series will return. The key difference being, instead of Chalet, which was a loss for Daystar, they've been able to get Bank into the pool. Ended up banning Chalet after Consulate was picked. Of course, that was Consulate was won by Daystar in that series. Funnily enough, and so Soul's Heart have selected the map in which Daystar beat Soul's Heart on. Bank comes in as the new map. Lair, the decider, was won by Soul's Heart 7-5 in that previous series. So a strange selection there in theory, I guess, if you're Soul's Heart, considering you've picked the map against your opponent that beat you on the map last time out.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they've done their prep work, they've done their homework. They're ready to throw something different at that map, but it is Bank first up. This is a map that Daystar over the last couple of vetoes have let through, but was banned out before the decider, whether that be against Elevate or Fury before that. So I'm confident that they have something up their sleeve here on Bank. They're ready to go. They're locked in for this first map.
So, elimination game, Daystar on the run through the lower bracket, which was at the hands of Soul's Heart, now seeking that revenge here in the lower bracket semi-final win, and you go to the lower bracket final next week at an opportunity against Team Orchid. And again, reiterate, apologize. I was very much wrong, guys, when I was saying about the playoff play, and that is decided in the grand final, which is where Waybo sit. Does mean, of course, regardless, they are off to the major, Waybo securing their place. The first team to do so as well, by the way, in APAC, because of the 2-slot shenanigans, as Daystar looking to see if they can potentially join them And if I'm going to be honest as well, guys, for Orchid, Soul's Heart, and Daystar, I don't really think they would care about whether it's playoff or play-in, determined by the grand final. I think they just want to get there.
Yeah. No, I would say I would certainly agree with that sentiment. Pull the Cav. Was it you that was mentioned? Was it that today or yesterday? I feel like I'm meshing
It was today.
days. Okay,
It
well, it
was.
feels like about 3 centuries ago that you mentioned it, but this will be the first appearance of Cav in Asia, correct?
Yep. Leaves
And it was,
Thunderbird.
Was it Thunderbird the only one left
Yeah.
now? Yeah.
Well, if Chef Jeff were to come over for a day, it would get played.
Yeah. Or Shifters. I think Shifters was the only other team globally that had played it.
Oh, funnily enough, actually, it was SAL the other day that I was on with Mr. Dev Marta, and we saw some Thunderbird. I think I'm the first person that has ever said the word Chef Jeff on a South American League broadcast. I gave him a shout out, gave him the reference. maybe well, could be. Soul's Heart defense first up on
what
bank.
is this?
This is
see, this is what Soul's Heart can do sometimes. They have the I don't know, they have this aura about them at times. They can perform strange feats and go for unusual plays. Maybe bringing some of that more old school APAC flair into the server. It can serve them well at times if their opponents are caught off guard, but at the same time, if Daystar switched on and can start reading these style of players, then they could find themselves being punished. Mr. Punch will not commit to the hold garage, instead given the license to roam. Has 4 Daystar double shield into this basement attack. The bans as well, to quickly note: Kaid, Mirror, Ace, and Grim.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the numbers kind of coming into today, and Daystar actually, I guess probably because of the lower bracket run, they're actually ahead attack and defense win rate over Soul's Heart. So it's big pinch actually over towards Stock. Well, there goes the Cav. That was pretty easily dealt with. Clearly knew about Mr. Punch and his location over towards Stock, and it does not pay off. If you're going to go for something a little bit fun and a little bit silly, round 1 of map 1 of a best of 3 is maybe the one area I'd be like, yeah, why not? Have a bit of fun, see if you can get something. But it is on
also
lockers and
basement
CCTV.
defense. Yeah, you're throwing this side. Like, this should be the freebie side. You give Daystar an opportunity here, they'll take it. They're not going to mess around.
It is the one side, though, that Fort with 5 is not unwinnable.
No. Oh. Shots landing onto Bin Bin, but he'll flick the shield in time. And in the meantime, Peak has been able to take space in through open. Trying to force the hand of this defense. And the flush will follow.
Nice shot from Seal. Gives them a significant advantage. And poor old DCH over towards Blue Stairs, who's playing the default position and isn't really going to be able to probably feel as safe now playing Blue Stairs, especially if Square Hatch gets opened up. He can easily get pinched, pressured, and he won't have anywhere near as much help. If they start walk, they can go pretty direct here, but they've got double shield. They've got time as well to still deal with this utility that does remain from Soul's Heart. And yeah, DCH is getting completely overwhelmed over towards Blue Stairs, and it seems like it's going to be almost flawless. It's Mark. Can he at least find a kill? He will not. Flawless from Daystar. The sting of the round was probably completely zapped out as soon as Mr. Punch went down in Stock on the Cav, and that really just gave Soul's Heart a good opportunity. Seal then getting that headshot just before the Scatman dropped down Hatch. Pretty much solidified things as Daystar get a freebie to start on bank.
Yeah, never a great feeling as a defensive team to lose bank basement up first, especially in that kind of fashion where it was pretty comprehensive around the map. Didn't help themselves with the ineffective Cav. Forfeited a lot of space open area pretty easily as well. And then the collapse on site. Pretty much offered no resistance there from the defense. So not the most optimal start, but again, very, very early days in the context of this particular series. Soul's Heart pivot, that will go top floor now in response for the second round. And the early comp here from Daystar is pretty intriguing. It's seemingly going to be inclusive of the Kali, the ranged hard breach of the Habana is still available, so they'll look to leverage that as well.
10 seconds left before
And so the mirror is banned out, so that's the primary purpose of the Kali here. But with the castle in play, whether that's in anticipation or it's been spotted out, the Kali will be a very useful tool in combination with Sophia as well, funnily enough, to deal with those barricades.
Yeah, and just a reminder, I mean, it's been the common kind of talking point from last weekend and I guess following into this weekend too, about the warm-up fatigue of having to play the 2 best of 3s in a given day. And so far within at least APL, the team that's played the 2 series has typically had the better result. So that's something to keep in the back of the mind as Daystar, of course, are playing their 2nd series today. Their first match started almost 6 hours ago. And so it may end up being a 9 to 10 hour kind of day for them. And there is a bit of fatigue in that. That's why it's warm up versus fatigue. But so far so good. And I think if they start well, win their map of bank, their consulate, they'll feel like they will have a very good opportunity, even if it is Soul's Heart's map pick. They did win it last time, did Daystar. So I'm just sitting blue stairs trying to get some information on the Solus. Was top floor CEO executive the site for the 2nd round. So really just trying to scout out drones, maybe where the kid is.
Reto is able to deal with some of that util as well. There's so much layering of that with the castle and the Azami in play. As they could deal with some barbed wire entry point as well now towards site. Soft breach dealt with. None of the smokes have been used just yet by the attack, and that's likely because they want to leverage the glass. This is aggressive from I9. I don't think he's been droned either. No,
yeah,
definitely hasn't.
I like this position though as well. Yeah, I mean, Zuki's never going to be aware of that, and then Bin Bin started to push out.
Okay,
and
that's
a bit much.
That's a bit much.
That's a heat check from I9. But he's done his job. He got the 2 kills. Completely disrupts the attack. Got rid of the glass, so you can't play that as now a power play later in the round. They could have gotten the smokes out and let the glass do his thing. Pika needs to win this battle, and he does against Mr. Punch down the hallway. It's back to a 3v3. Lying to position a seal, maybe having expected for Scatman to swing out Janitor to go for the trade onto Pika. He had it covered. And then in the end, Pika just opted to swing himself. Fortunately, Seal was there for the trade, but he gets caught as well on the push up towards Square from Mark. Souffle by himself, still outside of the building. As Soul's Heart have locked in the 2nd round. Smoke out, repel in. Pre-fire spray, unsuccessful from DCH, but he recovers, and Soul's Heart do confirm the round.
Yeah, again, they just made that a little more difficult for themselves than it probably needed to be with the I9 jump out and some shenanigans elsewhere, but they had afforded themselves the advantage there to be a risk-taking a little more than what was ideal. Either way, though, they walk away with the round win. Here is that lurk play from I9. Good little trigger discipline, not to reveal his position early. And it was a pretty simple lineup between the 2. The rest of Daystar did an okay job in keeping steady. Some good trades into the 2-2. But then Mark's position down below was pretty unpredictable, leaving Souffle on a bit of an island. And so the scoreline now sits 1 apiece over to open area for the 3rd.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Camera ready to activate.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the jump out from I9 was a little bit silly, but that was the difference last time between these 2 teams was his aggressive plays early on. 9-2 on the entry. Dropped 37 kills. Of course, it was a 3-mapper that played almost close to 40 rounds. Close to, but not quite. Just a little bit below. Interestingly enough, in that series, Pika was the lowest rated player in the server. But he's been performing really, really well today. So you kind of think about what are the differences between 2 teams that I think are largely similar in skill. has a good day, maybe I9's a little off, and that's maybe all it takes. Something along that. Half an open area. Third round. Had their fun with the cab in the open ground, and it seems like now we are very much playing for business. Pick it in towards square on the Blackbeard. Well, he has been taken low. Scatman getting pressured by the flash over towards Stock. There's going to be another one thrown in. Tried to get aggressive, and Seal was ready and waiting. And that's a lovely clear over towards Stock. Nice and early into the round as well for Daystar to clear that, get its control, deal with Scatman. Suki with the kill on to DCH as well, and so far it's Daystar that have started better here in this third round.
Oh. Yeah. Very much now theirs to lose. Has been a pretty comprehensive clear from them. Mr. Punch main stairs elsewhere. Mark targeted by the Deimos. So tricky to envision these two being able to clutch up the round. Mark did find one. But in the meantime, Mr. Punch fell. So it leaves it in a 1v4. Lots of time now remaining for Daystar. It should be as simple, really, as getting Pika in a position to scout on the Blackbeard. And then the rest of the team to react off that info.
Let's get the down to Souffle and the kill onto Pika. It's a 1v2 with 2 minutes, with a minute to go. And becomes winnable now for Mark. Zuki and Seal just got to make sure they think their way through this, because you want to double stack together, but then that gives him the capabilities of getting the 2 quick kills, but you also don't want to split up and create the 1v1s. Holds over towards Printer.
Yeah, here we go.
Sorry, the frag grenade, but they haven't cleared the position. By the way, Kit left behind above, so they need to go for the kills. Had a chance there, Mark. Frag grenade further pushed back. Can he create the 1v1s? Gets tagged up. And no, as soon as he pushed out, Seal was ready and waiting. Daystar do not let that opportunity slip.
Yeah, got a little scary there, but Mr. Punch was unable to vacate that position fast enough, and the drone was able to confirm that he hadn't moved. Double frag grenade meant that it was pretty simple to dislodge.
Is I9 in a bathroom?
I didn't see. Not sure. Maybe.
We head into the bands. It's the clash in the Blackbeard, and no one is surprised as we see the shields take it away. Clash, of course, wasn't played in the first 3 rounds, guys, but it's always one of those cases where they're going to ban the Blackbeard, and if they do that, there's a world in which they may want to then start playing the Clash. We're just going to not allow them to be able to use that as a fallback option.
Yeah, nice clutch attempt there from Mark, but clean from Daystar in the end. So 2-1 the scoreline. We return to basement. Last time out, Soul's Heart trolling a bit on this site. They had the Cav pick, died early. Rest of the hold was unfortunately not particularly substantial. And so, yeah, interested to see how a more consolidated hold here will stack up. It was actually flawless last time out from Daystar. So the anticipation will be that this time around it's a little more competitive between the two.
Wall secured!
I mean, this is quite aggressive still from Soul's Heart. It's clearly not as extreme as what we saw previously, but big presence offside, second floor presence. Open area hatch is open. They start looking to go direct lobby, so maybe indicative that we see a gold drop or a played out main elevator.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because like they've essentially swapped the cab for the Legion and then dropped the castle for the smoke. So the smoke will very much just play basement, but I imagine they do still want to have some kind of aggression above basement, just not Kavira level. Ooh. Oh no, it was almost a walk into the wall bang over towards main stairs. Obviously, the Legion can be a big nuisance for the Monty, as Pika did step on one of the goo mines. It's DCH top square. This is the same position that I got an earlier kill on, and it will work against the Zuki. Clearly, Daystar are aware of the way that Souls are playing this, but you can be aware. It doesn't mean you know exactly what positions they're holding. But that's twice now in that position. Daystar have lost a player or defender. From here on out, the remainder of this half, you've got to be very cautious of that square. Doesn't matter, they've still got the 4v3 advantage, and 9-9 now slips in towards Archives to try and catch Bin, and will do so. Bin a little bit careless as well.
Yeah. The blinders seem to be on for both teams at the moment.
They've short trapped in I9. Oh my, whoa! God, only I9 can do that in this series. Oh, that is absolutely next level. And may just haunt Daystar after what he did to them last time. He should have been dead to rights. It should have been really a Daystar 3-1 lead.
There's a time here for Souffle. Has a drone, sense util. Count him out. But Mr. Punch will be able to space him with the gas canisters. There's also BPC on site, so this is really tricky.
One more gas babe after this. The issue as well is if he does want to opt for a rotate, it's going to eat up the clock massively. And really, it's either, what, a push down main stairs or a hatch drop as the option. It seems like it'll be hatch drop with the ROV. The good thing with the hatch drop is if a gas babe is thrown out, there's a bit more space. Oh, the ADSs have just completely ruined his plan here. And a drop down as Mr. Punch gets the free kill. That is I9's round. It's all down to this man right here, and he does look like that's a bathroom, isn't it?
That's a shower. He's in the shower setup. He's ready to cool off between the maps. Yeah. Good little play over towards Archives. The re-aggress was definitely the right decision to back up what DCH kind of laid out in front of them with the pick top square. Finds that one. Soul's Heart have advantage momentarily, gets caught, but then I9 finds this pocket of space. And gets the first. He probably could have tried to evac at that point, but hits the wall bang, and the second there onto the Monty. Nice little play from him. And that was a good opportunity for Daystar to win basement 2 times in a row. But they don't convert, and the scoreline now sits to a piece.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, good opportunity is probably an understatement. They really should have. With the Monty pushing into Archives, I9's position, he's pretty much strapped, and Daystar didn't do as much wrong as it was more so just an insane play from I9. Like, even getting that first headshot killed, he probably should have then got traded at least by the Monty, but then the absolute quick reaction flick headshot. I mean, what are you meant to do against that?
10 seconds left before insertion.
Poor Pika just got his head ripped off so quick. And the irony is that after I9, I mean, there wasn't really much utility left for Soul's Heart, so they were just so vulnerable. It was just the gas babes. And it's pretty easy at that point when you have the Monty who can kind of push deep and just create a new position to plant. You can't then layer the whole site. 2 rounds to go in the half. It's been a fun one. One of these 2 teams will progress to next week's lower final. The other, their time done, and it. Well, the reality is Asia is a very competitive sub-region within APL. These 2 teams are both capable of making the major.
Let's see what I can find.
Yeah, absolutely. This should end up being a very close match between the 2, and well, so far it is delivering. I9. Confidence flowing after that last round. Oh, he's been spotted out though. I think, or perhaps not actually. Either way, it won't be a push through lobby immediately anyway. As elsewhere, top square, Daystar get to work. Wall open. I9 continuing to buy his time here. Don't know if Pika on Repel is aware of his position. Doesn't seem to be the case. Is Souffle aware of his position? I don't think so.
I think it's just a standard check. They must be aware of the fact there's someone below. Oh, yep, spotted him.
Swapping mags.
I mean, they're probably. Oh,
poor.
Oh, off the rappel goes Pika. Big kill from Mr. Punch towards front desk. And that's a big play now for Soul's Heart with Iron still sitting towards Tellers. They need to clear him. But there's only a minute left, and there goes the glasses. Mr. Punch has gotten another one. Pushing out from front desk, playing the hallway position. He's just moving around just enough to offset the attack of Daystar, and hits the headshot onto Souffle. Mr. Punch, 3 big kills in this round, and essentially gives this one over, you would imagine, to Soul's Heart, and allows the space for I9 to push ATMs. Doesn't see too much outside. I mean, Seal is out on the rappel, now in towards top square. So he'll make his way back in to fortify towards the site, and needs to do so now in a hurry, because they've been able to find 2 quick kills back, have Daystar. Seal not quite sure where he's getting shot from. A little panic. Mark will shut down Azuki. And Seal's got 20 seconds, and no, 0 seconds as Mark gets the final 2 kills. A well-deserved round win for Soul's Heart off the back of Mr. Punch.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, there are some sharp shots being hit inside the server at the moment. I tell you what, there's some wild trades going either way. Both of these 2 teams are looking very sharp. Sure, strategically, it may not be the deepest game ever played, but mechanically, it's been a bit of a treat so far. And so Soul's Heart now with the slight advantage, the first team to win back-to-back rounds here on Bank so far. It's Staff Open next. One out last time by the attack of Daystar. The early portion of that round was incredibly one-sided. It goes down on paper as a close one in the end in a 1v2, but overall it was pretty dominant from Daystar. And it looks like they're going to bring a similar tool set to try and deal with this side established for top floor and then flush out the objective. And as for Soul's Heart, they too are going to bring a pretty similar lineup as well, it would seem on paper. They dropped the Goyo though on this occasion. And I'll actually introduce the Azami into the lineup, so maybe sensing they need a little more coverage, whether that be above for the contest or down below on the side.
Jammer ready to activate.
I mean, you think about the fact that the opening round itself was a little bit of a throwaway round 2 from Soul's Heart. I mean, I'm not going to say they should be 4-1. We don't know what that round could have played like had they not gone into the whole Cav thing. But you know, obviously, it's been a good contest. It's, as you said, been some sharp shooting inside of the server, but most of the really sharp shooting has actually come from Soul's Heart. Mark's gotten a 3k, Nine's gotten a 3k, Mr. Punch has gotten a 3k. So 3 rounds straight, Soul's Heart have been able to get good multi-kills. And to me, that's more of a highlight of, you know, who's really playing well right now. And it's clearly a couple of the members of Soul's Heart. And also 5 straight opening kill conversions from both teams. As we get underway in this final round, and there's another opening kill for Soul's Heart. They'll make it 3 in a row, 2 to TCH in the half. Shuts down Bin. But Souffle and Seal able to find 2 quick picks. Something we haven't probably seen a lot of from Daystar at around this portion of the round. And when they lose an opening player, it just seems like it slowly but surely falls apart. This time they respond quickly. Now have the advantage.
Okay, well, can they convert this time around? It's certainly more competitive on the side of Soul's Heart and their ability to have disrupted this push a little bit. But now the entire team is forced back into site, and there's so much time remaining for Daystar. They'll be able to complete this hard breach. Still got a ram in pocket, Lion scan, the Monty of Pika can now push forward and squeeze out this archives hold for Mark. Daystar in a good position at the moment. Yellow ping. Mark is surely dead in the corner.
Yep, good call. Seal able to catch him coming out of archives. And Daystar might just be able to get that 3rd attacking round. And this is where you've got to get Pika on the Monty to be the one to take the next point of contact, and they'll do that. We're Soothplay above, watching it, see whether Pika can kind of push them into the more open areas. Open area. In fact, Pika just going really deep to get as much info as possible, and Soothplay finally gets the angle that he was searching for through the hatch and leaves Scatman by himself in towers. And 3-3 is going to be locked in. All tied at the half. Nothing separating these two teams. So all tied at the half, 3 apiece in this lower bracket semi-final. A little back and forth, but I mean, Daystar never able to string 2 rounds together. Soul's Heart were at least able to do that. I think what we've seen from Soul's Heart so far has maybe looked a little better. In a 3-3 game, you know, maybe the one difference being that Cav play in the first round, and that's the determining factor as to kind of why this half may be tied. Interestingly enough, in the final round of the half, it was DCH who got the opening kill, but it was the first round where the opening kill did not get converted. So that too being a little separating factor as we head into the bans after the role swap timeout. So far, Ace and Smoke, and joining those 2 bans will be Habana and Tachanka, which is a good ban for lockers and CCTV. In fact, the Smoke and Tachanka ban to me indicates that Soul's Heart really want to win lockers and CCTV.
Yeah, it's an all-in investment from Soul's Heart on basement, and I guess equally Daystar. It's a investment on top floor as well by taking away the ranged hard breach. Here's the breakdown of that last round. It's pretty methodical across the board from Daystar. Their ability to map clear has been really good on this objective. And Soul's Heart finding it tricky to recontest those key areas of the map as we get ready for basement. Best player inside of the server so far is Seal, 136 EPS, 7 kills. And in fact, he had some flashes of serious brilliance in the earlier series today against Elevate, so promising that he's been able to carry that momentum forward into Bank so far. On the flip side, it's a slightly more even spread, I suppose, in some regards. Mark leading the charge, 6 kills to 4. DCH, whilst -3-5, has actually been their best on entry at a 2-0. So he's been okay in the early round, probably just looking for a bit more impact late round.
5 seconds left.
Big second half coming up. Who can take the opening map of this series?
Changing mags.
Daystar's map pick. And it's the one map of the 3 that we have that is different from the last time these two teams played. Interesting Denari tripwire connectors over towards server. I mean, it really highlights the amount of viable options that you have on defense, even for a site like Locus and CCTV, where you take away the smoke and the Tachanka, which are very good operators in denial. So then Daystar just go full trap heavy. So you're going to have to waste your own time in dealing with a lot of the utility that has been set by Daystar and throw in a mirror for good measure.
Yeah, the Goyo is going to make the late round tough, especially. Soul's Heart electing not to bring a
Twitch
or
a Brava,
a Flores,
anything.
No Brava. Yeah. I think they're very, very committed to the sense drop here. That seemingly seems to be their best bet, and they'll go for maybe a flood if required if the plan is not on. Because outside of that, I really don't know if their options are really that expansive. It's pretty limited at the moment.
Sort of Canis is delaying the admin hatch from being opened up as Mr. Punch just shows a little bit of face over towards main stairs. And Daystar right now more than happy to also kind of put that vault presence and also around elevator, because they've still got a hold in server. So they know full well that with a minute remaining, if there's no server control, it may be a back hit. So Daystar are ready for this, even with the drop elevator from Mr. Punch. They're well positioned. Oh, that was a chance for Azuki. Just had a little timing where Mr. Punch turned around. You can see immediately turns his attention towards that vault drop. But it's Bin that falls early to Scatman. And that's down main stairs. He can now offer a bit of help with Mr. Punch. Good clear though from Azuki to go past the Monty. That's Mark falling inside the elevator. Souffle gets rid of I-9. He can't help out. Right now, Mr. Punch has drawn the attention of Azuki and has kept him at bay, but eventually overwhelms him. Azuki does a great job. And he's got this vault area now locked down. The push coming in from main stairs and loading. 3 in the round for Azuki. Pika gets the last one. A very solid hold from Daystar and a really good read.
Yeah, I think they've done a really good job to sort of break down that round defensively, expecting the unexpected to an extent, especially when you factor in those bans. They've been able to respond pretty well. I don't think the Soul's Heart attack was particularly poor. Probably just needed a little bit more assistance onto the back push with the Monty. He got left on an island, then some of the other moving parts didn't quite find their mark either. And so it unraveled a little bit for them in that round. Positive start, though, for Daystar. And so now that's their first back-to-back round streak here on Bank. And heading over to second floor, they'll be looking to replicate the success from Soul's Heart, who were successful on both of their attempts for top floor. So 100% defensive win rate for their opposition. They'll be eager to replicate something here. And again, when you consider the bans of the smoke and the Tachanka, outside of basement, those operators are not going to be as influential on the other side. So
yeah,
I think that actually puts Daystar in a very strong position.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, smoke, you could make the argument. You can definitely play it on the other side, certainly on top floor, but Tachanka is really a basement one hit, isn't it? And in the end, you don't take the side anyway. When you're factoring in that you're banning out the smoke Tachanka, you kind of need to then actually put the stock into winning that side down in basement. Gives Daystar a pretty decent leg up. And on the flip side as well for Soul's Heart, no Ace, no Habana means you can't open up Kanto. Whereas those two bans are actually, funnily enough, least effective down below in basement. So you got one team that's tried to give themselves a boost basement and the other team that's trying to give themselves a boost top floor. So it's a big win right now for Daystar in terms of the ban mind game. Still got to obviously get the job done. And that'd be pretty solidified now. The Echo for the late game, Pika will be pretty comfortable over towards that sort of long desk, front desk position. He can rotate square if needed. This would be a pretty locked down top floor for Daystar.
IUD active. Sweeping perimeter.
Mr. Punch looking to tap away util from below on the IQ, and he's potentially going to have an influential role later on in dealing with, most notably, the Echo. And then you can see Souffle proactively playing that over towards lobby at the moment. Hasn't really seen too much on the Repel, I don't think. This much satisfied with the info he's found, will now go over towards Square. In the meantime, Scatman below for death marks available, trying to contest this mirror window, and it's absolutely spot on. Bin Bin gets caught flat-footed, and Sol's Heart with the advantage.
Yeah, not a good start for Bin Bin right now. I mean, I thought he was really good in the last series, especially on the second map. Luckily, though, that they don't allow Scatman to run riot on the Deimos, and Hazuki has really stood up in this series because he was maybe quieter than usual in their previous series win. Again, the ability with Kanto closed and no pressure on those repels. You can move around that front desk area cleanly as I9 just walks in, gets two towards stock. It's only Hazuki left. He got another one onto Mark, but they just lost too many bodies too quickly to that quick aggression from I9. And the round is done. And it is I9 that gets the last one. Well, that's the kind of player that he is. I9 can be so flashy. Another big multi-kill from I9 as they take the 8th round. So they win on top floor, where we probably felt like Daystar would be a bit stronger. After Daystar won bottom floor, where they would maybe be a bit more susceptible. And it's a repeat attempt for Daystar.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Site repeats are a rarity these days. I think Daystar probably evaluate that round as being a little unfortunate, and again, not leveraging the clash probably as much as they would have liked. Allowing I9 to freely walk forward and find that double through stock was pretty devastating for them. That really shouldn't be allowed to happen. That's now at least the second that comes to mind for me. It's like a big moment for I9 in this series. We've had that big, impactful multi-kill that's changed the trajectory of the round. And so with that, I think he's propelled himself to the highest rated on the team so far. The overall structure and the lead up to that for Daystar specifically, actually, it looked quite positive. And so the breakdown there at the end was certainly something that they can tidy up, and hence why they probably elected to go back above to this top floor. Again, with the smoke and the Tachanka bands, you have so many really strong tools on this site. You have the mirror for the CEO repel, you have all the traps, you have the Azami you can establish on site as well. You're just got to be super careful of the Deimos down below, which you saw last time. That won't be a reappearance here in round 9. And you still have to be conscious of the util layering from the Capital, which is a tool that has been brought this time.
So back to where we were at the halftime break, all tied up. Just 2 rounds extra added on. And 5 opening kills straight is not ideal if you're Daystar. Sol's Heart have been very dominant in the early stages of these rounds.
Mine primed.
Seal has to be so careful if he wants to think about peeking towards stock, considering what's been happening. Mark's going to go old school here. Right side of top square has been opened up. And he'll go left side as well. Honestly, with the double shields, it really could just be use the Capital utility, flush out Janitor, force them back long desk side, go for a plant. There is that utility that's now being laid out. Pushed in through stock as well as Scatman, and it's going to be the attack now set by Sol's Heart. They get another opening kill courtesy of Mr. Punch. Mark going for that plant. Where's the response from Daystar? They do have an Nitro cell, but Azuki's in the hallway. Plant goes down. That should be the round. Let's be honest. That's a plant that can be easily denied from a repel position where I9 is still outside. Need to retake and retake quickly. A double kill for Mr. Punch on the blitz. He's gotten 3 in the round. It's only Bin Bin He has to push Mark as soon as possible. Mark will give him the benefit, but Mark will get the kill. Soul's Heart take the lead. A wonderful set play on the top floor of Bank.
Yeah, big execute there from Soul's Heart. And they hold it on in the post. It got very chaotic, and I almost thought that there was a moment there where Daystar could actually make it work. Soul's Heart weren't necessarily able to retreat outside of the building, which is typically the most favored position in the post for the attack, but they went about it the difficult way. They would win those duels. So a 5-4 lead as these teams continue to trade rounds, seemingly in pairs at the moment. Down to basement though. Daystar shut that down really nicely last time, despite the smoke to Chenka bans. As the replay of the post, it'll be pretty short-lived. Bin almost won that fight. Could have been very intriguing. A 1v1 there would have put him under the pump, but not to be. Yeah, excited to see how basement now develops. Soul's Heart will have a better read as to what this extension will look like from Daystar.
Neither of these two teams have been able to string together 3 rounds in a row, though, so it's been a very tight game. And Soul's Heart be the first and get themselves a map point position on Daystar's map pick. 3 players on Soul's Heart with 8 kills now. I9, Mark, and Mr. Punch. Scatman and DCH have been supporting nicely with a couple of assists to their name.
5 seconds to go.
First time, by the way, that a plant has successfully gone down here on Bank. 9 rounds played. And it's 6 opening kills straight for Soul's Heart. There's real concern right now for Daystar. Fortunately, the scoreboard doesn't look so bad. It's only 4-5, but there are a lot of other factors that are concerning.
Reloading, cover me.
There's still time and still chances to turn it around. And what better site to go to than Lockers and CCTV?
Cell identified. That won't have impact, so well sniffed out there by the attack. As they can now progress on their map clear, and I9 slams Souffle, who did not see that coming. Advantage Soul's Heart as I9 continues his rampage. The numbers don't look that impressive. Yes, it's 9-6, but I feel like he's just had so many massive moments in this map.
Yeah, 3 opening kills. He's had 2 multi-kill rounds.
Yeah, when he's hitting the scoreboard, it's been impactful.
Well, the cost numbers aren't high for Soul's Heart. It's because they're kind of taking turns. Like, everyone is having a sort of round where they drop a 3K. And so, therefore, there's less rounds where you're getting 1 and getting 1 and getting 1. It's kind of like they're just shuffling as to who dominates a particular round. So you're right, in terms of, we've seen impact, big rounds for Mr. Punch. We saw it last round with the 3K, big rounds for Mark. He had a 3K in the first. Oh, that's not good. Oh, team kill, but fortunately they did get the clearing kill onto Pika. And Mark has kind of somewhat done his job anyway, with flaming out server. Now they're just going to deal with the Vulcan canisters. 1 Nitrocell from Azuki. And then they can go for the plant as Seal creeps up main stairs. This is the big play. And as you said, Scatman watching. And Seal should be pretty much dead here. And he is. And it's going to be 6-4 in favor of Soul's Heart. Bin low on health goes prone up close with the bailiff. I9, who started it all, will finish it off with the round. Cool and calm inside of the shower for I9. 2 map point opportunities for Soul's Heart.
Yeah, they did a lot better that time in deconstructing the extension. They got that snap kill onto Souffle. And yeah, better read overall in execution. Probably should have done a better job on the first attempt given the bans that they outlined, but certainly a good recovery and lessons learned from that first attempt. Daystar backs against the wall, tack timeout. They need to win 2 straight to push OT.
Yeah, pressure on. A little bit tense because it's their map pick as well. But if I'm going to be honest, this is a very deserved scoreline for Soul's Heart. They've been far and away better. And Daystar closed and opened around that sort of halftime break really nicely. That was the last time they really had any form of momentum. Harambe just giving some words of encouragement. Again, though, guys, it's the strange one in the sense that following this, which is Consulate, that was where Daystar got the win against Soul's Heart. And to dive a little bit deeper and just to add some extra layer of information regarding that, it was a 4-2 half to Soul's Heart on their defensive half. And then Daystar won 5 straight on the defensive Consulate. So a very defender-sided Consulate. And maybe there's a world in which, as you said, Soul's Heart have kind of gone back to that map and figured out ways in which they can get more attacking rounds, and that be then the difference.
Many bombs as they can.
Obviously, taking the risk by picking it and getting at least, you know, if they can get bank, then the risk, well, certainly becomes worth the reward if they're at least 1-0 up in the series.
So the third appearance then of Basement, and it's a must-win for Daystar if they are to stay alive here on Bank. It's their map pick. And look, I clearly came into this series confident in their ability. At the moment, I haven't quite lost faith, but it's shaky at the moment. It's been well played by Soul's Heart, who I think have evolved a little more so over the course of this series. They just had a little bit more of an edge in some of the bigger moments. Whereas Daystar just fallen short of the mark. Into this round we go then. Last time out, Souffle got caught in open area. That may be playing on his mind a little bit this round. It's difficult once the strike balance between finding drones and slowing down this attack, but it's critical that he doesn't die. Drop down is always an option, as Pika himself will rotate. He'll hold firm for now as Soul's Heart begin their progression on that second floor position. The introduction to the clash as well is pretty interesting this round. We haven't seen it on Basement from Daystar yet. Currently deployed over towards Blue. Spotted out by Soul's Heart. I wonder if this ends up prompting maybe a back hit from the attack.
I9
slams Souffle, who once again unable to peel down below.
And this is why, look, sometimes you don't always follow the numbers, but I mentioned I9 was the difference last time. He's the difference again this time too. And what did you say before? It's only 9-6. Well, that's 12-6. It can quickly get out of hand. And it's the entry kills again where he's been so dominant. He went 9-2 in the series last time across the 3 maps.
Hold that thought.
He's 3-0 here.
Speak up.
I'm holding it.
I think he's on here for at least one.
Well, he does get I9, and he almost got Mark as well. I'm going to be honest, actually, considering the shots that he landed, he maybe should have got him, and in the end, he falls, only getting I9, and so the advantage remains still with Soul's Heart heading into the last minute of potentially the map. If Daystar cannot hold on. Down main stairs goes Mr. Punch. Another Candela to ring out from Scatman as the plant from Mark seems to be successful. There's just no utility to deny it. It will be successful, but he did give his life for it. 3v3 post plant as Mr. Punch looks to cover up. He's getting some help towards Beepers. 30 seconds left as Soul's Heart are on the verge of stealing this map pick against Daystar. Gun up for Mr. Punch. Back down, trying to keep Bin at bay. As Suzuki's on the kit, will he be successful? It seems as if he's going to snatch it. They completely forgot about the kit. Daystar, stay alive on Bank.
Poor. That is a volatile round if ever you've seen one. I don't know how Daystar have made that one work. Soul's Heart, to be fair, probably a little fortunate to even get the plane. They sent one player down below, laid all the util. Everyone else stayed first floor. Mark gets the diffuser down, then dies about 0.1 seconds later. So that was already close enough. And despite having that presence on the first floor, they still weren't able to cover the diffuser effectively. That's a little concerning that in the post plant, they've actually not been able to convert there. They made it very difficult for Daystar to fight back up onto that first floor, and despite that, they still weren't able to hold on in the post plant. Here's the replay package. I9, early slam, Pika, lurked electrical. A little unlucky not to find a second, and he too fell. And right here, Azuki jumps on the diffuser. And Scatman, who was up on the hatch, got caught. And that was round over. Daystar, they gasp, and they find that pocket of air, but one more required to go to OT.
Well, they still haven't solved a couple of things, though. I mean, the plant goes down. I9 got another opening kill. So that streak has continued now to 7 rounds straight. Sorry, it's 8 rounds straight, which is even worse. But again, as I kind of said, I think when it was like maybe 4-4 or 4-5 or something like that, it's like the scoreboard hasn't maybe reflected a lot of what Souls Heart have done well in terms of clearly a lot of good dominating rounds. They're hitting a lot of good shots. They're able to win a lot of the gunfights. What Daystar have been able to do, though, is just scrape together some rounds and just stay in. It's a scrap for them. They're kind of playing behind, but if they have this one round where they can maybe pop off, we haven't seen them do that since the opening of the first half. Round it, and this map is still alive. Mr. Punch in towards top square. We see the Ossa, not really used that much these days, but back in the old days of Bank, when Ossa first came in, it was a heavy favorite.
So again, it's the same setup here from Soul's Heart with the Thermite, but you're right, the introduction of the Ossa here is an old school element. Just the one nitro for denial here from the side of Daystar, and if that isn't effective and the impact from Azuki doesn't land, then maybe there's a world in which Soul's Heart can transition one of those close towards the site. Flames from I9 trying to isolate the clash. Seal under pressure. Does a good job. EMP, but not really the ability to play off that unless he jumps in and goes for the punch. But that's unlikely. There's also holes over towards stock that's preventing this push. Azuki finds one in the meantime. 5-3. Daystar pushing overtime.
They're a good confidence team. They've only had the 2 opening picks, but converted in both of those rounds. We'll see if they can do so here to force overtime. Now, there was the kill back onto Azuki, who's been their best performer, as the logic bomb has been sent out by Scatman. Oh, clear up close, though. It's I9. He's just always made for the big moments. Has he got a read, though, on this play over towards the hallway in Seal? As Souffle's down at front desk, that opens up good spacing now for Soul's Heart and the extra numbers advantage. Peak is now forced to go for the revive, but he falls into the trap as Seal by himself reveals his position. And this will allow for Mark to go for the play inside a CEO. It will be successful. I9 sitting inside a janitor, up close. Is Seal ready for this? It seemed as if he was, but I9 is just better in these clutch moments. He was a difference maker once again for Soul's Heart as they take Daystar's map pick and are 1-0 up in this elimination series.
2026 is starting on a very high note. I'm here in Tokyo, Japan for FPS Day X.
We've got the APAC Cup, the 1v1 nows, and of course the grand finals of the Tier 2 North Rebellion, plus stacks of community awards and fashion shows. The Japanese crowd have been unbelievable.
This event as a whole, the location, the people, everyone's been super nice. The food, of course, here in Japan, absolutely amazing. Great to be back for a second time, and yeah, hopefully can make it a third at some point. We really need a major back in Japan, so hopefully we can get that at some point in time.
It's been an absolute privilege to be a part of this event, and certainly can't wait to do more of it in the future.
The view here is absolutely insane here in this amazing tower. We just wrapped up the Rebellion Grand Final, the Tier 2 event here for APAC North. Absolutely banging Grand Final. We were actually, Jake and I, really surprised at the quality of Siege on offer, and very excited to get ready for the Grand Final, which again should be really, really good and highlight some quality APAC Siege. Of course, yesterday, Jake and I casted a really big upset, Soul's Heart taking down Fear X. Didn't anticipate them to win that match, and they got it done in 2, which was really awesome to see from their perspective.
The Japanese crowd have been unreal. I can't wait to see if CAG can deliver for the Japanese fans against Soul's Heart in our APAC Cup Grand Final.
Trust the bomb set, they just keep doing it. I9 for a double, and now it's out of blue. And it's time to send it deep for I9. All the timing. Straight into the bomb site. He takes a few padded bullets from Moto. Arkali trying to be the hero for CAG when his team needs him. But Didi is the last one standing. And a flawless round is one hell of a way to do it. 3 years since their last appearance on an international stage. And Soul's Heart are champions here in APAC.
region has got to offer.
Well, no surprise, another close map between these two teams, guys, going right down to the final round of regulation. That means across the 4 maps that we've seen them played so far back in the upper bracket, 7-5, 7-4, 7-5, 7-5, it's a trend, but it's a trend that is in Soul's Heart's favor. They keep just finding a way to get the edge over Daystar and puts Daystar now in an awkward position. They need to win the next 2 maps or their time in Kickoff comes to an end, and it will not be a repeat international appearance.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little less confident in my prediction that Daystar would have what it takes in this series. Soul's Heart have come out of the gates swinging. Very much a seesaw. Both teams taking quite a while to find even back-to-back rounds. It was up until the 5th round where Soul's Heart were the first to break that drought, and then heading into their attacks, they were super efficient. The key player really over the course of this map was I9. Walks away 15-7, 3-0 on entry, and despite the costs across the board, as you were mentioning, being actually quite low, I9 leading the charge 67, the others in the 50s, mid-50s, they all pitched in at the right moment and had big impact, and that's kind of what propelled them over the finish line here on Bank.
Well, the last time that a couple of these Soul's Heart players were able to actually play at an international event, do you want to have a guess, Gus?
Last international event?
Yeah. And I'm talking, you know, your majors and your SIs.
22?
Close. To the Sixth Invitational 2023. So it's been 3 years.
Okay.
You know, I was mentioning, of course, in the Orchid Waybo series for Orchid, it's been 2 years. For I9, also 2 years. Of course, he was on that Fury roster that made SI 24. But 7-5 victory against Daystar sees them 1-0 up and heading to their map pick, which again is a contentious one too. And if you're Daystar and you're Harambe, you're probably not feeling, you know, completely out of it. You did beat Soul's Heart last time out on Consulate. It was a defensive masterclass really from both teams, and so I think going into that series it'll be a case of 2 things. Kind of, number one, we've got to find a way to shut down I9 and just not allow him to get as many opening kills as he obviously has been getting, but also these high impact moments. It happened last series, it's happened again here. You've got to now also, if you're going to something to happen again, it's get a win on Consulate.
Well, let's jump into it then. Consulate, map 2 of this best of 3. Some interesting historical data between these two, but it just feels like maybe Soul's Heart are the better of the two right here, right now, unless something can change on the side of Daystar. They'll be on defense first, and if that other series, as you were mentioning, is anything to go by, well, they should be on the far more favorable side. So the onus will be on them stacking as many rounds as possible here across the first 6.
Yeah, and defense, yeah, being as strong as it was, then that comes with the pressure, funnily enough, right? It's like the catch-22. It's like, well, you probably want to start defense because that's where it was stronger last time. It's a bit more comfortable. But then that's the pressure of, well, you got to get the defensive rounds. And the last time out, Daystar actually started on the attack for this Consulate matchup between these two. They went defense in the second half. And so then that's when they strung together the 5 rounds straight. This time they actually begin this time on defense. And so the bans Ying, Grim, Smoke, and Goyo, pretty similar bans to actually what played out last time. CO meeting the opening site. It's actually identical bands. I'll just say it. It's just the exact same bands.
Yeah. All right, let's jump in.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
7-5 back on Bank. Will we see something similar in terms of closeness and competitiveness here on the second? Top floor first. The Tachanka available. Daystar are going to try and leverage that early powerful tool, not only against the CEO plant, which is more unfavorable at the moment in the current meta, but also strong against pushes on the opposing side. Admin across as well. On the side of Soul's Heart, probably the most notable addition will be the Amos and the ability for Scatman to be able to contest vertically down below, try and provide that additional dimension and try to aid Soul's Heart as they go for that clear, most likely admin across.
just got to find a way to probably manage the balance between aggression here on the defense for Daystar. So you don't want to allow I9 to be able to infiltrate through the map, find opening picks, create space. But clearly last time between these two teams, this map was very difficult to attack into. So again, all expectation on Daystar to probably just do what they did last time. They don't have to change up the strategy all that much. But then you say that, and well, what happens if Soul's Heart have clearly counter-stratted? They picked this for a reason. So they've probably put the work in. You'd have to give them the credit and say that's what they've gone and done, and they want to rectify that, give themselves another go at this. It was a close map. It was not like it was a stomp. So they just kind of have to probably fine-tune a few things, understand the way that Daystar like to play this defensively. I tell you what, this round actually ends up being quite important. I don't usually say that for an opening round, but if Soul's Heart win this, there's that confidence. We picked it. We get an attacking round, which is something we couldn't manage last time. And then that just puts the doubt into the minds of Daystar as well. So this is a big opening round. Scatman already half health, but Bin low as well. So a couple of early battles.
Starting shot zone.
Yeah, certainly the case. We approach the midpoint of the round. I9 on the shock drone. I think frontline scout at the moment. Looking for a read and spot some limited amount of information they're in through meeting. In the meantime, exterior hard breach from Mark. That will hit its particular position pretty effectively. And so now an opportunity for Soul's Heart to consolidate. They've done a good job up until this point to take pretty low risk and a lot of this map control. But here's the Tachenka coming into play, stalling out time, making this push now a little more complicated. Scatman down below. Deathmark on to Pika, who does a good job in escaping. In the meantime, Mr. Punch going for plan attempt number 1.
Bin gets the opening kill. This gets trade. And so far, playing out in favor for Daystar. They'll like to play this trade game. Good shot though from Marcus. He recovers the kit. Again, the Shamika launcher proving to be a nuisance. And out in the hallway, they're a little susceptible to the swing. Fortunately, DCH ready for the trade. They cannot just continue to go for this default plant with Azuki still up. 9 in the chamber for the Shamika launcher. Even with I9 covering over towards catering, Nitrocell doesn't work for Souffle. DCH has got to stick this plan, but the Shamika launcher should be able to push him off. I9 to cover. Again, there's that Shamika launcher. There's the down. And there's Soul's Heart that have taken the round at the death. Quite literally at the death. That is a huge round win for Soul's Heart. Sets the tone early on here on the second map. And guys, I was going to mention it, but there wasn't enough time. It was the exact same lineup composition from Daystar and the same opening site choice as the last time these two teams played. So if you are going to keep everything exactly the same, Soul's Heart are very happy with that.
Yeah, wow. That was really well played, as you were saying, at the death there by Soul's Heart. And that's a great way to kick off their campaign here on Consulate as we prepare for basement as the follow-up for Daystar.
Even this is exactly the same. So they last time won CO meeting. They then went basement. Exact same lineup. Now, in contrast, Soul's Heart did change things up. This time around on CO meeting, they elected to bring the Blackbeard. They brought the Daymar. So they've clearly thought through the strategy. They brought the Bark. Like, they completely changed up their lineup. They didn't bring a single... sorry, they brought one operator, which was the same. The Twitch. That was it. And that was the only single operator that remained the same. Now, last time out, Soul's Heart opted for Glaz, Blitz, Lion, and they... I'm assuming based on that lineup with the Thermite too, they clearly went for the breach play. This time similar, but they don't bring the Glaz. So they're not going to put all their eggs in that breach basket. They'll bring the Deimos. So immediately the Deimos is something that Soul's Heart have identified as a, I mean, no one's surprised, a very strong operator on Consulate, and they're now bringing it this time around.
It's going to be intriguing to see as the match develops if a lack of change or flexibility from Daystar ends up being their downfall. It's top 4 start for this Daystar defense. Pika presented an opportunity on a bit of a golden platter, or silver platter rather, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out. In the meantime, Mr. Punch will push through. Shotgun from Bin Bin.
Bin.
Holy. I don't know how he's been able to achieve that. That's a massive
Well, I mean, that's
play.
the perfect pinch. And then just dies at Yellow Stairs, but Mark falls to Pika anyway, who was still just roaming around on the top floor. And with the upside down rappel. Well, this is better from Daystar. So they've brought more of their roam pressure. Soulsart clearly want to switch things up. They want to bring the Deimos. But Daystar, even if it's a similar lineup, I should add, by the way, the one difference, funnily enough, was actually Pika goes onto the Mozzie instead of going onto the Capcan. That was the only change in the lineup that they brought for this second round. And so clearly that also is then probably a change in mindset and philosophy into how they want to play it. Play more into that roam game, challenge Soul's heart. You know they want to be aggressive. They're going to bring the Deimos. Okay, we've clued on. They've changed things up. We know that. That's why they picked it. And it's a good round from Daystar in response. You don't lose these, though.
I didn't think so. Does anyone to do it? It's I9. Been very impressive today. There's a lot of time to try and solve this one. But there's information up on the Maestro cam, so... You would imagine this round is over. They're playing very, very deep safe positions at the moment.
What is that?
What is
graphical
going?
bug?
I thought I was seeing things for a second. What was that? It's been a long day.
He's obviously just trying to bait it out again. Good little flick turnaround from Souffle. Now he gets a little deeper. He knows they're obviously playing back over towards security. Just trying to get into an angle. He's got bloody ADHD. He just can't stop moving around. In the end, just walks in towards security. And Daystar do get the second round that they deserve.
Yep, solid work there. Credit to Bin Bin. Massive little multi for him at the opening of the round. Set his team up. It was, to be fair, pretty low percentage. You probably should have gotten pinched there and had no impact in the round, but he hit a swift double. And then the rest of the team able to do their job elsewhere. Here's a replay of that little package. Bang onto Mr. Punch. There's that first shot through the shield, and then the second against the trade attempt. I9 tried his best to problem solve there with a minute to go, but Daystar were very, very disciplined in the 1v3, and they walk away with the round win.
So meeting for the third round. Obviously not a repeat, but going back to the top floor as they soon as possibly could after going and winning out basement rather than going Expo Piano. And they double down on the Mozzie. They probably feel like that roam gameplay might suit them here on Consulate, just the way that maybe Soul's Heart want to play and change their adaptation from last time. So they drop the Thorn, they bring the Mozzie. Worked out well for Pika in the previous round on basement. And he'll just have the license, I imagine, to play off-site and be given the chance to find an early kill or two, offset the attack and disrupt them so they don't get fully set. Funnily enough, though, Soulsart dropped the Deimos this time around in favor of the Dokkaebi, which then in itself actually helps them maybe deal with Pika. So the mind games are beginning here on Consulate.
Minute into this round, low position for I9, and it's a ground taken over towards admin for Mark. It's contested, but only momentarily by Daystar, who will kill all the way back to the objective, and so it leaves that third of the map completely vacant. No threat below, no threat vending. It's very much going to be a case of leaning into the double Nitro and the Tachanka here for Daystar. It should really come down to a 5v5 execute. I'd be pretty shocked if anything transpires here. As both teams want to prepare themselves for the XE.
The only thing would be maybe Pika if he wants to kind of move around Yellow Stairs and try and do something. But outside of him, I don't think anyone else will make a move if you're looking at it from Daystar's perspective. But even from Pika's perspective, like, if he's going to go first floor, it might be for a Nitro. As Bin actually gets the kill onto Mr. Punch. I9 creeping over towards top Spiral and just catches out Seal, not really watching. Man, that's a strange angle for Seal to be holding. His job there is to deny the long desk position. Watch top Spiral. Watch vending. Watch anything but whatever he was watching. That's opened up a lot of space now for Soul's Heart. Even without the Blackbeard, you probably don't even need it right now.
Deep drone as well. 5 below. Pika wins out. 30 seconds on the clock. Still double Nitro up here for Daystar. This makes it tricky for Soul's Heart to go for the plant.
Yeah, and 1 below now because Pika not only gets that kill, but he's got first floor pressure with the Nitro Cell. Actually just used it. And there is a Nitro though from Souffle that does connect. 2 versus 1. Scatman's got 10 seconds to try and win this one. Headshot onto Souffle. Gets onto that kit immediately. Pika running, sprinting up Spiral Stairs. Scatman will get a small chance, a very small window, and he hits it quite literally through the window. Oh, that is such quick reaction from Scatman, and he is stone cold in the face. Maybe a very small wry smile. Big clutch for Soul's Heart as they secure another attacking round. Again, guys, they didn't get a single attack last time against Daystar.
No. They've already reached a very, very critical benchmark in the 2 rounds. This has been a strong start for them. Wow. I think Daystar will be starting to feel the pressure building. Yeah, timeout early. So Harambe agrees. It's time to lock in. It's do or die from this point. The next few rounds are absolutely critical for their chance at making the major or continuing their run towards the major.
Yeah, and they've done a lot right too, in the sense that they've adapted. I mean, the first round clearly just went straight back to the strat book of what they did last time and got a little bit of a surprise wake-up call. Cool. Responded in basement. Cool. Changed it up again in the 3rd round. They put Pika on the Mozzie, and his late flank first floor actually was successful. Got the kill, then was able to play the Nitro from below. So again, a lot went right. They've also gotten 3 opening kills straight from Bin. So that's 3 straight advantages early in the rounds for Daystar on defense Consulate, which last time out, they got 5 straight round wins against this team in Soul's Heart. Obviously, there's got to be then concerns, hence why the timeout's been called by Harambe. We'll watch it back here. This moment here, though, guys, yeah, I mean, Seal has just left the back door open.
Yeah. Scatman, though, still had some hard work ahead of him.
Oh.
It's a big sharp shot to the end. Tell you what, that was, yeah, a tough pill to swallow for Daystar. I think good opportunity for attack timeout to be taken, even really from a strategic standpoint. I think more so just being able to refocus the team after that disappointing round. And looking forward to the rest of the half. Speaking of Dockerby and the Mozzie will be banned up. Mozzie's certainly a left of field ban, but clearly one that Soul's Heart had identified as being important. And it's top floor again.
Yeah, so this is the most significant change up that they've made, though. They bring the Azami and the Mute. It's going to be ultra lockdown. Maybe not wanting to play as much into the roam. And I like the Azami into the Monty. I mean, I think that the Monty selection here is an intriguing choice from Soul's Heart. They've been playing Blackbeard predominantly. They brought the Blitz in the 2nd round as well. So now they flex the Monty for the first time. And they did try Monty last time out on this site when they met previously on Consulate, and they did lose that round pretty convincingly. So I do have a slight worry for Soul's Heart that maybe the Monty's going to slow them down, coupled with the fact that Daystar are bringing the Azami, the Mute. They're going to play largely sight. They're not going to give them an opportunity by having someone flank and roam first floor. Keen to see how this one plays out in the 4th round, out of the tactical timeout for Daystar. Bin 3 from 3 in terms of opening kills. We'll see if he can make it 4 straight.
So admin across. And DCH is the one to lurk below Scatman, also on 1st floor. So they may look to do some kind of link up here, or Scatman at least in the position of flank watch if Daystar sends somebody maybe down below to contest this buck eventually. In the meantime, though, the defense fully positioned up above on the 2nd floor. DCH spots one. Doesn't want to give away his position though, and so trigger discipline. Now though, shots fired and he wins the fight onto Bin Bin.
Well, I mean, 4 from 4. Just in the wrong side of it this time for Bin Bin. That's a big opportunity now heading into the final minute of this 4th round for Soul's Heart. Daystar out of the timeout. Well, now they are up against it here. Soul's Heart proving more than capable of getting the attack grounds and justifying this map selection. And DCH creating so much pressure from below. And because Daystar opted to play full sight and again not have that Mozzie go down and flank, there's no pressure on DCH at all. He gets to play for free. And the Monty, by getting that kill into Bin Bin, can now push out into meeting, creating some really good space opportunities for the plant later in the round for Mark. That Shamika launch is running low on ammo as well. 20 seconds as Mr. Punch just goes deeper and deeper, and Daystar just look absolutely in a world of hurt. Soul's Heart do lose 2 though. Can Mark get this plant down? Nitrous are thrown, blown, doesn't get anything. Plant will be successful. Mr. Punch on 1 HP, but that is still shield up. Seal needs to go big. In a 1 versus 2, hits the kill onto Scatman and onto Mr. Punch's Seal clutches up massively. That could be match defining for Daystar.
Holy moly, what a clutch. Everyone was so low in the post for Soul's Heart. And despite showing really, really good grit and determination to push through, they leveraged the Monty nicely to get the plant down. It looked like it was going all the way of Soul's Heart. Daystar were chipping away in the background, and it was Steel to get that job done. He's been on fire today, and a good demonstration of his skill here in round number 4. It looks so good at this point for Soul's Heart. But then Scatman and Mr. Punch were so low on HP. Still had a read. Able to convert quad in the round. And 2-2 the scoreline.
Reloading. Bomb located by attackers.
Well, that's what they're fighting for. Salt Lake City Major. And while, of course, you don't qualify off this game, you will qualify off the next one if you can win this. I mean, 1 round is never going to definitively decide a map, guys, but I think we can both agree. If Soul's Heart get that 3rd attacking round, then and there, in that fashion, and almost looking quite dominant in doing so,
5 seconds left.
you could probably say at that point it's looking very difficult for Daystar, but Seal clutches up. It's a whole different story. It's all tied. They win the next 2 rounds, and a 4-2 half doesn't look so bad in the grand scheme of things.
A disappointing round then for Soul's Heart, but I think they'll still have the confidence flowing. That in general play, in general scenarios, they are doing a good job. I think particularly playing around the Monty, and well, they'll have that tool available still for the next 2 rounds. As we head over to Expo for the 5th, and Mr. Punch will start his march over towards Visa side of the map, diffuser above in the hands of Mark. Elsewhere, soft breaching play from DCH, so once they get top floor control, they can get to work flushing out the objective, and While Scatman will continue his play on the Deimos. It's been a bit of a staple so far here in the first half, played on 3 occasions, this being the 3rd. And it's been Scatman every single time. He'll like basement at the moment. It's a 4-1 split from the defense. Pika first fall, the rest of Daystar up above.
It's been a strength of theirs, really, in this half as well for Daystar, just getting these early picks. Didn't do it in the last round, funnily enough, though they won it. In fact, though, the early picks haven't mattered in this game so far. 3 of the 4 rounds, they haven't even been converted. It's this next kill, I think, that's actually even more important. And Bimbin so close, trying as hard as he can over towards long desk. And Seal gets pressured from below. Back onto the Deimos for Soul's Heart and Scatman. Up close, Bin got to win this, and he does. Holds his composure. Now getting death mark, very low on health, will just sprint on out. Gives up the long desk position. Hold on, a lot of time left in this round for Soul's Heart. Could be on the verge of giving 2 rounds straight over to Daystar. And with that kill from Bin onto Mr. Punch, the Monty falls. And it seems as if Daystar maybe has been able to avert a crisis. They could have been 3-1 down. Now they might be 3-2 up.
Yeah, this round has unraveled. 15 seconds on the clock, and a chance of victory here is very minuscule. They'll charge forward. 10 seconds. Still clearing sight. Scatman falls. Unfortunately for Mark, he follows close by. Good work from Pika. Good work from Daystar. And there's still another twist in this one as they take the lead.
Yeah, and it's 2 straight rounds now since the timeout that was called by Harambe. And even though they almost lost round 4, almost don't matter. It's either win or lose, and they won. And now they're 3-2 up going into the final round of the half. Basement comes calling, and Soul's Heart felt like they were looking on pretty good track to get more than 2 attacking rounds. They might have to just settle for that. And look, it still ultimately might be enough. Or at the very least enough to get them into a position where 4-2 themselves in the second half. It gets overtime. So by no means would a 4-2 half a Daystar put them in a commanding lead, as a 4-2 lead may suggest. It would just kind of be job done, especially after giving up a 2-1 lead. Still think a 3-3 half for Soul's Heart actually does put them in a pretty good position going into the second half. So still a big round here in the 6th round. You see the Vigil for the first time that gets played here on Consulate as Pika's 8-3, doing as best as he can. The numbers across the series, though, are kind of interesting because it's 19-11 for I9, and then after that, it's kind of around the 10 and 12 mark for Scatman, Mark, and TCH. And look at Daystar, though. The Pika, Seal, and Azuki are all around that kind of 16 kill margin. So somewhat reflecting that I9's brilliance is really holding up Soul's Heart. But then if he falls a little bit away, well, Daystar have got the numbers there to take advantage and maybe get back into this series.
Time to make a new deal.
So a 3-2 split from defense this time out. Interestingly, Pika on the Vigil is the one actually inside of Garage currently, as opposed to aggressing off-site. Rather getting to work on the objective, the Clutch Drone hacking that Maestro information, and that could make things a little spicy. Especially late round, if that's not factored in, that could be to the detriment of the defense. And the only impacts near the... Well, there are no impacts near the objective. The only impacts actually still on the board to maybe deal with that is Seal elsewhere.
Got it.
I think that one's been, caught as well. This has been
I mean,
really
he got
good
the
from
cam,
I9.
but they've lost Scatman. We're trading cameras for players, and I think you'd be happy if
trade dynamic,
if you're Daystar. I think they'd rather be 5 versus 4 up. and lose a couple of cams. I mean, absolutely dominated the opening kills in this half. Have Daystar 5-1. I mean, that is a very dominant figure. And despite that, though, a 5-1 opening kill half, but 3 plants successfully for Soul's Heart as well. Well, it's a big battle. Pika and Mr. Punch. Mr. Punch falls back, and Pika may be thinking he's gone a little bit too deep and maybe in a little bit too much of the enemy territory. And yeah, indeed, he had the right suspicion that he was getting lured into a trap. I think he realized it just ever so slightly too late, but you could almost see it in even just the character model. It was like, hang on, I've gone way too deep here. And now Soul's Heart have flipped it.
40 seconds. Shield play. This is funny to watch, and it doesn't work out. Wow, it's completely capitulated at the end there. Daystar take the round as we enter the roll swap timeout.
Remember when you told me you believe in something and you said you're done pretending that fate is patient. Go run away, get it out of your system. Come back when you're older. Go find a place where you can't be the victim. And come back when you're older. Go catch the storm within your broken bones. And be wild, 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 wild. Summer's end, and you feel that this is your beginning. Will colors fade, but it's okay. There is good in changes. Go run away, get it out of your system. Come back when you're older. Go find a place where you can't be the victim. And come back when you're older.
So a 4-2 half for Daystar, but a very entertaining half, Guz, as we saw quite a lot of intriguing rounds and back and forth within the rounds. Rounds that maybe Soul's Heart had advantages in, or Daystar had advantages in, and at times neither maybe being able to capitalize upon said advantages. Again, a 5-1 opening kill metric in favor of Daystar really kind of set them up for success. Yeah, it didn't convert on all of them, but it just always gave them the best possibility within the rounds. Soul's Heart clearly still having some issues on the attack, but at least this time they were able to get 2 rounds versus 0.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think we walk away from that half and it feels pretty even at the moment. I think there's positives to be taken away for both sides. I think the question, though, for me immediately is what do Daystar have to offer on attack? Because it's all well and good to have the lead heading into the half, but if you have the same teething issues and struggle here, maybe only claim, let's say, the one attacking round, well, obviously that's not going to be enough to, at minimum, push OT. So
and defuse bombs.
still plenty of hard work ahead of them. We go top floor, straight off the rip. Bans Warden, Solace, Grim, and Ying. Frees up the Tachanka and Smoke, both critical on this top floor site. You throw in the Goyo as well, and time management will be absolutely critical for Daystar.
And what it does, you know, I kind of mentioned before, it going into the first half, the pressure probably of having to beat a team on defense to, you know, get the results, because last time it was so defender-sided between these two teams. Well, you're in a position now for Soul's Heart where you're 4-2 down. and now you're the one that has to actually be very clean on defense. And Daystar, at least for maybe the first 2 rounds, kind of get a bit of a free swing. If it gets to like 4-4 and Daystar are clearly struggling to attack, well, then maybe the pressure relieves a little bit. I mean, Solid Side at least have the first map in the bank anyway. No pun intended.
Ready, set, Banshee deployed.
Yeah, I wonder how aggressive Soul's Heart are wanting to contest this half of the map. Especially when you're leaning into heavy plant denial utility. The more time you do waste here, the more effective that ends up being. And there's every world in which Daystar do get stalled out. So I don't mind this from them. But you have to be careful that you don't fall too easily. I9 does just that. Gives the early advantage to Daystar, and well, Mark's calling for help because he's going to be under pressure in a moment's time as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be a real big concern if it ends up being a situation that Daystar continue to keep getting these open kills, even going on to the attack. It's one thing if it's on defense, maybe you can kind of do the same thing, replicate it. Mark just caught though up on the counter bench. Has been having a really good game on Consulate. This is a wonderful start to the half for Daystar. I wonder if this might force a timeout from Solasar. 5-2 down if they lose this, and it seems as if they will. Absolutely just torn apart. They were 2-1 up, and now find themselves 2-5 down. It's going to be 4 straight rounds for Daystar. Well, that's one way to make a statement to begin the second half.
Yeah, it sure is. Statement made. Good map clear, punished Soul's Heart for the over-aggress early, and then swiftly converted. It really did then detract from a lot of that area denial and late round play that I think Soul's Heart ultimately were aiming for. So good identification there from Daystar, and a great way to kickstart their half as we look back at the replay package. He'd already fallen at this point. Mark then gets caught, awkward timing. Rest of the defense trying to aggress, and nothing is really going their way in terms of gunfights. At least not in that opening defense. Flawless for Daystar.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
I
bombs
don't want to go too soon, but maybe I do back in my original prediction here. Daystar at least got enough to a good start here in the second half, but it can definitely be a grind. So it's just about taking it one round at a time.
Attackers have located a bomb. Deploying jammer.
Where waits after this if required. If Daystar can continue this onslaught on Consulate. Soulsheart won that one last time, 7-5. It doesn't really change too much. It's still going to be a difficult map. But a 3-round advantage now puts Soulsheart in a position where they need to be very, very strong on the defense. Just starting to see, though, at least here on Consulate, compared to Bank, a lot more multi-kills, too, coming from Daystar. Pika, Seal, Bin have all had a multi-kill round. None of them got any over on Bank. There's finally an opening kill for Soul's Heart. Shots down Pika, who was running rampant, 10-4. He started to really get going as this map of Consulate has progressed. Mark was 1-7 prior to that kill. Soulsheart might just find a little bit of comfort now with less attackers available as DCH going to open up an angle towards the window. Actually almost found inadvertently a kill onto Azuki.
So 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and this round not looking quite as convincing as the last one for the attack of Daystar. Soul's Heart have done a better job, I think, in consolidating a bit of this map control. And they'll start peeling back over towards this console side of the map. Can Daystar cut off? That's the question. It seems like they are in closing. Big fight for Mark. Is he aware? Hard right for Bin. Flushed out. Mark wins it. Wow, that's a sharp shot. And Soul's Heart should now go on to convert this round.
Well, we say should, doesn't mean they will. Marcus low, drops in towards Piano. I definitely agree with the should sentiment, but I Daystar have been playing. They just don't give up on any of these rounds. They've been better in the clutch. They've had higher chances of individuals finding multiple kills. Still a bit of time as well for them to work this out. Capital utility available. And interesting still, a lot of that first floor presence for Soul's Heart. Daystar need to start moving quickly though. They cannot allow this to play late into the round when you're down a player. Desperate to find the next kill, but it's going to be the next death instead. The Seal goes down. At the same moment, so does Suzuki. Suzuki by himself. Certainly no chance in this round. And finally, Soul's Heart will stop the streak. It was all straight rounds to Daystar. But Soul's Heart have finally got back into the winner's seat.
Yeah, it's taken a little while, but finally that streak has been broken. It was, 4 in a row. And a fifth would have given Daystar the map point. Better work there, though, around the map from Soul's Heart. Mark able to win that opening duel, and then as he peeled back, was able to double that count. Daystar struggling to catch that defense on the peel back towards the objective. And again, what I mentioned before, sure, second floor, great attack, but the rest of the half could still be a difficult grind in terms of being able to find these round wins. We'll see how they fare on the next objective as we head over to Expo. And we'll see a pretty trap-heavy lineup here from Soul's Heart. Again, they're going to actually bring the Tachanka and Smoke combination. I wonder how they're going to look to employ that. Could be strong plant denial potential against anything like a bench plant, for instance. We do see Daystar initially bringing the Ace, which can sometimes indicate a little bit more of a direct approach. I feel like we haven't seen one of those attacks for a little while, so it would be a pretty big call for Daystar to make that here. Round 9 and what is another key round, but it's certainly a possibility.
Double-digit kills for Bigger and Seal. Bimbin not far behind with 9. Flexes back onto the Blackbeard that we saw from him in the opening round on CO meeting. First time seeing this first floor Expo Piano. Missed the punch very low and just 1 and 8. $39 EPS for Mr. Punch so far. His role really now just needs to be sit back and when we call for your gas babes, throw them out. That's your job.
Yeah. Certainly so. Needs to be low risk. U2 will be critical late round. In the meantime, though, Daystar beginning to enclose on the top floor. Still 4 members of this defense on said top floor. Soul's Heart won't want to forfeit this too freely. They want to lean into the vert for the plant denial. Maybe trying to force that more direct style from Daystar, but I don't really think that that is going to be the end goal. Minute 20. Pika goes searching.
They start keeping this rather composed, hoping that Soul's Heart will make a mistake. They're playing on this second floor, so at some point you imagine they're going to want to retreat. Can we catch them while they're retreating? Bimbin will push up. If not mine, just blocks a bit of the vision, forces him to shoot that out. Flames for I9. Ironic onto the Tachanka. Seal's going to walk back out, and more flames onto I9 as well. And this has now allowed Azuki to go for the plant inside of Expo. He's just gone completely unnoticed. No one's going to be able to stop him. Plant will be successful. Mr. Punch was able to get the kill, but he lost another teammate. It's only he and Scatman that remain up for Soul's Heart, as Daystar now on the verge of securing 3 map points. Barring a big clutch, which is not going to come from Mr. Punch. Scatman in a 1v3 with the time expiring. Lovely headshot onto Pika, but so much more work needs to be done with both players up above. And with the floorboards showing his position, Daystar have got a 6-3 lead on Consulate.
Yeah, they bite back. Really, really clean work there. Soul's Heart. Their win cons and their win opportunities in that round, they eroded pretty quickly. Daystar did a good job to snap into action when they found that particular trigger point on the top floor. And then the beauty of being able to exploit that was once plant goes down, they can use the very vert intended to deny it to then play in the post. So good work from Daystar. 3 opportunities to close this one out in regulation. It feels like Lair might be calling. In a last-ditch attempt to keep this map alive, though, Soul's Heart will call their attack timeout.
Yeah, is it a little too late, though? That's the thing. I mean, the beauty of winning out on Bank means that they had, you know, at least a bit of breathing room coming into Consulate, but they chose this map. They thought that they could perform a little bit better than last time. Well, so far as it seems, it's actually proven to be a little bit worse than last time. Harambe looks pretty composed. It's just the probably the words of, all right, you guys are doing well, just focus on this. Not showing too much emotion. Look, I'm not a lip reader, but I'm pretty sure it's just a bunch of, at the end, let's go, come on, you got this sort of chat there from Harambe as they end the tactical timeout for Soul's Heart. Of course, Harambe does get to talk as well to Daystar, and yeah, look, I mean, it's been Daystar's map well and truly. All of the numbers suggest it. And funnily enough, if this were to end 7-3, it'd be the most one-sided map between these two teams across the 2 series played here in Kickoff, and
Defenders, protect
it
your
really
bombs
throws a
from
spanner
being
in the
used
works
by
going
attackers.
into Lair. But Soulside on defense certainly had the capabilities out of the timeout to go on a run. I absolutely wouldn't discount them from being able to still force overtime from this position. And as it stands, must now be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like Daystar have just been able to find something here in this this second map, and making things very interesting. It's going to be a long day for them. Soul's Heart, can they show a little bit of fight? Top floor, good opportunity to respond to and keep this Daystar attack honest. Speaking of the attack, we're going to see the Brava deployed once more. That'll be a good counterplay into the Malusi. And the double BPC on offer here from defense. The lineup here, there is maybe an off chance that they go for something more direct with the Thatcher that they can play on the exterior, but probably a bit of a long shot at this point. Map clear should be the name of the game.
Detected an enemy device. Drone active.
So with the Capital no longer available for CO meeting, which is where Daystar won out back in the 7th round, they bring the Brava instead. Minute gone by so far, not a lot really has transpired except for Bim being in through copy. Nine showing a little aggression here towards the bottom of server stairs, and actually he's going for a bit of a walkabout. Bin Bin takes a big chunk of damage. 9 now in towards lobby. I mean, for I9's standards, he's been a little quiet so far on Consulate, maybe keen to get noisy.
Maybe. As Daystar continue to chip away at this map control and try to set themselves up for a map-winning play. Bin Bin's taken a chunk of damage, but has critically valued his life. Soul's Heart now will start to deploy this denial utility. First gas babe from Mr. Punch. Pretty shallow though, over towards Vendi. Maybe in early anticipation of that push through, but for now, Daystar will be patient. More smokes now to be layered. But Bin Bin gets caught. Good start for Soul's Heart. 40 seconds now on the clock as Daystar enter recovery mode.
They do recover very quickly as Seal then catches I9 trying to push back up server stairs. No impact from the Soul's Heart superstar. DCH got one, but Souffle was in a good position towards default. He'll get pushed out by that gas babe. That was the last one that Mr. Punch had. So default now a plantable position. If Daystar want that, Souffle will go for the plant. Pika can then hold the cover. And that's the way that it's going to be set up heading into the last 10 seconds of this round. There's nothing that they've got to be able to deny this from distance. And so Pika is set up perfectly and Daystar will take the map of Consulate. They do it for the second time straight against Soul's Heart, who will now be questioning their decision to choose that map. It all comes down to Lair. One more map to decide these two teams.
今動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた無勢な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! ネオンの絡む肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいから
He gets it just in time! It is APAC Norman! They are the best that this region has got to offer!
So all three maps required in this lower bracket semi-final, as Daystar and Soul's Heart could not be separated, each taking each other's map pick, guys. Soul's Heart thinking that they could rectify what happened last time at Consulate. Well, the matter of the fact is it actually got worse.
yeah, they're in for a bit of a rude awakening over the course of this series. Look, I think there were certainly moments of competitiveness shared between the two, but it was pretty short-lived. Daystar overall having the edge. There wasn't overall in every facet of the game. I think most notably, Soul's Heart actually got the opening kill in the last 3 rounds. Only converted one of those opportunities, but then Soul's Heart across the board, more well-rounded. Seal, Pika, Bin, absolutely popping off on Collins, 15, 12, 11 respectively. Those guys were hard hitting, and unfortunately Soul's Heart didn't have that same depth on their side. It proved costly, and as you can kind of see, I don't have to spell it out to you, the numbers on the page reflect it. It ultimately ended up being pretty one-sided, and that has rekindled my faith that Daystar could go on to win this series.
Yeah, it certainly has rekindled it, but again, as I was probably thinking coming into Consulate that I wouldn't count Daystar out, I'm certainly not counting out either team going into the last map. I think this is the genuine 50-50 heading into Lair, and no better reference point was the last time when they played it being a 7-5, right? There's every world in which this could go OT. Hard to split them, but the matter of the fact is, one of them, their time in Kickoff will come to an end at the conclusion of Lair. For the other, they progress to an all-important lower final next week against Orchid for a potential spot at the major. Let's be honest, both of these two teams could probably beat Orchid. I'm not saying that they would go in as favorites, guys, but Daystar or Soul's Heart, you wouldn't be surprised to see either of these two at the major. The reality is that one of them definitely can't go.
No, I certainly agree. It's going to be bitterly disappointing for the teams that do eventually go on and miss out, and no exception will be the team that loses out of this one. As we jump in, Daystar defense for Lair. I don't want to get quoted, but I'm fairly certain that given they've had the round differential advantage, that has been their selection of choice, and that makes perfect sense for a map like Lair. And the bands played out as Grim, Cap, Tachenka, and Bandit.
So Daystar will begin on defense. So looking at some of the numbers from last time out, which, I mean, I guess in some ways, what we saw from Consulate last time ended up painting a pretty similar picture in terms of lineup composition and even almost the same result. 7-4 last time, 7-3 this time. So on Lair, it was 7-5. It was the defense of Daystar that probably let them down a little bit. It was a 3-3 first half, and that kind of opened the door then for Soul's Heart, and they ended up getting, in their second half on defense, 3 straight. So they took a 6-3 lead. Daystar kind of brought it back to 6-5, and then unfortunately I9 did I9 things in the last round. So for me, it's, Daystar, what have they learned from last time on Lair? What can they do a little bit differently? Yeah, Master and R6, probably you won't want to change up, you would imagine, all too much, but based on the bans, taking away the Tachanka, they don't have access to that now. They had access to it last time. So last time the bans from Soul's Heart, or at least the first 2, were the Bandit and the Smoke. So you're kind of replacing the Tachanka for the Smoke, so Bin will play that role. And it was on this site where they had actually the most issues, guys. The Master and R6 play, they actually didn't win it once on these.
Changing max.
Swapping.
Let's lock in then for this first round. I think Soul's Heart will be particularly eager to leverage the Glaz in this round. We know how powerful he can be at times. When you think about the positions that he's able to exploit, whether that be more so late round for the plant coverage or even the immediate control over towards ops, it's pretty versatile. They wants as well not to be discounted, and DCH will start his march through Warehouse, or pardon me, through Blue Stairs rather than up through Armory. And then he'll be quite critical late round in contesting some of the anchor points here from the defense. Daystar, interestingly, don't elect to bring the Azami despite being available. We know she's pretty popular on this site. I'm also relying on the hard breach denial with the Kaid and Tuber available. Keep with a bit of a grin. Pretty pleased with how the start of this round has played out, making this hard breach a challenge for Soul's Heart. Oh, they just send it.
Ooh.
Okay.
Missed the punch, though. Ready for it. Catman getting rid of Seal, and more concern for Daystar on this top floor. Again, last time not winning it once, which typically it should be the other way around, and not losing it once if you really want to have success defensively on land. Leaves Suzuki in a tough position. They've just been absolutely torn to shreds. This is a bad start for Daystar. This is not what you want. At least it's not flawless, but in the grand scheme of things, that's irrelevant. It means nothing. Whether it's 4 alive or 5 alive, it's Soul's Heart that do to Daystar what they did last time on this map, and they absolutely decimate them on Master and R6.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild round. It really did feel like Daystar had a strong advantage at the beginning. Good combo of the Tuber and the Kaid main breach. They had that under control, but unfortunately they kind of left their backside exposed, and Soul's Heart didn't hesitate. They marched forward, charged through Mez, and then Daystar couldn't play catch up over the course of that round. So a disappointing start to their defense. Basement has clearly been their second choice, and we'll head there now.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It's a lot of deja vu in this series. Like, it's actually, I feel very fortunate that we're able to kind of reference back the series that played out last time between them. Obviously, Bank wasn't in that series, but it being a 7-5 in this one today matches what happened last time. Clearly, there's not a lot of difference between the two teams. But it just seems like, based on that series and kind of where we're at here, Soul's Heart do kind of have the edge, with the Consulate map being the one separating factor.
10 seconds to insert.
Basement last time was much better, at least for Daystar, where they were able to win it successfully both attempts. But
Attackers are heading out.
yeah, they very much struggled in the opening kill department on the map of Lair, which is in contrast to Consulate. So for whatever reason, Consulate is just a really good map for Daystar. They get the opening kills. They're pretty good when it comes to defense. They can certainly get the attacking rounds. But on Bank, all the opening kills, Soul's Heart. And last time on Lair, all the opening kills, Soul's Heart. It has to change quickly for Daystar. Firstly, you got to win this site, because if you lose this site, well, then the confidence is going in the bin, because then you're not even getting the one thing that you actually got successfully to work for you last time.
Yeah, we tend to agree. We'll see how they look to play out this round. It's looking like a pretty simple 4-1 split. The single over towards blue stairs. This is pretty old school on this site, but it's quite reliable and relatively low risk, and shouldn't leave maybe the big holes to exploit that we kind of saw last time out on that top floor. Early contest over towards Warehouse. But with the Goyo in support, Daystar able to chip away at that. And it's likely going to force a pivot from this attacking pattern. Mr. Puncher will make his way over towards Breach. And this blue set's hold now revealed, so I9 can relay that. Although there's not really a ton that Assault Heart can directly do about that at the moment. Azuki will likely go pretty uncontested, at least at this portion of the round. Elsewhere, Pika has been targeted by the death mark on the Deimos. He's playing very, very aggressive inside of Warehouse, and Soul's Heart are trying to hunt him down.
Mr. Punch might just lose his patience here and go for a swing. Never mind. Oh, Pico, the one who pushed forward. Good trade from Mark to keep this a contest for Soul's Heart, but Daystar now with the advantage.
Reloading.
Still 3 gas babes available as well for Azuki. Razor Bloom shell placed by Bin Bin late in the round 2. May get missed by Soul's Heart. I9 desperately searching from above, but he's eventually going to have to push his way down yellow stairs. Death marks are available for Scatman, opting not to use them right now. Doesn't want to probably reveal his own position towards Missile. Together with I9, he's activated the radar. Triple ping on the Bin Bin Souffle and Seal. Frag grenade thrown out. The Scatman pushes forward into that Razor Bloom that was placed late by Bin Bin. Mark coming through lockers. Big kill from I9. He got the second one as well. Scatman just got the front row view of what I9 can do best, but he needs 2 more. Can't get that one onto Azuki, and Daystar do solidify the second round.
Yeah, better there from Daystar. I love that initial hold over towards Warehouse. It was pretty aggressive, and there was almost an opportunity for Soul's Heart to actually break it down quite cleanly, but there's some big moments there from Daystar. Able to hit some key fights and some key shots. Those landed, decided to break things down. The second wave of the attack wasn't all that bad either, though, from Soul's Heart. Mr. Punch got slammed. Pika did a phenomenal job over towards Warehouse to find kills, or find that kill, but also value his life. As I mentioned, the second wave was still pretty deadly, but the back line, well fortified by Daystar, would go on to win that round. Bunks to follow. And early signs pointing towards this being a very, very close lair.
I mean, the issue is top floor. I mean, you're just then giving too many rounds over to Soul's Heart that they probably shouldn't be getting. It's kind of an intriguing development, really, for Daystar on this map, how they are just so susceptible on what is the strongest site defensively. Otherwise, if they had actually worked out Master and R6, well, that might be the difference. You lose that last time 7-5. That's the only site you've got to just flip back around another way, and you probably win the map. It has to happen. They obviously don't seem confident. If they're going bunks and briefing over Master and R6, there's a lack of confidence there in the team about their ability to win that site. Now, they might want to just wait until they can get an extra ban. What that may be, I'm not too sure. Do you take away the Glaz? Do you take away the Deimos? The Deimos is going to be more utilized across all 3 sites. The Glaz may be, though, a strength, at least on Master and R6. So that's where it's going to be interesting. So therefore, I don't hate the idea of just going bunks briefing now. We get an extra ban in. Yes, we'll lose one. Maybe, I would imagine, the smoke.
this round really should be determined by the final 45 seconds if Salzheart can get themselves in an execute position. Although Daystar seemingly are eager to maybe disrupt that. Some teams do opt to have a single anchor down below on the objective, but Daystar go for the opposite approach. All 5 members second floor, they'll fully invest in being able to deny the plant attempt from above. They do have the solace, and so Seal has a very critical job here in making sure that they know if and when the plant goes down. Another death mark attempt there, but goes astray. And maybe try to keep this solace at bay. As Seal plays a very safe position at the moment. He's prompted to drop. Sense util deployed, and Soul's Heart will, in a moment's time, start thinking about this plan.
60 seconds left. RUs go out. Still no real contact, and that's typically unlike this series. Souffle cooking up here. He's got double Griswold mines for the double push-off. Spots the Monty walking through. Maybe has lost him in the smoke, though. Mr. Punch just kept on going. Mr. Punch getting tagged up. He's going to commit to it, but it's the Nitro Cell from Mizuki that is able to connect. Opening kill for Daystar. Rush through the smoke, but well-placed is Pika. The rush through is so far unsuccessful for Soul's Heart. I mean, they've just absolutely played into the strength of the operators that they have, especially with the Solus, the utility that was still remaining. And Soul's Heart just kind of went for it and hoped that maybe the Sens ROUs would work out. Just don't see a way back into this round for Scoutman and DCH as Daystar will take the lead now on Lair. But what comes next is the big round because they're going Master and R6. The site that they've still not been able to beat Soul's Heart on defensively.
Yeah, certainly so. Yeah, this next round does feel massive. If Daystar can build a streak of 3 straight, then Soul's Heart are under the pump. Last time out, though, Daystar did leave some big vulnerabilities to that defense that Soul's Heart were able to exploit. Although I backed them in to be the kind of team that would know that pretty quickly themselves and then be able to implement a system to prevent that last time. Of course, on that top 4 defense, they left Mez super exposed, allowed a deep push, and it was a bit of a mess. Replay package of that last round. They committed 5 above for the majority of the round. Pika dropped late, able to leverage the Solace for good information, and unfortunately for Soul's Heart, the play just did not work out, unable to translate that map control in towards a plant, which, to be fair, can be very tricky on that site. But top floor, all focus. This feels like a massive round in the context of the map and therefore the series.
Attackers have located a bomb.
3 from 3 on the opening kill conversions. It's maybe something that Daystar need to try and look for. Maybe you don't just play 5 site. Maybe you do try and get something in terms of a roam, even if it's just one individual, maybe lurking basement. It doesn't seem like they're going to play out that way.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised by the Glaz ban as I spoke about it before, but I do feel like the Deimos is more of an effective ban for the half as a whole. You know, like the Glaz is probably only going to get played on this top floor. And we see a lot of teams can usually deal with it nicely, and you do actually still have the smoke available, which is a good counter. And considering they're not sending anyone on the first floor, well, the Deimos is just going to have the license again. So I'm still somewhat worried for Daystar based on the history of them on this site.
Yeah, well, I'm a little concerned as well, but we'll wait and see. Can Soul's Heart find a weakness to exploit this time out? I mean, early signs indicating towards a shape up with the Monty over towards Skybridge, and maybe indicative that R6 room is the plan point to finalize this attack. As opposed to ops across, and with silence on that side of the map at the moment, it should be relayed by Daystar pretty quickly here that it's going to be an R6 side hit. Rest of the team is currently posturing. all attention now over towards the likes of Storage. And the Roteros to help with a bit of the util clearance onto the Banshees here from Souffle. First pick to Pika, that's a big one. Mark falls, advantage Daystar.
Yeah, a massive pick for them. And as I said before, so far all the rounds when you get the open kill, you convert so far on this map of Lair. And it allows them to just fully focus on site defense. But there's the pressure from Scatman, like I mentioned earlier. You add that in with what the Buck can do, and they get rewarded. That first floor pressure nets Soul's Heart a big kill. You don't really need Mark for the executing towards site. Not that you really need Souffle either, but brings it back to a 4v4, negating the impact of that opening kill. 60 seconds left, and yeah, Soul's Heart still backing in that first floor pressure to get them a reward, and they do go rewarded. And this allows for Mr. Punch to start poking his way towards the site.
Yeah, 40 seconds. I9 with the diffuser. Shots don't quite land, but eventually gets the kill onto Pika back.
It just walked into him. Like, he's still firing, and you just could have easily stayed tucked in behind. I don't know if it was a sense of pressure or panic. And Pika just gives his life away. Azuki over towards R6, able to at least no longer allow I9 to do his thing in this fourth round as the time starts to expire. Now I'm expecting it to be probably Scatman as he pushes deep into R6 with the kit. They lose DCH. Mr. Punch needs to stay up, but they've lost Scatman as well, so he has to go pistol. 5 seconds. You can't go for the plan at this point. There's not enough time remaining. Up close, no time to even get the kills. It's Daystar that finally win out on the top floor of Lair. Is that a circuit breaker for this team? They take a 3-1 lead.
It felt like it was once again going to go the way of their opposition, but they were able to lock in late in the round and just do enough to sustain the pressure required to win out that round. And so with that a 3-1 scoreline, it's a big round to win, finding success on the reattempt of that objective. Soul's Heart now left to scramble a little bit. It's basement to follow. Do they have what it takes to break this momentum that's now been built by Daystar? Again, it's 3 straight off the back of 3 opening kills.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Some of the key players on the side of Daystar really starting to come alive. Pika, Azuki, Binbin, 4 kills each. Soul's Heart not necessarily lacking in terms of the fragging department, but just probably lacking the edge when it comes to teamwork at the moment. Let's see what they've got here for this basement re-attempt. Last time out on this site, it was a little slow going. We saw that extension over towards Warehouse from Daystar, which took a long time to break down. Opening kill came at the 1-minute mark of that particular round. I anticipate that Soul's Heart will probably go for a different approach here and not play into that.
3 straight for Daystar. They couldn't manage that last time on this map of Lair. So it's a real big performance, especially after they lost the opening round on Master and R6, and you wonder if that might have opened up old scars, old wounds, but it didn't. And knuckled down, got to work. They win the next rotation, and now they got 2 more opportunities. Still a long way to go in this, though. I mean, it can be very defender-sided at the best of times. I have a feeling there's at least another twist to come in this series.
Swapping mags!
Still persisting with the shield play, though, for Soul's Heart. And Blackbeard then into 3 rounds straight on the Monty for Mr. Punch. Not that he's been an issue, but it does kind of just slow them down a little bit. More so leaning into the Monty rather than the Blackbeard.
Get ready for explosion!
All basement stack for Daystar does give up this first floor, so the DCH on the ramp, the 3 boogie auto breaches will be able to get to work as they'll look to create the pressure. Suki holding towards blue stairs. Pika just poking his head around yellow.
We'll see if that play from Pika is able to be translated. He's able to have success on Lokazuki, though the next to be under pressure. More so here from Daystar with the smoke. Anchor position. Playing for his life more than likely, and a key tool encountering the Monty. So we encroach closer on that 1 minute mark where we saw the opening kill last time.
Big
we see
play.
it again, and that's a massive play from Mr. Punch.
It was the last gas bait from Azuki. Mr. Punch has timed it nicely. He just must have thought, I'm committing. I don't care. He can throw another one. I'm pushing through. And he catches him quite literally as Azuki has just thrown the gas bait, so can't get the gun up in time. Big pistol kill for Mr. Punch. Opens up blue stairs. Unfortunately, gets hit by the Razor Bloom, which will slow him at the moment. But it's an entry point established now for the attack of Soul's Heart. Seal will play close contact. Scatman, the Candelas go out, but he's lost his life. Plant going down for Mr. Punch. Desperately need it, and it's denied at the last second. Now, there was a trade and another follow-up from I9. DCH is going to have to drop. Ended up flashing himself as we head in towards the red time. It's 2v2. This is a pivotal round in the grand scheme of this series. Up close, it's I9. And with a combination with DCH, Soul's Heart will confirm the round. Desperately needed that one to stop the streak of Daystar.
Yeah, big round from Soul's Heart. I think Mr. Punch deserving a round of applause, the way in which he's been able to play out that round. Found a key kill with shield in hand to help propel his team forward. Just at the point where it started to feel like there was maybe a bit of stall out creeping in there for the attack, he stepped up and was successful in getting the job done, helped propel them forward. And again, sure, plant denied, didn't really matter in the end, able to overwhelm the objective. They elect not to re-attempt and instead head to bunks for round 6. Very successful last time out. Soul's Heart didn't have many answers for this site. Daystar had 4 players still left standing at the end of that round, and the first pick of said round came at the 42nd mark as well, so it was slow going for Soul's Heart. They tried to prep for the green push, ignored the vert, didn't work. I wonder if that now prompts a change of thinking from the attack this time, where they go ops across, try and flush out top floor, or do they double down? In terms of the attacking composition, probably suggesting that they do go for that first option. They drop the sense. They bring less in terms of XE util and more for the map clear.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh no! What's up?
Oh no!
Hello? I don't know if you can. I don't know if that wasn't a bug. You can't call a rehost. What happened?
But if it was a bug, can you call the rehost? I haven't seen anything like that. I mean, Peak is calling bug, but it has to be confirmed by admins that it was a bug, and rehost has been confirmed.
I've never seen that before. I don't know if we have any replays or if we're
do we have a replay?
Yeah, I don't know what has
watch
happened there. That is absolutely bizarre. That's a first for me. But yeah, rehost confirmed, and yeah, we'll have to wait a little longer. Sure, okay.
Yeah,
Never seen that before.
That's a strange one. Yeah, I mean, sometimes like, every now and then, and I shouldn't even say every now and then. Maybe like once a year. No, I'm saying like once a year you might see some kind of bug. I still remember like the rappel in the event in Clubhouse, for example. You know, someone getting stuck on a rappel or whatever. So incredibly rare, but I've never seen that. I kind of wish I was like on YouTube and just scroll back just to double check. Obviously, we're going to get the rehost underway in a pretty big game. It does provide a little moment to just kind of breathe and think their way through things. Of course, they can't communicate as things stand. 3-2 lead for Daystar. Still difficult to kind of envision where this one's going to end up. This next round, obviously very important. So kind of, again, using last time out as a reference point, the first half, Daystar were on defense. It was a 3-3 half, guys. Now, in that half of Lair, they couldn't actually get Master and R6 once. They were able to finally achieve that here in the 4th round. And in that half, they never even strung together 2 rounds in a row. This time they strung together 3 rounds in a row. But if it ends up being a 3-3 half, it's the exact same result as last time. Doesn't matter where the sides are won and lost. In the grand scheme of things, it's irrelevant. And if it does end up 3-3 again, well, then what ended up happening was Seoul's Heart just went 3 straight on defense, 6-3 lead. There you go. So there's probably right now in the thoughts in the back of the minds of the Daystar players thinking this next round's really important and we have to now wait a little longer.
Well, it seems like this break is going to be somewhat extended, so we'll send it to a quick break and we'll be back to resume it on the other side.
Well, we return after everything gets sorted and fixed. We'll get back into the 6th round. Daystar leading 3-2. Bunks briefing the site choice, of course, reselected once again, and everything remains. Well, actually, does everything remain the same in terms of the operators? I think technically they don't have to select the same operators. So they can change it, and it seems as if they have. And into another rehost.
Cool. Why just the one? I mean, why not double down? I mean, I think for clarification though, we can confirm that it was indeed a bug. We won't go too much further into it than that, but just one of those unfortunate things that can occur.
Yeah, as I said, they're like once a year. It's very rare these things happen, but the Daystar. I mean, well, actually, probably more for Seoul's Heart. I don't know. I don't think this really matters too much in terms of the time spent outside of the server right now, but it is an important game. Like, these are stressful moments and stressful times. It's 3-2, final map, first half. Like, one more round, and then you get to have the role swap timeout where you can actually talk more tactically. Technically, they're not supposed to be able to talk in a tactical sense here. So, like, you're not really able to discuss things. I think that it's just for both teams right now, just get to the half. But for Seoul's Heart, they still want to get that extra round win so that they can get that 3-3 scoreline, just like last time. For Daystar, 4-2, they'll probably feel like is necessary so it doesn't end up like last time. This 6th round is very important for both of these two teams for different reasons.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that sentiment. Well, I think probably approaching the rest of the match with more so just a 1 round at a time approach is going to be the best outcome. But concluding the half in a strong fashion is naturally going to be the way to go about it. Riho should only take a couple of moments, so bear with us. Side choice to be bunks and briefing, and as we quickly covered before the second rehost, teams do have the the window of opportunity to change up their compositions, etc. They're not necessarily locked into what it was before the rehost. That's of course to offset the defense a little bit, because if the attacks had full opportunity to scout the entire setup of the composition of the defense, they had a bit of an unfair advantage. In terms of a snapshot as well as to how things have played out so far, some of the key players to watch for the remainder of this third and final map. Pika currently number 1 for Daystar, number 2 in the lobby. 6.5 KD, 1-1 entry, 83% cost. And the man on screen now, I9, number 1 for Souls Heart and number 1 overall in the lobby. 6.3, 83% cost. He's been very influential here on Lair, but influential across the series. A little bit quieter back on Consulate where he went 5-8, but back on Bank, he was an absolute standout top player in the server for that one as well. Went 15-7. Seal, actually, while he's on screen now, probably a good opportunity to praise his performance so far today. 9-8 on Bank. Consulate 15-6. He was essentially unstoppable. Bit quieter here though on Lair. Actually the lowest performing player in the lobby at the moment, so he'll be looking to find a little bit of form of his own.
I mean, while we have the time, and we've seen quite a lot more out of these two teams, you know, I posed that question to you after the Waybo Orchid game. You know, between Orchid, Souls Heart, Daystar, who do you think is going to get that proverbial second spot? Potentially first, but now that you've kind of seen Souls Heart, Daystar, how do you kind of think they'd stack up against the likes of Crit J and Peeps as we're getting back underway?
Ooh. Yeah, I think it's actually going to be a challenge. Look, I still back Daystar in right here, right now to go all the way. I think they still have the potential to take that second slot, but it's certainly not going to be easy. They made Waybo sweat a little bit in that series, did Orchid, so they may even actually go into that match as very slight underdogs, to be fair. But either way, they still have to get the job done here to book that ticket in the lower bracket final. And we resume back on Lair. Round number 6, Storm side of choice. Will we see an even half, or can Daystar walk away with the lead?
Yeah, and that's the important thing. If it's 3-3, as we know from previous times on this map, Souls Heart then probably take the advantage going into the second half on defense. If it's 4-2, then Daystar maybe take the advantage because they do have the ability to attack. But they just need that extra buffer in case Souls Heart get on a bit of a roll defensively. And a big final round of the half coming up. A big momentum reset for both teams too, which is kind of funny because you play this one round and then you go into the roll swap timeout, small little break again, and then into the bans, and then straight into the second half where, again, it will probably be that reset. It's been a real good contest though, and I think that's again what you always want to see. There's nothing more disappointing than the beatdowns, the 2-0s that are 7-1, 7-2, and they happen, and they usually happen earlier in the playoffs. But I think we've been pretty fortunate, APAC North yesterday, today as well here with Asia, that all of the remaining teams are clearly pretty close in skill.
So minute down then, round 6. And so Souls Heart will commit to dropping the send to go for the map sweep as opposed to a direct approach this time out on this site. Last time direct didn't work, and so they're looking to switch things up. Directly attacking Mez. Nomad for a bit of spacing and some flank watch.
Reloading.
And Daystar in defense react by falling back. So a lot of space taken pretty aggressively here from Souls Heart, but Seal, unaccounted for, up close with the shotgun, lands the first blow for Daystar.
And it's been a hot minute, but just to remind everyone, it's 5 straight opening kill conversions. That could be very influential for Daystar. The team that's gotten that opening kill has gone on and won every single round. And with Mr. Punch low, Scatman low, even though it's a 4v4, as they kind of work their way to eliminate Pika, They're still not in a comfortable position on the attack heading into the last minute of this round. Daystar look pretty well set up. They look like they're in a pretty good position to close this out, but we know with Soul's Heart, and certainly with I9 full health, they can change it quickly. The Scatman will rotate over, air jab at the top of the doorway. They're continuing to try and put as much pressure on this second floor, but they've also got Mark and I9 on the first floor. They're going to go for a 2-2 split here, Soul's Heart. Will this work out for them?
Yeah, maybe. I think they're finding it difficult to dislodge above despite having info off the Solid Snake. So they'll be patient. They'll wait for Daystar to make a mistake. Try and force their hand. Diffuser gets rotated. 15 seconds. Can they make it work?
Got to go for the plant now. Bin Bin was able to shut down I9 as Mr. Punch falls. Mark gets off the plant. 7 seconds left in the round. And it's looking like Daystar should be on the verge of securing round number 4. And to be then 3 rounds away from knocking out Soul's Heart, as Mark, yes, indeed, does not get the ability to get the plant down. Daystar will take a 2-round advantage heading into the second half. We finally get to the second half of Lair, and it's Daystar that lead. They bettered their performance from last time out against Soul's Heart on this map. Instead of a 3-3 half, they take the edge 4-2 going into their attack. But it does still leave Soul's Heart on the defense. And last time out, guys, they strung together 3 straight defensive rounds. As the bands come through, Bandit, Kaid, Grim, and the Blitz.
Yeah, certainly anyone's game at the moment. 4-2 scoreline, defense trailing. It's pretty classic comp siege at this point in time. And as much as I've been riding the Daystar train, it's still very difficult to confidently assert that they will go on to win this matchup. Second floor, first site of choice. Both the Tachanka and the smoke available. And we are going to see Soul's Heart double down in terms of that area denial for the opening round. Probably in anticipation for the default hit from Daystar. The Kaid and the Bandit bands, meaning that hard breach will naturally be much more achievable here for the attack and may allow them to open a couple more avenues in towards the objective. Excited to see how this does play out. Daystar actually will repick onto the Sense.
10 seconds to go.
And so I wonder if that's indicative of the kind of play that they want to make late round. It could open the opportunity for a slightly different plant position. Maybe that's to try and negate the smoke in the Tachanka lineup. We'll wait and see. Sometimes it allows you to play a little more aggressively once you get that ops control to open routes in towards the site. So we'll see how Daystar look to leverage that.
Well, is there a bit of I9 magic? I can't help but feel like that's maybe the key to success for Soul's Heart. Here's the difference back on Bank, which feels like a lifetime ago. I mean, of course, having access to the Tachanka was banned out in the first half for Daystar. They didn't have access to it for Soul's Heart. They'll play off of that. I'm more than happy to just play the lockdown defense. Scatman will just like Medical. In anticipation of a battle, I imagine, with Pika. Pika will need to be mindful, or at least aware of his surroundings. It certainly does look like he is being mindful, and, well, fortunately for him, Scatman's gone back up above.
Midpoint of the round. Pika waiting for information to play this vert. Interesting little stack from Daystar at the moment, and they spring into action, but I9 slams Pika and Bin. Oh, nice swift double Soul's Heart. Now with the advantage, it's all about consolidation from this point. The follow-up from Daystar has been weak. They're being stalled out by the Tachanka. Seal will try and push forward, but reinforced now on way towards R6. Does find the pick. 4 more to find.
Well set up now. Well-drilled defense here on the top floor. No mistakes, no errors, able to capitalize. Still can't really go anywhere, stuck in the corner. 2 more gas babes still for Mark. You've got the Shamika launcher still with 6 bullets in the chamber. And Scatman ready and waiting to pounce here on Souffle if he tries to make entry in towards display. Easy swing. Now, let's wrap this one up. It's 4-3. Soul's Heart far too good on this top floor. Seal will try and make the most of an opportunity. He's gotten 4 kills since the restart, since the rehost. But he needs 3 more in this round if he's going to pull off the absolute improbable, the impossible. Needed someone to peek, but it's not going to happen as Soul's Heart do lock up the round. 4-3. The tension continues to build in the final series today for APL Asia.
Yeah, that was, wow, a big moment in the round was the I9 double. He's getting peppered from below. Bang. Slams the sec, and Bin tries to trade, but I9 finds the double. He can add that to the portfolio of moments he's had so far today where he's finding big, meaningful kills, or in that case, and akin to the others, multis. That's really, really good composure from him under a lot of pressure in a key position on the map. Then pretty simple for the follow-up util to do the rest of the work for the defense.
Your bombs from being defused by attackers.
We now go down to basement, which had a 50-50 win rate in that first half, similarly to the top floor. Soul's Heart electing to bring the Scopos this time around. I don't believe we saw that back from Daystar, and indeed we did not. And so maybe there'll be a pretty heavy roam element here to the defense.
Initiating jammer.
I always say in these kind of big games, it comes down to the defining moments. And you know what? We've played 7 rounds of Siege here on Layer. I don't think there's really been any big moments. There hasn't been a single clutch. Not a single round has come down to 1 alive. A couple that have come down to 2. But a lot of the rounds themselves have been pretty one-sided. Oh, that's a big knockdown onto I9, and the flush from Pika. Nets an opening kill for Daystar. Again, so far, 100% conversion rate here on Lair. And could need now their first opportunity to secure an attacking round win. And what this might do as well is force Soul's Heart to get a little bit more on the front foot here and search for a kill back.
Oh, DCH, though, on radar. Surely it doesn't hold that line. It would be very, very risky. But is getting pressured from above.
Oh
Big
my
shot.
word!
That's a really good read. Also means he doesn't have to go back to the other shell immediately as well. So that's a big, big, big bite back from Soul's Heart in the round. It just will slow down that progress of Daystar a little bit.
Essentially shoots out a pixel. And DCH is just going to walk his way back down yellow stairs with company, courtesy of Missed the Punch. This could be a big round for Soul's Heart. Could they be the first team to have an opening death but turn it into a round win, tie it up 4-4 as well at the same time? And just then put pressure back onto Daystar. Nitrocell, a little bit of damage, but doesn't find the kill. It's the only one that they had left. 2 gas babes still for Mark. The Boogie Auto Breacher now makes its way over the floorboards. Still one more for Seal. Both teams looking to book their place in a lower final next week to fight for a spot at the major. Daystar previously making the most recent 6 invitational. Soul's Heart, it's been many years since their last international event. 30 seconds left in the 8th round. Big change up from Pika to come through lockers on the Solid Snake. The 1-for-1 trade that leaves us still evened up in terms of numbers. 2 stacked down below as DCH stays on the first floor. The push through from Pika successful. What a great second shot as well. Allowing the plant to go down, but it's not even required. Daystar will take the round. And it's still a 100% conversion rate. They have got themselves their first attacking round in the half.
Yeah, back to a 2-round margin now. Lovely work from Daystar there. As you mentioned, that conversion continues. It's been a massive determining factor here on Lair. Replay package. Pika was perhaps a little fortunate to win that fight. And ultimately, it ended up going on to be a very big determining factor in the round, as in the last 20 seconds, he was the one to march forward lab, through lab, find the double, and then Seal covered up above against the vert. So some good little individual play there from Pika, who's had overall a strong series, 26-22. As we now prepare for Dorms as the final round of this initial rotation.
Just puts the pressure
Successfully deployed.
back into the camp of Soul's Heart. And of course, we've had many rehosts for those that have maybe only just tuned in recently. The current leaders in terms of KD, well, no surprise, I9, 9 and 5. And it's very equal for Daystar across the board, most around the 6 kill mark.
Yeah, 2 minutes remaining still in this round, and Soul's Heart are pretty eager to contest the green take here. Pretty aggro setup there from the likes of Mark on that stairs position. Has some hidden barriers and assistance. Map sweep across from Daystar. They want to contest against the vert denial here on offer from the defense. It's a 3-2 split, or like 3.5 split when you consider Mark's position. just missed a punch to anchor on the objective itself. I9 spotted. The solace key for planting on the rock. It seems like the defense is starting to come under quite a bit of pressure at the moment. They start winding up nicely here.
Bin literally looks like he's winding up. Radius swing. This is a big round for Soul's Heart. You win this, you go back top floor after this, so 5-5 could be on the cards, but you lose it and you give up 3 series points to Daystar. Pivotal final minute in this 9th round. I9 wants to get on the move. One to the left side though. He reacts perfectly. The hipfire spray connects onto Pika. Still the advantage with Soul's Heart, even after Mark's death. But now it's 2-3 in favor of Daystar. What indeed? It's flipped completely, but they still have I9 alive. They call upon him once again.
Man, Lion scan 40 seconds. A little bit of util still available for Daystar.
Oh, he gets the trade. And Seal is very low. 1 bullet will do it. But he can't find, from that angle, the shots to land. Slips in towards the corridor. Double red ping. He could just spray them both down. Is this one more play for I9 when they need him most? The man with the experience and the clutches, but he cannot do it again. Daystar have got 3 series points.
Holy moly, that was such a stressful end to the round. I9 so close. He did a really good job in making that competitive. Daystar getting red ping spammed in desperation from the rest of that defense, but they're able to clutch up. And now 3 opportunities to send Soul's Heart packing.
Well, it doesn't get any more stressful than this. Facing elimination from Kickoff. 3 straight required for Soul's Heart. And the irony is last time on Lair, it was the first 3 defensive rounds that they got 3 straight. They now need to do it in the last 3 rounds of this second half as we look back at the replay.
Daystar went bang, 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 got back into the round and missed the punch, was flooded. And left I9 in an awkward clutch attempt. The BPC in bunks feeding live intel to him. But ultimately Daystar were just able to find the trade. And in doing so, as mentioned, now 3 chances to close this out. I think Soul's Heart are going to make them work for it, but Daystar in a really good position now.
Well, if there's one site that you can be confident on typically in this map, it is Master in R6. They won it in the 7th round, did Soul's Heart. This is what you play for in these kind of moments. You got to relish the opportunity and not be fearful of facing elimination. 3 straight to force overtime. Daystar just did 1 more round and they'll book their place in the lower final next weekend against Team Orchid to fight in that match for a spot in the major alongside Waybo.
Yeah, Tachenka smoke combo. And so in terms of the setup here for defense, again, it's going to be very centered around the default denial. I don't mind this element that they've introduced with Scatman down below reception. He can play Ela Trap. Probably trying to prevent the take up the staircase here in an attempt to protect Mez. In terms of Daystar, though, bring out the Glaz. First appearance of Glaz in the half, and it comes at a critical juncture.
Does put maybe a few too many eggs in the basket when you do bring the Glaz. If you lose that Glaz, it's like, well, sometimes some teams put too much focus on that in their attacking setup. Glaz goes down and it's like, okay, what's plan B? Oh, this is very aggressive from Bin right into the face of Mark. Mark's probably wondering, what is he doing? Oh, and a shot though. Well, there is the glass through the smoke. Big kill at least, and it's on to the smoke. By the way, the last round was the first round that the opening kill was not converted. So that streak finally comes to an end. 4v4 heading into the last minute.
Does Seal know of Scatman's position down below? Either way, he rotates off, probably to link up with Pika. 60 seconds on the clock. They start trying to draw out this utility from the defense. Diffuser in the hands of Azuki, and he pushes forward to catch DCH.
Going deep, he wants more. Pika went down though as I9 was able to then shut down Azuki. Soulsheart able to re-establish the numbers advantage. Seal and Souffle. At a disadvantage, but they've got 3 opportunities, so they can play with a little bit of freedom and a sense of confidence that they know they can just go for this. They don't have to worry. But it's Scatman that found the angle. Seal, another one. Can he cause a bit of heartbreak? No, not this round and not on this site, says Soulsheart. They'll live to fight at least another round. But that is the end of Master and R6 in regulation. The defensive stronghold in Lair is no more. It will have to be basement and bunks briefing for Soulsheart if they had to force overtime.
Yeah, got off to an awkward beginning with Bin going for the charge. Didn't land. Pika did eventually trade, and DCH got caught sprinting in sight. Azuki tried to capitalize, but then got caught on the cross. Souffle found nothing, and it left Seal in the 1 versus 3. Good disciplined crosses established still from Soulsheart was enough to propel them over the line.
Attackers
Down to
need
basement.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
3 players alive last time out for Daystar on their successful attack. A lot of that was leverage from Pika, who was able to sweep in late. Did some good work early in the round and netted a 3K plus one of those being the opening kill. Solid Snake though banned out, so he'll need to pivot.
Well, the big thing for me as well is how Soulsheart now are going to want to play this. Now, Master and R6, you're forced into largely playing that site defense, but with basement, you can play the roam game, you can be aggressive. Are they going to play within themselves, within their shells, or will they explore the map, hope to find early kills, be more aggressive at the entry positions, try and get a good little head start in the round? Been pretty obvious in this map of Lair that, if you can get the first couple of picks, your success rate just skyrockets massively. Only a single round that the opening kill hasn't been converted, and also for Soulsheart, if you kind of just sit back too much, you might provide too many opportunities then for Daystar to exploit that. So they're not sitting back. I9 on the Azami Overlord Sky Bridge. It's an impact outside the map, close by to where Bin is located. But I get the sense this is just going to be a showing presence kind of play, but I9 does still linger.
Okay, 1-1 trade. Smoke
doesn't
Dockerby
count.
on the ground. That's a relatively even trade, I suppose, as well. Bit of a strange one to take place as the opening engagement. I guess that now
honestly,
also throws off the opening kill conversion a little bit as well.
I think that is... I'd rather be in Daystar's position because, getting that kill... So, you lose the smoke, and it's a 4v4, and they've all retreated back to site. So the Dockerby is then not really that needed, right? But the smoke actually will be more...
There is a scope
needed. Oh, I guess there is the scope boss. It depends on how aggressive Soulsheart want to get on the roam here.
Yep.
They shouldn't opt to fall back. I think they double down here. And that's exactly what I9's going to do.
Yeah, this is the right play.
Oh, the timing.
Uh-oh.
Final impact. I9, is he playing a little too over-aggressive? Hits the headshot as he usually does. Down blue stairs, he had the slight high ground advantage and used it to his benefit, and now they very well can fall back, but he just wants more. I9 is not done. One more round of regulation is required. And no one is surprised as these two teams once again go the distance.
I9 has really found some form towards the tail end here of Lair. But the day as a whole for him is certainly been a success. Big moment now for Daystar. Harambe will call their tactical time out. He'll talk to the team. And this is crunch time. This is where he earns his keep in making the shot call here for what they do for the next round. In terms of what the likely site will be, anticipation is probably bunk site, naturally, I suppose. We'll see what ends up shaping up.
I think Harambe just wants to add another lanyard to the collection behind him. Keep that stack growing. Yeah, I mean, and this is tense now for Daystar just as much as it is for Soul's Heart. You know, when you're 6-3 up, there probably is a release of that pressure. You think, well, we got OT secured. And we've got a good couple of rounds here where we know they're going to be feeling under the pump. But again, I9, it's like he's running towards the challenge. He's not afraid of it. And taking on the role of the leader within this team that says, I'll be the one to do the heavy lifting. You guys just have to follow my lead. And that's kind of what's happening. And, you know, again, you kind of look at the series as a whole. I9's 33-23. Last series between these two teams, he was 37-23. He's just done it again against Daystar. He's their boogeyman. But they still need one more to Soul's Heart to force overtime.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's actually a fun stat, really. Across the 6 maps played for these two teams in Kickoff, not a single overtime. That bodes well for Daystar.
Drone activated.
Tertiary side of choice, Bunk's briefing. Comp from Daystar is map clear. I'll go ops across, try to flush out Vert, try to contest the Solace. Deal with the mirror. Plant will be the secondary win condition for them. If there's an opportunity, they'll try and act upon it, but it's not the primary objective at the moment. It's all about grinding away at this map control. And for Soul's Heart, it's about finding that right balance between pressure, but also maintaining presence up above. Can't be losing picks for free in such a crucial round. They have to be super calculated in how they try and disrupt this attack. And as you can see from the player positions, it's a 4-1 split. As expected, heavy investment up on the second floor.
I just can't help it. Keep putting my eyes towards I9, where he's playing, how he's moving, is he getting involved? If he goes down early, I can't help but feel that's going to be the way in for Daystar. Flash dump, push in, logic bomb. It's the double kill combination of Scatman and I9. Daystar are crumbling here towards the end of regulation, but they do find the reprieve through Pika and Bin, and I9 is in the grave. That should fill them with the confidence. The boogeyman is put to bed. DCH, Mark and Mr. Punch. Well, there's a dynamic duo that go a long way back against Seal, Bin, and Pika. 60 seconds, 3v3 for a spot in the lower final.
Yeah, I think the problem is going to be trying to trade out our 6 room. Someone needs to be the sacrificial lamb. They can't all expect to stay alive here final portion of the round. Somebody needs to send forward and the other two follow. Especially into the shotgun, up close. This is a key fight. This is must win, must trade.
Must win for TCH. Gets the headshot. Second swing, a little bit delayed, but it's there. Seal got the kill. Down to 1. It's Seal in a 1v2. And he cannot make it happen as Soul's Heart claw their way back. 3 rounds straight confirmed. And overtime is needed to settle this lower semifinal. The first overtime between these two in 6 maps. 3 maps played in the upper bracket. It went the way of Soul's Heart. 3 maps played here in the lower bracket. As Soul's Heart go double defense, are they about to break the hearts of Daystar?
Yeah, that's a big statement from Soul's Heart. Now on defense as well. for overtime. 3-round streak is theirs. And they've looked pretty decisive. And I think a good example there, the resilience that they're able to find with I9 dropping early. It was a good clear by Daystar. They didn't still let that opportunity slip positionally. Really, really good there on that top floor extension. Played that well. For Daystar, though, on the flip side, unfortunately, it's another tactical timeout that hasn't resulted in a direct conversion. And now they need to attack, continue to attack here, and try and find success. They've had success on attack so far. They took down basement, they took down bunks. One of those are going to appear at least here in overtime, you would imagine, provided we get to that 15th round, of course. So they shouldn't be too stressed necessarily about this opening round, but maybe more so the nature of how the match has transpired will be challenging to deal with mentally at the moment.
I9, by the way, is 17-9. Don't forget we had rehosts earlier on this map. Leading fragger for Daystar is Peak at 12-12. Seal also 10-8. And certainly a tense finish here coming up. Our final series of the day for APL. For those who missed probably a good couple of hours ago, Waybo, of course, booked their place in the grand final. They will be off to the major. The grand final to determine, of course, who goes directly to playoffs or play-ins, regardless you're going. The winner of this will play Orchid in the lower final to determine the second team next week. Minute 40 on the clock. Souls Hutton trusting Mr. Punch on the Tachanka to hit the Shamika launcher just right late in this round. First pick, pivotal for Daystar. There's only been a single round. And that said opening pick has not been converted to a round win. It is proving to be very vital here on Lair.
Yeah, ops control for Daystar. A lot of utility, though, being laid in response. The smoke to Chanka combo, Mr. Punch. Cops some damage, but it's not much. Splitting this attack proving to be a bit of a challenge for Daystar at the moment. 60 seconds, and it's just been a lot of posturing with Souffle on the opposing side. It's a big op stack with little movement at the moment from Daystar.
Just trying to spray through the smoke, expecting someone to be in there, but it's marked that falls down. The opening kill does go the way of Daystar. They've taken some damage. They are still susceptible. They still need to get into a good plant position later in the round as well. Shamika launcher, 11 bullets in the chamber. Impact still up for DCH, and, well, I9's still alive. So even with the opening death for Soul Sart, still not in a bad position. There he is. He gets involved. The impact made. Bin does get the kill onto Scatman. It doesn't change too much in this round. You've still got to get into the plant position. And DCH in a wonderful spot to deny entry. Hence the importance of Bin on the Blackbeard. Droned out, that's fine. They knew where he was anyway. 5 bullets left for Mr. Punch with that Shamika launcher. I9 holding close inside a display, but it's Souffle that rips his head off. They stop make the entry in. Azuki's still at the mezzanine. He's got to get into the site and start sticking this kit inside a mask. He does. There's one up. Mr. Punch can't find an angle. Daystar has stormed top floor and have got match and series point.
Oh, that was so close. 1 second on the clock. And they were able to get that diffuser, or at least begin that plant. So close, fine margins. Even despite having a strong man advantage, it was almost the clock that lost them the round, but not to be. Soul's Heart, they're not in a position to deny. And a surprise attacking win on top floor now sets them back up for success. But what's to say, Soul's Heart can't do it right back to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's interesting. Daystar do go Master and R6 when they've had troubles on this site. They, of course, did successfully defend it once back in the opening half, but it was the opening round where they got absolutely stormed in a somewhat similar fashion to what we just saw in that round. More time on the clock. Well, here we go. Daystar have got 2 opportunities. Soul's Heart must now win 2 rounds straight, which is definitely in their wheelhouse. They strung together 3 straight to close regulation. Curious to see how Daystar are going to want to play this. And again, a reminder, the Tachanka is banned. It was a great ban selection for Soul's Heart, and we have seen, of course, its influence on this site time and time again. So it's not available for Daystar. They opted to ban away the Glaz, which left up the Deimos. So I'm envisioning DCH will go first floor, put pressure below. Did Daystar send anyone to go and try and deal with him is the question. I don't think they will.
Swapping bags!
Yeah, a lot of big decisions to be made by Soul's Heart in this round as to sort of how they want to approach it, what positions they wish to play. Is it going to be opposite cross? Do they go more display side? How do they integrate Deimos into this play? Is DCH given the license to lurk down below through basement? Maybe make a play up main lobby through Mez? I feel like that's probably a pretty likely outcome for him. Then on the flip side for Daystar, just how aggressive do they feel comfortable playing here on this match point round? It's seeming as if they're going to lean into the late round denial of the smoke and the Maestro. They've also got the Azami in play to offer a little bit more playability on the objective as well. And Seal currently being very conservative with that utility, probably just waiting for the Flores to do his thing. Once those Rotarios are deployed, then those keeper barriers will be strengthened. In the meantime, it is ops control for Soul's Heart, midpoint of the round. Wall opened up and starts to get serious now in this round.
I found one! Second floor!
Loading new magazine.
And here's DCH down below.
Oh, Deathmark
Oh,
failed.
my
Good mute
goodness.
counter.
It's peeking. That gets the opening pick, though. And it's on to I9. Even though DCH does get a kill back, he and the rest of Soul's Heart will now need to channel their own inner I9. Their leader in the grave, heading into the dire stages.
Oh no.
DCH hasn't been able to make the impact that he would like from below until then. Just at that moment, they take the advantage, heading into the final 30 seconds.
Last gas babe used by Daystar. There's going to be an opportunity here for the default plan for Soul's Heart. 20 seconds.
Mizuki looks a little bit disorientated, now under the death mark effect as well. Back over to the mute gem. Inside of Mask, Mr. Punch getting the plant down as they find another kill. It's a team kill. Bin Bin in a crucial 7-6 overtime match point has taken out one of his top players, and the plant is successful for Soul's Heart as once again this top floor is just theirs. We need all 15 rounds to decide which of these 2 teams will play next week in the lower bracket final.
That was a super clean attack there from Soul's Heart. Absolutely landing the crucial pieces of utility that were needed at the end. DCH finally found something with the Deimos, and once all that smoke util had been expired, that's where the Tachanka ban really comes into play. There was no tools, no util available to the defense to be able to deny that default plant. Team kill certainly didn't help, but regardless, it would have taken some miracle shots to land for Daystar to be able to deny that plant. Good work from Soul's Heart, proving they don't necessarily always need to be reliant as well on I9, who died early in the piece. They now have defense, and they're going
top
back
floor again.
to the second floor.
Oh my goodness. Master and R6, which is pretty typically the strongest defensive site so far, has been cracked twice in overtime. Man, what a series. And to take a short moment here, guys, I already feel heartbroken for one of these two. I don't even know who it's going to be right now. I'll find out in a couple of minutes, as the same with everyone else, but I just will feel for the loser.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably two of the most beloved teams in APL. And one of them is going to, unfortunately, be sent home packing empty-handed after this one, outside of a bit of prize pool and some SI points. They won't be going to the major. And for the winner, they'll stay alive a little while longer. Massive decision from Soul's Heart. They opt to go to the second floor. Re-attempts a rarity at the moment. But they take the gamble here in round 15 of the final map in this best of 3. Can Daystar replicate their success on attack, or can Soul's Heart dig deep here and get this result across the line?
It's been a 10-hour day for Daystar. They must be burning low on energy, but they have to dig deep into the tank here. And what is the final round? Whatever's left in the tank. This is it, do or die. Keeping your focus on the attack. Soul's Heart will just bank on the fact that Daystar will not be able to break through the defensive hold again. They bring a different strategy. They don't go to Chanka. They don't go the Allah. All his army. And instead they bring the Echo Thorn and Goyo, more trap utility that Daystar need to deal with. And therefore can't just rush into the site.
Yeah,
could that Yokai have a say late in the round?
Yeah, potentially. In terms of trap, I think Daystar have actually had a pretty decent read. They've gathered and scouted a lot of utility. This is the go button though, off the back of the cap util. Sunmez control now available to Daystar. Temporarily though, will be stalled out by their own flames.
I think they need to pull back on this. There's still a minute. They don't have to overcommit. It gets denied by the gas babes, of which there are no more left. You still have smokes. Well, technically 3 that Souffle can play off of. So you kind of have a second go still available. Logic Bomb available. Smokes available for the glance of Souffle. You've eaten out all of those gas babes as well. And they get the opening pick onto Scatman. VPC still in a bad spot. Gun up from Bin Bin, and he shuts down DCH. And as it stands, eyes on I9. Stay on this man. And do not let go, because he's probably the only chance for Soul's Heart now with 30 seconds left. Tries to find the angle onto the Blackbeard, and inside of Mask, the plant will go down. I9 knows he needs to get aggressive. Losing teammates, though, left, right, and center. Lands a good tag. Plant successful, and it's only Mark. As Daystar look as if they're finally going to overcome their demon in Soul's Heart. At the final death in the final round, and after an onslaught of 10 hours of siege, Daystar move on to the lower bracket final, eliminating Soul's Heart.
That was a massive gutsy effort from Daystar and a phenomenal attack to seal the deal. You can see how much it means to these guys who've been grinding away all day, and I mean certainly, at least from the perspective of Harambe, an element of disbelief that they were able to get the job done. And unfortunately, well, there's two sides to every tale. And for Soul's Heart, the disappointment at the moment will be high, but they'll look to return bigger and better in stage 1.
What an entertaining series. What quality from both of these two teams. I mean, commiserations to Soul's Heart, but commentation to Daystar 8-7, and we continue the trend in APAC of the team that plays the 2 best of 3s in a given day, guys, that they go on and win them both. But boy, was it hard fought for Daystar. Oh my goodness.
Look, I'll be honest, I think my faith in Daystar was definitely put into question a couple of times, especially over the course of that 3rd and final map when Soul's Heart built that streak at the end of regulation. It looked so dire. and then having to head onto attack for overtime was mighty concerning. I really didn't feel confident that they'd get the job done, but they grinded away, and to double down on the top floor site from Soul's Heart, that was a big call. Daystar were successful, of course, on both occasions, and yeah, looking forward to seeing if they can maybe go one step further. Do they have it in them?
Well, they've got to get past Team Orchid now, who put in a really good display, guys, earlier today against Waybo, didn't they? So, I mean, like, it's not as if they're one step closer, but it's another big roadblock in their way. It's not going to be easy. I think that for Daystar, though, they've got the quality. They've clearly been able to run the bracket this far. Why not one more series? Let's go to Harambe as we have another chat with one of the APAC legends. Have we got a dance? Yes, we do. It's the Harambe
guys,
dance.
how you doing?
Congratulations.
Life's
Firstly,
good.
what's the heart feeling like right now for you?
I mean, it's a long day. I just want to take a rest and eat my dinner. I'm so hungry.
Me too.
I haven't sleep.
Me too.
I haven't sleep.
Me neither. It's been a long day for all of us. We've been following the journey all day, Harambe.
Oh my god.
What was the difference for you guys on Lair this time around, and also just in general the maps outside of Bank? Of course, Consulate and Lair you guys played them on those maps last time. Did you put a lot of work in those two maps particularly to kind of go back and fix some things up?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time doing counters and figuring out what works against Soul's Heart. It works perfect in Consulate, but in Lair, we're just not following the game plan, and we start losing like 3 rounds straight. Holy moly, I was so furious. Holy.
Yeah, actually, talk us a little bit about the mental. It was a very, very stressful game. Not just Lair, honestly. Every map had stressful moments. How do you think that the team handled the stress inside of the server today?
It's definitely not good. When we are under stress, we couldn't maintain our man advantage, and also we start doing solo plays, and which I told them like hundreds of times, don't do it. But we win, so it's fine.
It doesn't matter, you won.
Harambe, I'm sure many people told you in your career don't do something, and you probably still did it as well. These things just happen. Before we let you go, is there anything that you want to say? Fans watching on Daystar, of course, has become a beloved organization in the APAC region.
Definitely tune in next week. It's gonna be a banger.
It certainly is. I agree with that. Thank you, Harambe. Congratulations and best of luck in the lower bracket final against Orchid next week. Hopefully, we can get another Harambe dance.
See you,
guys. Bye.
Always love chatting with Harambe. Getting to talk to him twice in a day as well is a delight. But for Soul's Heart, it's a bittersweet ending to the stage, guys. Once again, they fall short. Once again, their quest to make an international event will have to wait at least for a couple more months.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, and yeah, excited to see how they bounce back in stage 1. But we do have our MVP for what has been quite a long day one standout player, being good old Reaps96. 28 kills over the course of the day, massively influential, as is typically the case. And yeah, just another one under the belt for Reeves. I don't know how many MVPs he's got at this point, but I assume it's quite a few.
I don't think I've ever heard you call him Reaps96.
No, you gotta give him the full respect.
It's the full name ordeal when he puts on a performance the way that he did. And to be fair, he did so in a game that was evidently very close. I mean, Orchid played really well today and really tested Waybo. That was the ace round that he got. And yeah, he just went absolutely nuts. And again, he's 18-10, clutches up in a 7-7 on Chalet. It's not like he's just farming and doing the Reaps special against a lesser opposition. He's doing it in a match that was close. Yeah,
absolutely. Again, a lot of it was impact-based, not just pad statting or stat padding or doing anything ridiculous in that regard. It was a genuinely really strong performance, and not too far behind him was actually Toad. Like, those two had a really standout performance today for Waybo, and a testament to just how dangerous that team is.
Alrighty, let's go to the bracket as we've got everything shaped up heading into the final weekend next weekend. Me and you and I, guys, will be fortunate that we get to cover Asia next Saturday. So Waybo Gaming in the grand final. Their opponent will be either Team Orchid or Daystar. Daystar have run the entire lower bracket to get to that lower final. Orchid putting up a really solid performance in that upper final as well, guys. Like, I know it says 2-0, but it was 8-7, 7-5 against Waybo. So they'll be feeling confident, you would imagine, going into that lower final. And just to reiterate, the winner of the lower final will go to the major. There are 2 slots for Asia, and then the grand final, guys, will determine who gets the playoff spot and who gets the play-in spot, plus SI and money and all of that, likes of that.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 massive matches. That lower final really does feel like probably the hardest game to predict that we've had maybe over the entirety of APL so far. I'm still riding the Daystar train. I truly do actually genuinely believe they can make this magical run through the lower bracket all the way back from that very, very first round where they took down Fury. But Orchid deserve a lot of respect. They were very, very competitive today. They've been quite competitive over the course of the bracket so far. And I think they certainly deserve a win as well, provided they play well on the day. Then, as you said, grand final also pretty impactful. Big differential in terms of SI points, and that could be a big factor towards the tail end of the year as well.
You know, it's been a long day when someone in Twitch chat asks why the stream has been up for so long. Well, it will go down for a little bit of time, but we'll go to the SAL bracket because they'll be up soon in a couple of hours, and some big matches over there.
Yeah, a couple of qualification matches as well on offer over in SAL. I can only assume that probably starts in about 2-3 hours, given we've been on for so long today. So yeah, be sure to tune in and see how that does shape up. I think if I was to pick one team to keep an eye on, it's probably Team Liquid, Alienware. Excited to see if they can produce a result there against NIP.
We don't have a graphic for this one, but guess what? After SAL is going to be Oats. It's just non-stop siege action. Of course, Oceania also will be happening tomorrow for the APL fans as they'll continue to get through their bracket. And for Asia, well, next weekend will prove to be a big one. You won't want to miss it. Thanks to everyone for tuning in today. As you can see down below, roughly 2.5 hours, SAL will be back on the main channel. So come tune in, have fun. And well, for me and you guys, we'll see you next weekend. Where you can take ones. Right now, just holding, expecting the re-peek, and he has read Bin to perfection. The game sense, now expecting for Seal to push through directly. Ogor is just that guy. Oh my goodness. Melodic upside down. Now going for the vault in. Never mind.
He's the X factor in this round. He has remained completely silent.
Gets the kill. No, he doesn't. Turn would love to have his time again. And misses the shot onto Peeps.
Bad teams at the moment.
The short trapped in my nine. Oh my, whoa, God, only I9 can do that in this series. I mean, they're probably, poor. Oh, off the rappel goes Pika.
Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out. In the meantime, Mr. Punch will push through. Shotgun from Bin.
Oh, Bin.
Holy. But is getting pressured from above.
Oh,
Big shot.
What?
That's a really good read.